regime. And in order to bring something, we need to understand its foundations. So the question that they asked, that you started to label me, I don't know if anybody else asked this question. That
I can tell you their foundation model: to protect the Islamic regime revolution and to spread the Shia Islam. That's their model.
That's the reason that they didn't collapse.
No, the reason they didn't collapse is because the Islamic regime, prior to the American attacks, Sayyid Ali actually was smart enough to decentralize the regime. With decentralization, that's what the Pentagon miscalculated. They thought if they just kill him, the whole thing would collapse. But prior to this attack, he actually decentralized the whole thing and split the whole thing into Kansas regime all over Iran.
Okay, so can I give my 2 cents on it? If you don't label me.
Another opinion.
Yeah, Sandra, you go too. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Very quickly, I think the reason they can't collapse is that Trump has kept them alive because he wants to deal with them the way he did in Venezuela.
No, I asked, what is the social contract that they didn't collapse? I didn't ask why didn't Trump.
Social contract doesn't really mean anything.
What do you mean social contract doesn't mean anything?
Okay, go ahead. What does it mean?
Okay, so to go back in, because also I'm writing a paper about this, which is interesting. Iranian regime is this, I would say, after the Safavids fell, Safavids were the Turks in Iran, and they brought the religion, they brought the Shia from Lebanon to Iran. Do you agree with me on this part? Every part that you don't agree, just say.
No, I don't want to disagree with you. I just want to make sure you make your point.
Yeah. So my point is that the geography and the topography of Iran, especially for the Persians in the middle that are vulnerable, is a regime that is a theocrat. As you see, the Sassanids, the Safavids.
You just can't
they
brought this as a theocratic regime?
No, just let me finish it. And then they brought a new religion. And then I'm not saying it's moral or anything, but because theocracy has people that are fanatical about it, they are ready to die for it. So even like with less and less capabilities, they are able to do more because they are willing to suffer greatly in order to achieve their end goals.
Okay, so that someone proves that America needs to be more aggressive. So you're just saying they're more resistant. So
no, I'm not saying. No, I didn't say they should be pacifist or aggressive. Then you come to the Safavid. Let us understand it first, and then we come to the end. Okay?
I think so. But let him. Yeah, I think so.
Just let him finish, please. Round it up, Muhammad. Just
okay.
Alright.
So, as you have seen in the last protests in Iran, the Turks didn't come out that much.
Yes, they did. I said, why are you creating a divide now? I'm not that
much. I said. I'm saying that much. Why divide?
Yeah,
I'm saying that much.
Every single city came.
Did they came as much as they did in the Kurdish parts of Iran?
Always did.
Has been going through a cycle almost up to today. Back to
and just to think about it, what would we do if Panama closed the canal? I mean, to me, we have the assets. They were there in that theater. And again, I'm not saying any role it declared as free international waters and the rest is it. But anyways, I'm not a military person, but I do ask that question through really what does this deal get the United States? And it seems like it gets opening up a strait that was previously open. Good, and I'll leave it there. Thanks, Gary.
It's almost like a fireman setting a fire in order to be the launcher.
Yes, exactly.
So here's the real question. It's not the way you framed it, in my opinion. The real question is, why didn't we prevent the closing of the Strait of Hormuz? Because all of the our intelligence agencies are stupid. And I've heard interviews with ex-CIA analysts who say that they've been writing for years that in a direct confrontation between the United States and Iran, the first thing Iran would do, they've been presenting this to the White House and to the military, the first thing that Iran would do would be to close the Strait of Hormuz. So it was not only predictable, it was predicted. So we blockaded the strait and prevented any Iranian, their little tiny boats going in there to lay mines, or their mine laying operation, because we U.S. military has and all of that play into this at all. I cannot imagine that the United States Navy could not have control.
Publicly stated multiple times that Iran's Navy was completely destroyed too.
Well, there's that. I'll get to you in a second, Marshall, to give you a chance to get acclimated. We'll go to Dave, and then we'll back to Marshall.
Very short. Ensign say Americans are very divided.
Yeah, that's to the point that I made earlier, that in my opening salvo, that the president got what he wanted, potentially, and that's a reduction in gas prices, potentially, as we go into the midterms. But what does that do for the Iranian people? What does that do for Israel? What does that do for the exportation of terrorism? Questions about that. Do we move beyond where the JCPOA was, that the president tore up because it was an Obama negotiated agreement? Did he tear it up because it was bad, or did he tear it up because it was negotiated by Obama? If he tore it up because it was bad, then this agreement better be better than the one that he tore up. Otherwise, why did he tear it up? Let's hope it is. We don't know. Again, that's the whole premise of our discussion today, because we haven't seen the memorandum of understanding. But the odd part is that the parties involved all have different synopses of what is contained, which is really kind of odd. Marshall, followed by our mates.
I believe a threat to our allies in the Mideast, and doesn't make them any less of a threat to us on the U.S. mainland. But if we're unwilling to engage public support, if we're unwilling to go to Congress to get support, if we're unwilling to ask for the appropriation, if we're unwilling to troops, which would need to finish off the regime, then aside for a few weeks of reprisals a week, makes us look like we can't control stuff. And a huge part of the cornerstone of the American empire post-World War II, we are a seaborne power. We are not a land power. And if we're not going to
Hidden lives.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The golden people gotta die, that's the worst part about war,
It's not been discussed today. We discussed it in the past.
Just in case feedback from back your individuals.
So it's not responsive, just like talking with each other, like cordially. So he's right. It's not like he loves Turks for the sake of the Turks. He needs support. The Islamic Republic needs the support of the Turks and the Persians, because these are the two biggest tribes in Iran. I'm not in favor of tribal this stuff, to be honest with you. Okay, I'm just analyzing the situation, and then as I said, my belief is that they try to have their Shia identity, which is true, which is good, okay, which is not a good thing, but that's their vanguard comes from. And then in order to keep the country from going into different roads or ways or anything, they try to keep the Persians are the core, okay? They are the main, they are in the middle, they are the vulnerable. Even if you look at the Iranian-Iraq war, per capita, you had more people killed from the middle of the Iran, which has no access to sea or that much water or anything, okay? Isfahan had the most per capita of people killed, okay? And then world, so they have so much at stake. Supreme leader Artur. It is not to say that like they are that tribalism that he cares for Musavi more than Ahmed.
Long enough. Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Back in its got.
I don't know if I think that a lot of people could agree with me. I do not get your point.
I do get his point. Can I say something?
Yeah, Moin.
What Muhammad is telling us is a narrative that the Islamic regime desperately tried to push out. And the leftist media literally picked it up and ran with it. What was that narrative?
Tribalism thing.
Exactly.
I know.
You're not united. You're gonna get. The country's gonna be split apart. Be careful. Are you telling us the book?
No, I didn't say that. Where they get their support from.
Well, I have a few different
things that happen geopolitically as excuses to kill people who are not responsible. David, followed by Merrill.
Hey, David. Hello, everybody. So I think my only response or answer to Howard's question, we only need to look to the attacks on U.S. Military assets. In 1988, there was the attack on the SS Cole by an inadvertent missile coming from an Iraqi fighter pilot. Destroyed, killed 37 of our servicemen in that excursion. The 2000 SS Cole event, where 17 sailors, servicemen were killed in that terrorist attack. How many servicemen potentially could have died already if we attempted to do just that very thing? Iran can down missiles and drones from these hillsides where they're protected by their geography.
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Thanks, everybody.
Imagine the Democrats having a field day with that information. Not a field day because they want to, but using that as a campaign messaging that no more forever wars. Our administration got us involved in a quagmire, and here are the deaths of the servicemen and women who died doing that very thing you said he was going to get us involved in. So that's the response. I think Trump had to navigate the situation such that he didn't lose any more servicemen and women above and beyond what we've already lost. It's a very expensive geopolitical campaign that has resulted in nothing for us, nothing for the Israelis. I heard in our neck of the woods, they're just saying, hey, don't give them anything, right? And they're saying that by handing over a deal to the United States, we're indirectly giving them control over our nuclear facilities and assets, and we become sort of another colonized version of the United States, which is the rallies that have taken place in Tehran with the lead up to this agreement being signed. So Gary, I think at the end of the day, it is expensive. We lost a lot of face. Trump's trying to say he's got a great deal for us. And then there's also the matter, Gary, of the negotiations, I guess, centered around how much of the rebuild process of Iran that Trump wanted to hand it, apparently. That he was looking to cement some deals with regard to reconstruction. His envoys, his son-in-law, and Witkoff, are real estate guys. So we saw the response to Jared Kushner's deal in Albania go sideways with the massive response there. So against that development project. So Gary, I think as well. Gideon Levy was on the record as saying that this was Netanyahu's life work, which was to take out the regime. Allen referred to Netanyahu as fanatic of the great Cyrus in the Old Testament. And I think he could have won that title with a more serious response by the Trump administration. You're right, Gary. In my world, I deal with a lot of American Jews, and I heard one from today who voted for him. I hope he drops dead. I don't mean that somebody kills him, but that he hopefully has a heart attack or something. So.
I don't want to hear that kind of talk. Be gone in 2 years, and
right.
You know.
Again, I apologize for anything inflammatory. I'm just anecdotally expressing the opinion and comments of one person that I spoke with. So if that guy's talking like that, unfortunately, imagine how others are also feeling on this deal, whatever this deal is, this memorandum or this potential deal that's going to be struck. Hopefully on Friday. So, but Gary, I don't think the world can absorb any more pain with regard to our oil assets. It's going to take a while for prices to come down. It's going to take a while for stockpiles to rise again. And then, of course, that only happens if they stay open, right? If the straits do stay open. So. And I don't understand why he isn't getting a better deal for the Iranian people in terms of the victims. There should be reparations for those families that have died on the streets of Tehran and elsewhere. There should be an immediate release of the bogus arrests of those family members, of those that are being held captive by the regime for kangaroo courts and trials. So, you know, if you're not going to turn over the regime, at least, you know, provide some relief that way somehow with this huge amount of money we're giving them and allowing them to have access to. So, anyway, I'll land there, Gary. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. We'll go to Merrill, followed by Alan.
Well, it's a great win because they had to do it yesterday because Trump needed to be able to say last night for his big event that we won. And they're going to do something real big, too, because remember, he's having his big 4th of July. He's having a rally featuring himself. So that's a win in Trump's eyes. Now, if we listen carefully to what you told us, this sounds like Iran got nothing, actually, because it all depends on their performance in 60 days. So they're not getting money up front. If I'm understanding this, you're saying they're not getting money up front.
No, I'm saying that that's what the White House says, but Iran's characterization of it suggests that they will receive money sooner, although the exact timeline has not been presented to us. So obviously, the agreement, they can't agree on what the agreement is.
Correct. And I think it would be safe for us to say that Iran is not going to do anything without getting some money. They're going to get the money first. They will open up, yes, they'll open up the Straits of Hormuz, which is, Howard said, was open. It's reopening. It was open. It was open before we went there. And as you pointed out, and I watched, all these generals and retired generals and retired intelligence agencies, day 3 said that about the Straits of Hormuz. So that should not have been such a big surprise to anybody. So, no. And we also have to take something else into consideration, or we should. I don't think Trump does. And isn't Bibi going to be up for re-election?
There are elections in November, and of course, it doesn't mean you vote for Bibi for prime minister, and that's not how it works. But would he be trying to put together another coalition and remain as prime minister? I don't see any reason why he wouldn't.
Right. And it's important to him. He can't just abandon. He can't just say, okay, fine, Lebanon, go ahead, hey, Hezbollah, see you around. That's not how it's going to work. And that was huge.
I don't think any candidate for prime minister would take that position. So I don't think it's unique to Netanyahu. Nobody.
No, I'm not saying that it is.
No, I'm not saying that you're saying. I'm not saying that you're saying that it is, but I just want to expand upon that by saying this is not a Netanyahu perspective that you are offering. It's an Israeli perspective. The Israelis cannot abide by allowing Iran to arm people who are attacking them on a daily basis. And that's full stop. And I don't understand why people outside of Israel feel that that's a negotiable item. Nobody would expect the United States to accept such an agreement with a neighbor from which there were missiles being fired into the United States on a daily basis. Why we expect it out of Israel is beyond, I just don't understand.
I certainly don't. And you did a show on would Trump ever throw Israel under the bus? Yes. Yes. Trump got us into this. He can blame Israel, he can blame whoever he wants to. He got us into this. He did it with the best of military advice that he ignored. So we know that. He ignored it. And he didn't. It's not realistic for us to think that, oh, by the way, if you open up the Straits of Hormuz, does that mean you're going to get 200 ships there every day? Like you used to?
No, so he says, the president, that the Strait of Hormuz will reopen immediately. The Iranians are not saying that, interestingly. And he says, the president does, that the oil costs will drop precipitously almost immediately. But as has been explained here numerous times, when oil prices go up, they shoot up like a rocket. When they fall like a feather. Now, it is true that upon the announcement, the cost of the barrel of oil did decrease immediately. So it did affect the markets. But how long it takes it to get from the markets to the pump, and where you feel a difference when you're filling up your tank, I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be immediate.
No, I don't think it's going to be immediate. And I don't believe, I believe Trump is telling everybody this is a win. Already, he is telling us this is a win. He said, J.D. Vance, the war's over. That's a win. We can say it's a win in that we're out of there. We're going to be out of there. But it's not a win. It's a horrible thing that he did. It's a horrible mistake that he made. He went in and he didn't go in the right way militarily. And also when we talk about the people that, the 13 people who died, we always forget to mention all the people who were injured severely. There are hundreds, if not 1,000 people that have been injured severely. And we forget to mention that because that's lifelong, some of those disabilities. That's lifelong. And I'm sorry, I believe
if you did, that's a lifelong disability.
On the 4th of July, he is, he's narcissistic, and he's got other issues. And to say something yesterday, he was going to do anything, sign anything, just to be able to have his event last night, be able to say that he won, and be able to 4th of July have his rally. And the reality is, we didn't win anything, and it's going to cost a lot of money. And I don't think we're just going to pay for reconstruction to Iran. I bet you certain other countries are going to ask that got bombed as a byproduct of this. They got bombed, and I bet you they're going to ask for some money because of them having gotten bombed. And I just do. And it's not because I dislike Trump. It's because, frankly, he's an idiot. He was ignorant about it. He had good military advice, and he chose to ignore it. And that's that. And he lied to the American people. He wanted to. I've said this before. He's finished. He's of the Mighty Mouse generation, and what he said was, "Here I come to save the day," just like Mighty Mouse. And he was glamorizing himself, and It's a horrible thing that he did to the Iranian people. And no, we're not going to give reparations to the Iranian people. We can't keep giving tax dollars to everybody. This is going to cost us a lot. And classy Obama, he said it right. He said it very, very
So classy.
classily. He said, well, I don't think it's going to be better than it is. He didn't say, I think it's going to be worse. But he did say, I don't think it's going to be better. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mel. You talked about what people don't talk about a lot, the number of people, American service people injured. The Washington Post did an analysis of satellite imagery. It's a detailed analysis. And it concluded that damaged or destroyed, Iranian attacks damaged or destroyed at least 228 structures or pieces of equipment, hangars, barracks, fuel depots, aircraft, radars, communications, and air defenses across U.S. military sites in the region.
Where's the argument? Where's the argument for that? Where's the argument?
You need an argument.
I need an argument. Yes, I need a fucking argument.
I'll give you an Islamic argument.
Army, I get money because I deploy with the Corps. I deploy in active status. I don't deploy like, here, I'll just stay in a hospital and I'll deploy. No, it doesn't work like that. You know, you get hazard pay because you're in this atmosphere. The thing is what people can relate to is like, you know, Rafi was basically pointing it out, you know, should they get incentives for when they have to be deployed to an extraneous, dangerous environment like Iran? Say, look, if we were to invade Iran, right? Should you get more? Or should your family get more? Because you're putting your lives in harm's way. Now, that'd be a very valuable question to think about, but we'll never go through that.
I mean, we already get like endangerment pay. You get hazard pay.
You do that. You get hazard and endangerment.
You get overseas pay. You got to think about it. So the average soldier, let's say that who's off the coast of Iran right now, they're getting hazard pay. They're getting, I think hazard pay is at $150. I'm not sure. Is it $150 every day you're out there or something like that? And then you get that plus you get endangerment pay. You get your hazard pay, your overseas pay, and then you get family step pay if you're married and you're away from your family. So I mean, I think they're making good money. Like those incentives we're talking about, the soldiers already get those.
No, we're talking about like this specific deployment, this specific engagement. You know, you're volunteering for this. You're in the Corps of the Navy. You don't get a choice on what deployment you're fucking getting. You're getting. Just getting whatever they assign to you. That's it. There's no choice. Your division.
Just sitting on a boat collecting a pension. Well, it's not what all of us want to do. We're all going to get activated. It's also great that about what happened between, we're going to get there decreasing the amount of troops in Turkey and because, there's so much more whatever. The money's still good. I'm saying, sure, we have a lot of good people. So, I can tell you, man, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I was speaking for the military, I think we make up money enough. I think we make a good enough money. I don't really see, you know what I'm saying? You get all these other extra incentives for being deployed and stuff. I don't see where the soldiers would need more money. They get a pay raise damn near every other year. I don't think people understand the magnitude of how much money we make. You realize at the end of last year, in December, soldiers got paid for 3 straight weeks. We got a regular paycheck.
Frigates could be used in the strait, like an Arleigh Burke class destroyer could be used. But they do keep the capital. Well, they're called capital ships. They replace the battleship World War II, obviously. But they keep the capital ships, as Gary said, offshore for their protection. Sinking an American aircraft carrier would be a major coup d'etat for the Iranians.
Well, that was going to be my point, and I appreciate the getting down into the weeds on this because I think Gary, your point is right that we should have prevented it from being closed in the first place, and I think Howard's point is right in saying that why didn't we do that?
It would have been a smart thing to do. Okay, so that's my second point. My third point, Gary, is that I have yet to hear from anybody on your stage or anybody in the media, including you at this point, and maybe you can correct me on this, but what was really wrong with the JCPOA? What I hear is, well, they have all this nuclear stuff. Yes, once Trump ripped up the nuclear agreement, they have all of this, for medical grade and so forth. They have what was agreed to. But I don't think anybody has given a credible reason as to what was wrong with the JCPOA, except maybe the one that my namesake mentioned, which is that he said Biden was stupid for giving the Iranians money. Well, that may be true, but I have yet to hear a better option. They want some compensation for their involvement, and it seems to me that there's no such thing as a perfect agreement, and nobody has said what was really wrong with the JCPOA. Am I missing something?
JCPOA. Well, there have been a lot of discussions about that on this stage in the past, maybe not recently, because it's not really the object of our discourse, but it raises its head again today, because what if this memorandum of understanding is a mirror image in large part to what the JCPOA was in the first place. There's been a lot of very heated discussion on the stage about the value or lack thereof of the JCPOA, frankly. But there has been discussion of that, and I'm sure you can research the various arguments and question more
those facts. I have yet to hear a good reason that the JCPOA was such a terrible thing. And I think the fact that it's going to be essentially redone, except probably weaker, proves the point. And I'll go to the last point that I want to make here, because I know your time is precious, and I want to leave on this point. One of the great things about the JCPOA was that it involved multiple nations. I don't think it involved Israel. So if someone wants to criticize the JCPOA for not bringing Israel into the process, then that's a legitimate criticism. But what I think will be wrong with the agreement that Trump gets, which is going to be in performance only, it's not going to be anything real, is that it will be a bilateral or very, very weak in terms of other countries, and I think that makes it a weaker agreement.
So the president claims that this agreement is better than the JCPOA. We haven't seen it, so we can't assess it. His public statements, as always, are bombastic. In 2018, he called it a horrible one-sided deal that should never, ever been made. Great. But here's the reasons that they outlined. And some people are going to agree with these reasons, and some people probably you will not. The sunset clauses and the temporary restrictions, the failure to address broader issues, weak inspections and verification, economic windfall to Iran, overall bad idea for the United States. It was a campaign promise that he made as well. So I would recommend to people, and I know I'm not delving into any of the nuances of this by just giving these little bullet points, but I think when we finally see the whatever they're going to sign, presumably on Friday, when we finally see the document, I think it would be absolutely prudent to hold it up to inspection against the JCPOA, look at the comparisons, look at the differences, and then we can individually and maybe even collectively decide whether this is a better deal than the one that the president ripped up.
I agree with that.
Very good point.
I have one more point I want to add to this, though, Gary, and that is to make kind of a crazy analogy, JCPOA and Obamacare. These were both works purpose. Nobody said when Obama left office that Obamacare was the last word on the subject. And I don't think Obama ever claimed that the JCPOA was the last word on the subject. But you have to start somewhere. And what Trump did is, instead of starting somewhere, he ripped the whole thing up and started again. And I think we're going to be in a much worse place for it and spend more money, and we've hurt our grandchildren. And I'll leave it there.
We will see, and we may see as soon as this weekend. Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Amir, followed by Wood.
Hi there, Gary, everyone else, all the mods. Yeah, I mean, with regards to JCPOA, I think you just touched upon it's the sunset clauses that was the problem. And if Trump can get a deal, which basically includes no enrichment. Now, that being said, with regards to what's going on currently, I think, as quite a few people have mentioned, huge disputes on clauses 1 and 2, apparently, regarding IDF pulling out of Lebanon, going sitting there, and no one really knows what goes on in Trump's mindset either. We can only guess. But for me, it's interesting that U.S. Foreign Secretary Marco Rubio has not really made any comments about this. I mean, has he said anything about that I don't know about? I mean, I do follow him.
I haven't seen any headlines, either that's by design, because I think we all would agree that he eyes the Oval Office, and he doesn't want to be associated with anything that's going to diminish his ability to get elected. And maybe he doesn't see this as a very good deal, and he doesn't want to really attach his name to it, and maybe that's why he's been silent.
Well, I mean, he's part of the administration, and he's the foreign secretary. So if the foreign secretary of Iran is going to put his signature on it, it only, begs the question why the foreign secretary of U.S. is not going to.
That's why they're sending Vance to provide cover for Marco Rubio, and to give Vance, some of the spotlight that Marco Rubio has been stealing from him.
Well, I think a lot of people think of J.D. Vance as Trump's butler, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely mistaken on that. I'm not reading it correctly. But anyway, put that aside, which was, I think, is an important point. The other main point, which I think a lot of people have missed, and nothing is mentioned about this, is the internal power struggle in Iran. And that is between the hardliners, who don't want to have any kind of deal with the US. In fact, they want to kick the US out, including all the military bases right across the Middle East. And those in Iran who basically they want to negotiate for their survival. And they want to be able to sell oil and get their billions of dollars blocked back. And it's just a survival thing for them. And part of those people are what so-called moderates. They're not really moderates, but they're less radical than the other group, which definitely don't want to have anything to do with the US. And they insist on resetting the clock on the destruction of Israel. So that internal struggle is actually quite important. Now, I think this process has a long way to go yet. I still don't believe there is going to be a long-term agreement. It's an MOU. It's towards a future agreement, and as we all know, an MOU to a future agreement is no agreement at all. I think that as part of this agreement, there is talks about diluting uranium from 60% to what is a non-enriched uranium, but at its core, it will be shattered. And because that conflict is not going to start, is now going to start, that is going to be played out over the next 60 days or so. And my bet is that because money is involved, they are going to be at each other's throat. Because that's how it has been all along. The circle of power has been reducing since 1979. And every time, a lot of people which were originally considered as one of us are now the enemy, and they are now pushed out of the circle. And that circle has been reduced over time, times and times again. And this is going to happen again. And until it becomes to a point that is just about to collapse. I think that is probably what is in the back of some people's mind. Perhaps not Trump, but part of the administration, perhaps Netanyahu and others. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Amir. We'll go to William, followed by Philip.
Hey Gary, hey everybody. If you have people, even at this level of memorandum of understanding, which is not an agreement, it's just almost like a preamble to an agreement, and even before there is the ceremonial execution of a memorandum of understanding, they're both, all the parties to the agreement, being Iran and the United States, the parties are saying, we don't have an understanding. If there's no meeting of the minds, there's no agreement. I mean, that's just basic contract law. There's not much more to it. And I think, to understand what's going on here, I think we're missing something. Don't look at the larger context of other things going on in the world, and part of that is the Iran in the Indian Ocean. So Iran in the Indian Ocean. So what is the consistent theme of that has gone on? Because we can't see the agreement. There's no transparency. We can't flip a coin. Do you want to believe Trump? Do you want to believe the Iranians? I don't really believe what's going on because we can't see the agreement. There's no transparency. We can't flip a coin. Do you want to believe Trump? Do you want to believe the Iranians? I don't really believe either of them. But then we're left to look for what does this really mean? What's missing here? Well, the consistent theme that's missing here is who benefits? Is a basic Machiavellian analysis. Who benefits? And who's Trump really representing? I mean, I think the Iranians have their fractured politics, and I'm not qualified to comment on that other than taking note that there are multiple sides within the Islamic Republic of Iran regime, but who benefits on our side? And it's not even clear from what we've seen who benefits from this deal. Do the people of the United States benefit from this deal? I think clearly not. So then the next level is, does Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner benefit from this? Unclear. Do the people of Mar-a-Lago benefit from this? We don't know. So I think there's a lot of missing pieces, and the fact that there's no actual there's no agreement, and the two sides, even before signing, are just in disagreement of what the memorandum of understanding contains. I think whatever happens next week, if anything, is just purely ceremonial and for show. And I don't think we really have evidence to say one way or the other what's included or not included, until we can see the breadcrumbs. We'll know if there's an agreement when the check cashes. And the fact that we are going to be funding our enemies sounds like it's a pretty big fail. So, and when I say our enemies, I don't mean the people of Iran. I mean the mullahs and the IRGC.
So do you feel the same way about the JCPOA that included giving money back to the Iranian?
I thought that was a flawed agreement, and it wasn't, as another speaker said earlier, I didn't think it was the last word. I think that rather than ripping up the JCPOA, Trump could have renegotiated. If he was acting presidential, he could have renegotiated a better agreement rather than just ripping it up. So no, I don't think the JCPOA was perfect, and I don't think it was the last word, and I don't think it was a final resolution of anything. But Trump's been president before. Don't forget, that he's president, and then he was not president, and now he's president again. So, did Trump So, I don't think you can just point fingers at one side or the other. I think it's been a big failure all around.
I just have a comment on the Strait of Hormuz. I think, it's such a great strategic advantage for Iran that it's stuff intact. I mean, I don't think they never sunk a oil tanker. They just had to threaten, the passage through there, and that basically stopped everything because it's so easy for them to take out the tanker or a American cruiser or one of those big ships. They just sit in the docks, putting that straight and being on the ocean. There's no real advantage to them. And then I just think,
I think we're better for it.
I have the Drewski clip as well. I have the one that's on Breakfast Club. I can play that if people want. I don't know. It's getting weird in here.
Oh, I'm happy to do that one. They will not withdraw. As far as they're concerned, it seems like they're saying that the agreements between the U.S. and Iran has nothing to do with what they're doing, and they'll continue doing what they do. Essentially,
that's what it seems like.
Yeah, it is. And I'm trying to find the article right now to see how much, in terms of money reparations, will be done from the United States and given to Iran for this illegal war, the damage they caused. So I'm trying to find that article right now. Obviously, Trump did what he had to do because he was losing the battle. He was losing the war. And he made a huge mistake even setting this war off to begin with. And this is his way of backpedaling and getting out of there. So it's really a disgrace to this country what he did. And he is a disgrace to humanity. And unfortunately, the people of the Middle East still suffer, and the people of Iran still suffer. Because Israel is not going to stop any of the atrocities. They will not stop the genocide. They will not stop their land grab and grab of natural resources. And this is a huge problem. So even if there is a treaty signed between the U.S. and Iran still has a right to defend itself from Israel, and I hope they do.
But Sam, Iran made it clear that Lebanon is their red line.
Kifak Ghost, how are you?
Alhamdulillah. So in this case, if Israel is to attack, God forbid, Al-Dahya, will Iran retaliate? And if Iran retaliates, because they did say that they will, is the U.S. going to get involved and this whole thing just gonna
that's a good point. I want to look into that too. So what you're saying is Lebanon's a red line. I agree. My understanding of everything that took place is that Israel obviously is not going to stop any of these military. And so what happens? So here's a scenario. So let's say they sign this treaty and it's all executed and all that. But what if Israel continues its aggressions and Iran retaliates? Does that mean that the U.S. will be dragged back into this?
Anything is possible. Israel will do everything in its power to derail the agreement, to resume the war, to continue the chaos. It will do everything in its power. They have been indicating it openly now. I mean, they're not even cagey about it. They are openly talking about it.
They are sensitive on Beirut. They are not sensitive on the southern region. Iran just threatens every time all about Beirut.
Well, the southern suburbs of Beirut, from what I've been understanding, they've come under fire, and I don't know the exact line in terms of where in Beirut or what.
Beirut as a whole, brother. Beirut as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to stop. It's my opinion that Israel's not going to stop until they conquer Lebanon. They're just doing genocide 2.0. And they're still not done with the genocide in Gaza. And the whole world sits back and does nothing about it.
And how about Trump's expressions that said Netanyahu is a man who doesn't appreciate our efforts? What do you think about these kinds of goddamn sentences?
Unfortunately, I have to use this example because I don't know what else to use. But anyway, you're familiar with that stupid World Wrestling Federation. You know how it's all fake. And those guys, like the good guy and then the bad guy, they talk all this smack. And then they go in the ring and they have a stupid match. And then it's all an act. So they know they're scripting each other out. They're playing a game. So bottom line is Netanyahu and Trump have an agreement that the U.S. will continue to supply Israel with money, that AIPAC controls the Senate and the Congress, AIPAC controls D.C. This is the Epstein administration. And they're putting on a fake fight for the press. And this is a swerve, and this is a distraction. They're actually in bed together, and they're doing everything. And they're trying to appease the mass audience. Or because here in the United States, Trump's popularity is near zero. And he's destroyed the Republican Party, and he's destroyed our economy. So when he steps up and says, oh, it's not my fault, it's his fault, then people say, okay, he's finally coming around. But he's just playing a game. He's a liar. Anything that comes out of their mouth is a lie.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. My question is Israel the red line or Netanyahu? Because if Netanyahu is not the red line, maybe they leave him alone. Because some guys in Israel are really against him. So don't you believe in that?
So who are you saying is against Netanyahu? Because in D.C. and in our government, it's hard for me to tell you who's against Netanyahu because they're all funded by AIPAC, the majority of the Senate and the Congress. And of course, Trump is in the back pocket of AIPAC. So, the people here in the country, the civilians, the non-politicians, of course, there's a huge rally against them. No, that we don't want any part of Israel, but we don't make the decisions here. So, unfortunately, we are, once again, the administration, this government's in the back pocket of Israel. They will do whatever they're told.
Yeah, I know. In the Senate, they just plan to continue forever. That's support Netanyahu because, if they feel they are being damaged by the situation made by Netanyahu, that no control over him, maybe leave him alone. But as you say, because you are more familiar.
And the bottom line is when you start following the money, follow the money in Congress, follow the money in the Senate, follow the money that bailed on Trump for so many years, follow the money that ensured Trump's win for the election after he was convicted of felonies. Follow all that money. It all goes back to the Zionist AIPAC. It all goes back to the Zionist, the money holders and the shakers and the movers of the Zionists.
The Jewish lobby, the Israeli lobby, basically. Yeah, makes sense.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we are the United States of Israel. We are not the United States of America.
It is ironic that you said that because I'm thinking, are we occupied or are you guys occupied? I don't know.
Good point. Very good point. But Sam, this is my opinion. Trump will be the last president from whom Israel can get many things done. And the president who comes after Trump may not be as amenable, and also because the American public is turning against Israel in many ways. So Israel is trying to get as much done as possible before Trump leaves office. And that's why I think they continue to wage the wars. They continue to steal lands. I mean, everything. There are two reasons. One is, of course, Netanyahu's own survival, and the other one is what I just said. That Trump is their best bet to get things done, which may not be possible when the next president comes.
Trump is,
The
Sorry, Brother Sam. I just have a question, brother. Based on what you just said, would you think that America's actions are her own or not really her own?
Absolutely not. We don't work independent. We are controlled financially. The media, and this is not conspiracy talk, anybody can research this. The media in the United States is owned by Zionists. The entertainment industry in the United States is owned by Zionists. The banking industry in the United States is owned by Zionists. The supply chain owned by Zionists. I can go on and on.
Economy basically is owned by Zionists. So
America is not. Go ahead.
So you would say, my brother, because we were arguing the other day, me and Edward, we were debating. So you think, would you call that influence or is it total control?
That's a good question. It is complete and total control. All the puppet masters are Zionists. The ones that pull the strings are Zionists. Okay, the United States is not a democracy. It's a hypocrisy. We're not here to have life, freedom, and happiness.
Someone like John F. Kennedy said something against Israel about their atomic plan. Is it just old days? But what is it?
JFK was very leery about that Israel was accumulating nuclear weapons, and he rubbed the lobbyists in D.C. wrong. So JFK was not murdered by some patsy who fired perfect shots from a building and nailed them every single time. It would not surprise me if that was a Zionist, that was a CIA Zionist and Mossad hit. It would not surprise me because he was vocally against Israel.
So basically what you're saying is it is complete and utter control, or pardon my French, they've got you by the balls.
That's what you're saying. And I'll give you a world example that anybody can look up themselves. You do realize that Epstein, the most prolific child murderer, rapist, and pedophile, was a Mossad agent.
Definitely right.
And what did he do? He set up a honeypot scam. What's a honeypot scam? He would bring in the most powerful people, and he put them in rooms with video, audio. He'd get them drunk, he'd get them drugged up, or they could be sober too because they're pedophiles. And he would bring in these girls, and these girls would be raped and murdered. And it's a great time. It's a party, this and that. The next day, he sits them down. He says, "Okay, you're working for us now."
We've got Deuteronomy of this.
Are we going to witness that in the future the court will put this off, this file? I mean,
the problem that we have is that AIPAC is keeping pushing down the Epstein files as much as possible, where there's the minority in D.C. who are pushing the Epstein files to the limit. One is the congressman or senator from California. His name is Khan, I believe. And there's another one, he's an Asian guy, I forgot his name. They're not controlled. They don't get money from AIPAC. They're pushing it hard. All these other countries where the Epstein files, where the names were released, respectively in those countries, those people were removed from
persecuted.
Yeah, they were removed from the office, and they're facing charges. All right, here in the United States, like that piece of shit Lex Wesner, Zionist bitch, he traveled to Epstein's island numerous times. And there's emails that you can read online. Go to the DOJ, look at the Epstein files, where he's saying, "Oh, hey, what's up, Jeff? I'll be down at the island, and I'm bringing my kids are 10 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old. The DOJ files to read. It's not conspiracy.
Wait, he's getting his own kids? His own kids?
Edward, I'm not trying to instigate anything or
Yes, you are.
Be part of any problem.
That's all you think, Marcus.
But Palestine mentioned that you and him were fighting yesterday.
No, you weren't.
We were arguing. Yes, we were. We were not fighting, though.
No. What do you mean? What were
we were debating the whole control and influence.
Oh, the control and influence. Yeah, that was not a fight. Not for Palestinians. That wasn't a fight.
Marcus wanted to be a fight. Can
You guys were
Yeah.
talking for him?
But listen, that wasn't even a fight when it comes to white people fighting.
I don't know.
I'm not really good for
Right now, that says it's total control, and he's a total American. Like it's Sam that thinks that it's control.
Yeah, Sam would think it's controlled. It's completely
but
true.
he's not just saying it's controlled. He actually brings up very good points. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But brothers, let me
Repeat them, Sam. Repeat them.
Hold on. Marcus, bro. Hold on. Just off topic. Is Sister A still here?
Yeah, we're trying to keep her quiet. Why? Oh, no.
I was chatting quite a bit. I'm giving people time, you know? Don't get me started.
Sister, check your Telegram, please.
Okay, well, sure.
Wait, how come he has your Telegram? I've not.
You know, first of all, Edward, I didn't even remember what my Telegram was, okay? I had to reset it. I had to trust me. I just got right back. So,
Not a single message.
I don't even have a Telegram.
Well, I'll give you my Telegram.
Are you on the World of Fierce forum? I'll find it.
Yes. Yeah, I am. My Telegram fits me pretty well, I think. My Telegram.
I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out.
Guys, you get a discussion group on Telegram?
It's not, I guess.
It's not really a discussion group. It's more like we post news, memes sometimes.
Is it possible for you to put it here because I really want to follow that?
Yeah, I think
it's in the link between Apple, like in the
yeah. On the top.
It's in there. Yeah, at the top. Yeah, it's in the pinned link.
Sorry, I can find it.
No, the pinned link, brother, above, on top of the first thing in the room is a pinned link. Go there.
It's on the top.
Yeah. Hey, brother.
Now I found it. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Kifak, Edward. Say again? Kifak, yes, I'm Kifak. Kifak, alhamdulillah, keep in time.
So, I'm gonna push back a little bit. What you said earlier, Sam. So, step by step, when you started at the deal that was reached between U.S. and Iran, and how Netanyahu has expressed dissatisfaction, and he said it has nothing to do with it. That does not mean, that he's not go out there and act on his own and start his own war against Iran. However, he knows better, because he's gonna get his ass kicked if he was to go it alone. Now,
I agree.
When are we gonna know whether it's a total control or an influence? Is when the U.S. decides we're just gonna still, fuel this guy. When he runs out of fuel, we're just gonna fuel him. In other words, we're just gonna fund him, and he comes back for a refill, and he comes back for a refill, to infinity, basically. If the U.S. says no, you're on your own, man. We're not gonna help you. We've reached a deal with these people, and we're not fighting this war. This is not our war. It's your war. Fight it on your own. Then we know if it's from control. It's just influence, and influence happens at the difference.
Number one, bomb Beirut, or if he doesn't bomb Beirut, that's one sign. And hold on, real quick. The second sign, if he does bomb, and Iran responds, and the U.S. does not get involved, that's also a second sign, I think, that is influence, not control.
What that is the point I was gonna make. I know for a fact that what do you call it? That Israel is not going to dare to attack Iran. How do I know that? Simply because Iran has a supersonic missile that can reach Tel Aviv from Tehran to Tel Aviv in 6 minutes.
Hypersonic.
Okay, that hypersonic. It's 6 minutes. That thing has not been touched or disabled. Okay, in fact, if anything, it's gotten strong. So I don't think Israel is foolish enough to mess with Iran. Now, what remains to be found out is whether Iran will adopt its own version of the Monroe Doctrine and say, Anybody that fucks with Syria or Lebanon fucks with me too. In other words, if you touch these two places, that's a war declaration. Okay, and I'm gonna attack. Is that gonna be worded into the final agreement? I hope it does. I really hope it does, because it's gonna send a signal to the world that there is a military coalition happening, even though it's only one side that's really strong that can stand on his own and fight the fight.
Oh no, I think you'll find Egypt joining Syria. Well, Syria is with Turkey, but I think you'll find Turkey and Iran. Egypt joining Iran. No, I think you'll find Egypt not fighting, but joining some sort of coalition.
What they're not gonna put in the Korean and the manpower.
Well, no. I mean, if it comes down to it, if Egypt is attacked, then Iran would also join in that attack. Remember, listen, Muhammad, you're forgetting one thing. Remember what Israel said. Turkey is next. So I'm sure Turkey, Iran, Egypt, Syria. I mean, Turkey's building up Syria now. Maybe even Hezbollah in Lebanon.
But they're thinking twice about it now after what happened with Iran.
I don't think they're thinking twice about it.
Okay. I'll tell you what I picked up from having.
Zionists? I don't know.
Hang on one second. I overdosed on NPR today, and all analysts agree on one thing. The entire world has acknowledged and recognized that Iran can take the world's economy hostage if it so wishes. So our country will have to think twice now before fucking with Iran. It was heartwarming to actually listen to that by top analysts.
And look how patient Iran was to get to this point. They knew about this for decades.
It's insane. And I'll tell you, and they all agree that the only reason why Trump, being the maniac that he is, and the egomaniac that he is, he only backpedaled and wanted to reach an agreement with Iran because the economy is in the fucking toilet. Then gas prices are going up and he's destroyed the Republican Party, and he's going to be a lame duck president. And comes November, there's a lot of consideration that he just thought, no, this ain't working out for me. Then this is like a relation. I'm getting to a relationship with a toxic man.
That's funny.
For sure.
And in this case, it fits, and the scenario fits perfectly.
But we all chipping in on that dinner, Edward. I chip in a little, you do too.
How did I get
You try to mitigate your taxes by giving to charity. We try our best.
Buy one of Trump's $500,000 or $100,000 watches that do not exist and have not been manufactured.
Holy shit. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Listen, as much as I hate the RGC, I think Iran has done really well for itself this run. I just hope and pray that these sanctions get lifted even gradually. That way, if the situation for the Iranian citizens doesn't improve, I have more of the reason to hate the RGC. I land.
I agree. I mean, we shouldn't forget the IRGC is terrible.
In life, unless we're willing to make the sacrifices and do the hard things.
I agree with that. Yeah. It just seems like, the concept, when we're talking about Kazan, and I agree with you. But at what point do you say, you know what, the game is rigged against me? It's no matter what I do, I'm still gonna fucking lose. But the other party, they have a 80-90% chance of winning. So I get what you're saying. I agree. And it's at the point where it's like, a lot of men are discouraged, a lot of men have been brainwashed, and they, capitulating to women's emotions. That's how it goes. We just kind of a path of least resistance, which is, I don't want a bunch of people looking at me like I'm an asshole, or an abuser, or a deadbeat, or a piece of shit, or a monster, or...
I understand. أخوي محمد هنا في الغرفة في قانون بيحكوا إنه ما حد يسأل التبرعات ولا شيء. مش فاهم على صدق.
ما حكينا في تبرعات في الحشد.
لا بس بالكلام مش إنه لأنك سألت ولا شيء. هم هيك.
أول مرة جيت عندنا إعلان فقط إنك أول مرة جيت.
Yeah, and English, you know. Unfortunately.
And tell
them there are Arabic-speaking rooms on here.
Brother, it's okay. We get it. I understand. Like it's a Palestinian brother. Don't sound very unwelcoming.
No. It's still an English-speaking room, though. I'm just saying, like, he should know that there are Arabic.
I understand, but there are Arabic speakers in this room that could change it. It's okay.
Edward, stop being white, man. Come on.
Stop being so bad. I'm saying the rule. Okay, what I'm saying is tell him that in case he doesn't know that there are Arabic-speaking rooms.
Yes, he does.
I spoke to him before. I told him, in this room, I don't promote anybody's donation links or whatever because there's an incident that happened a long time ago. And, you're welcome to open up your own space and, promote the link. Respectfully, I don't do it out of my room. Because there's been a lot of, I'm not saying you, but there's been a lot of scams out there. And it's not just for you, the rules are set for everybody.
But what am I doing? He can't speak English, I mean. He's trying to tell you in Arabic. He doesn't speak English.
You could translate, Edward.
Huh?
You could translate the message, Edward.
How are you, Amir?
I'm doing good. What's up with you, Sam? How you doing? You okay?
I'm doing good, man. It's been a busy day. It's good to be in this room. It's nice to see that we don't have anyone up here waving a flag for the genocide.
I mean, Ezekiel was here. We went back and forth, and it was just.
I missed him. I must have missed him because it wasn't like when I was here. I've been here for quite a while now.
Hey, Sam, I'm gonna ping your friend Sapien.
Oh my God! Yeah. Well, you know what? I haven't beat up anybody in a couple of days in real life. So yeah.
Guys, no Israelis got a chance to come up because Amir will absolutely kick him out.
I wanted to bring up a point, not to change the topic about Trump, and I wanted to just a brief history timeline. In essence, I wanted to talk about the impact of the Epstein files and the things that Trump has done to keep with as many distractions as possible. And as you all know, in this country, prior to the war in Iran, Trump sent ICE agents out to Minneapolis, to Minnesota, which is a very liberal state. It's a Democratic state. And as you know, the ICE agents were out there, and they did beat up a lot of people, and they killed. We know of 2 people. They probably killed more. The atrocities. Trump did this, in my opinion, to spark a civil war, or enough civil unrest to declare martial law. However, his plan backfired, and he had to call back. And then, he took the stage with, obviously, the Bibi and the Zionist puppet masters, and they began this war in Iran as not only a distraction, but he wanted to destroy world economies and also make us in this country, we're more concerned about paying for groceries, gas, medicine. We don't have time for the Epstein files. So, with this being said, let's say the Iranian deal goes through. Let's say there's no more warfare between the U.S. and Iran.
Tired of the Epstein files?
Go ahead.
Did you say that we don't have time for the Epstein files? I didn't hear that part. Skip out.
So what happened was, as you noticed when the Iran war started.
Yes.
You'll see that the major news networks.
Were
talking about.
Yes, I forgot to watch.
And now the Epstein went to the back burner. And now everything's the Iran war. Everything's the U.S. war. And also, the number of casualties has been falsely reported. That soon will come out in terms of how many thousands of Americans were killed. And also, all the military machines that were destroyed. And, as you are aware, Israel said many times they're not going to put any of their boots on the ground. They want U.S. troops putting boots on the ground only. And the U.S. never did that because they knew they'd get slaughtered. But what I'm saying, let's say this piece
and just the sound of boom comes after each scene. What is your reaction to these kinds of stuffs?
Well, you're always going to find people that are going to acquiesce for the enemy. And another thing you have to really wonder, are they really Iranian or are they playing the part? Are these people actually staged? But let's say they're the real deal. Let's say they're Iranian and they're waving the flag for Israel and they're waving the flag for Trump. These are obviously sellouts, and these are people that want a puppet regime put in Iran, thinking that that's going to give them a lot of freedom and bring back whatever democracy they think is missing. I'm not in Iran, so I can't speak for what's happening there. I can't speak about the government. I've never been there. However, I feel those people are sellouts, complete sellouts. And a lot of them may also be what I call paid advertisement.
Maybe, but they're not pretending. They're actually Iranians, but for a lot of reasons migrated to a country like US. But I don't know why. They know this bastard is making a genocide and is protecting someone like Netanyahu knows better they know better than us that they are doing a goddamn thing. But because they want a regime change, they say it's worth it. It's worth it. And no excuse is accepted by them because they say whatever the mean is should be good because we can make a regime change. But now they just don't know what to do after 40 days of war that Islamic Republic didn't go.
Well, yeah, this is unfortunate. You're going to see sellouts. I mean, here's another example. Have you seen the Lebanese president? He sat there and he gave these long-ass interviews from his pretty little house after he stuffed his face with 40 pounds of falafel, and he's wiping the crumbs off his face, and he's sitting there and he's condemning Hezbollah, and he's condemning Hamas. And the whole time, did he show any remorse for the people that were murdered? No. Did he blame Israel for anything? No. Did he call his so-called army together to form some kind of barrier, some line, protect his people? No. So, if you want to sell out, you don't have to look too far. Go to Lebanon, look at that president, and then you can put him in the same room as those Iranians. It's very sad.
What do you mean by sellouts?
I'm sorry?
You said so.
He's not here. Liquor.
Nothing new. Thank you.
That would be the same month as his.
Oh, I don't know the months I support for them, and we're just reminding them of the last kingdom before Islamic Republic, what happened for them, and how much dependent went and where they were, but they didn't listen to us and said that could be really worse than that. It could be a regime change and something like Venezuela comes about. But nothing like that happened. And my friend, someday during the war, called me and said my aunt's house, half of it was ruined, was just ruined in the morning. Some of them got to know the war was not the case, and some of them are just insisting and calling Islamic Republic to surrender. That is, I don't know from where these goddamn thoughts come. But I think the only thing that can justify these nonsense sentences is just economic issue. The economic issue here, for example, dollar was 186. One to one was $160, and now it's just came down to 165, and because of that expense, am I right? Expense.
Where are you from, Milan? Where you from? No, I think he said it's the opposite.
No. Which one is opposite? I said.
I said 1 tuman is $186.
Sorry, no. I was, I said wrong. Yeah, exactly the opposite. I was wrong. $1 is $164 now. I was wrong. Yeah. Because of the economic situation, people say these goddamn words and they don't think about the risks. Something like Bashar Assad case in Syria. His father came with coup. People were really, son of Shah gets the control, but courts here, absolutely the courts at the terrorist groups like Mujahideen Khalid, they don't let this guy. So I think people won't see the regime change and the next regime. We just have to think and move it more over. People are not that aware. They are following some news that are really biased. Something like the channel International, Iran International, made by Saudi Arabia and funded by Israel, is just exaggerating Israel bombardment and saying
International is made by Saudi Arabia and funded by Israel.
Yeah, and Saudi Arabia is funding it. Iran International is really worse than that BBC against the countries. It is not just colonialism. It doesn't want to control Iran. It wants it separated. And if you follow, some of the guys in that agency are living there. They are being fired because in the war they couldn't go according to the policies set by Saudi Arabia or Israel. And this goddamn channel is really related and controlled to Israel. Why? Because when Khamenei, the leadership of Iran, was terrored, this was the first channel announced this guy was terrored. That is absolutely right. Because some years ago, if it was claimed, I maybe doubted it. But now I think it's really, really right, because they are the first channel announcing every single terror. I think whenever, as long as people are following these news agencies, news channels, they don't get true information. They are getting false information, something like, for example, they say, okay, it was only the government of Iran that did that massacre, and they say, okay, every single guy killed on the streets was killed by the government, but I myself witnessed, and I was in the streets, that some guys carried guns against the police officers, and they killed, for example, 300 police officers and the security people, and they don't say these kind of random things. They just say, okay, something like a massacre happened. Okay, go against the government and make this country separated. They don't country forward to, I don't know, a valley that we've never supposed. And I think people, if don't change the media, this country will be ruined. Yeah, that's the case, I think. And I'm really upset about the case, because when I opened my eyes in this country, when I was born, the only thing I saw was controversial issues between people. They are discussing over goddamn things, even in parties. you can't believe it. For example, you go to the nature, you want to enjoy the parks, and they are discussing political things. And you say, okay.
I have no clue where you're going with this conversation. Let's go.
No clue of what?
Where are you from exactly?
I was, I think, 3 times here. You don't know me, you remember me. I said I'm from Iran.
Iran, I'm sorry, I missed that part. This is the first time I started talking to you. I know you were talking about Iran and everything, I just want to verify it. But I had a question for you regarding those riots that took place before the war started. How much involvement was from the Mossad and the CIA with those riots?
Let me tell you something. That's most of my friends are police officers, and it goes back to the days I was a military. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. When I passed my military service, I was in the police agency, police department. So most of them are police officers. I got 2 of my friends killed in the riots, and they were not carrying guns at the first day. On the first day, what they witnessed, they said, for example, on one street there was a blockade, and a lot of rocks were put over each other. They were shooting at safe. I don't know how to say that. What are those security people called that go for the riots? Are they crackdown officers?
Riot police.
Yeah, riot police. Yeah, they said most of the riot police officers were not allowed to carry guns to kill people. They were just guns to, for example, I don't know how to say that, some materials that you use to crack down.
Non-lethal. So they're using rubber bullets and probably tear gas.
Yeah, non-lethal. And just suppose that the second day they went to their commanders, said, if you are going to continue this, not allowing us to carry guns to protect our lives, and like the day before that 300 police officers were killed, we are not going to help the government. And suppose that IRGC set a plan to give them lethal guns to go and shoot at people whom they think are terrorists or are confronting the police officer with rocks, I don't know anything, supposed, and is playing the role of shield of terrorists in the streets, would be absolutely killed. Just suppose the police officer sees that guy as the shield of that terrorist. What is going to be done? Can you answer this question? People say that was a massacre, so they got killed, and I'm not gonna deny that most of them were innocent guys. I know some of them from my neighborhood. They were innocent people get killed, but maybe by those police officers, but not intentionally. And we have a speech from the leadership of Iran that says we divide people get killed to 3 parts. Some of them were really innocent. Some of them were cheated and used by, I don't know, rioters. And some of them are really the enemy. And they were Mossad. Mossad claimed, Mossad said and celebrated and said Happy New Year to his agents. And something like Pejak, the terrorist group, on the north eastern part of Iran said we had some of our officers in Iran got killed, and Mujahideen Shah said at least 100 of our guys got killed in that so-called protest. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm living in this goddamn country, but whenever there will be a protest, make sure that Mossad and all of these terrorist groups are going to utilize the situation. For what? Because they lost their power, I don't know, 47 years ago. And now they are not cared. The government, doesn't acknowledge them as formal groups because they are against the policies. I'm not gonna say IRGC is really right, but if there was no IRGC, no resistance, no Palestine, and no Lebanon and Hezbollah and Hamas would come about, because this was the organization taught those guys how to make missiles, rockets, and resist. And the case that we are now in is caused by some reformists in Iran. I don't believe in these people. Some of these people think if we give out uranium, America will make a deal. We've seen that in the past presidency. I think it was, 8 years ago. People celebrated the day that the deal came about, but nothing happened because Wendy Sherman came and said, the war suspended. The war suspended. When you have the line says sanctions are suspended, the war suspended, speaking by language, doesn't mean end. It means also saying sanctions will be lifted, but lift, as Wendy Sherman said, can mean suspend, doesn't mean necessarily to end. And some of the guys in Iran said to Mohammad Javad Zarif, why did you choose better words? And it was just about atomic sanctions, and nothing came about. And just, I think it was not wrong. It was the policy of United States that wanted to make this trap for Iran. And these days, have you ever noticed that he's complimenting Arachi as the tweets? Did you see? That's he's okay saying this guy is going to be a better guy than those ones, and is going to make a deal. Yes, because they are making a trap and complimenting a coward group, a cow group, I mean, and they just want to make deals more and more just to put more pressure on Iran. And I think if Iran surrenders to these guys, we'll absolutely lose the game. I think we lost our leader. We lost our leader. We have our children killed. 168 innocent children in Iran got killed, and a lot of people, and a lot of our infrastructure, and these people are just going to make deal. If this deal is not going to be under our leadership conditions, I mean, if we lose the Strait of the Hormuz, if we give our uranium, they absolutely attack again something like Libya. Because what happened in Libya? Gaddafi, or I don't know how to call it, he gave up all weapons and transferred them to United States. What happened then? 10 years after that, they attacked and got that land. This country is just based on occupation. This is their policy, and it's not gonna be ended. Sorry, guys, I made headaches for you.
Obviously, the Mossad and the CIA played a role with a lot of disruptions in Iran.
Could I answer you?
Yes, you did. You did indicate what was pretty obvious to many, that the Mossad and CIA were involved. I mean, that's how...
And I can send you some photos. It is somewhere that these martyrs are buried, and I can send you the photos of these guys, really beautiful guys. I mean the security guys, or just normal people that got killed during the war, and some of them say Pahlavi was really the most powerful influencer in that case, because he made that call for people. And let me tell you something. Pahlavi said we want people to come and protest and get their rights, okay? But during the war, I think it was not for normal people, something like a special guard forces of Pahlavi are on the streets. They are going to make damages to some forces, some Islamic Republic forces in this. For example, just out of the blue, someone came and shot at clothes and things like that. And this is the evidence that they carried weapons with themselves.
About our agent provocateurs, and these foreign agents that go in and they pretty much kick the beehive. They start all the problems, and that's their intention. And it's once again, it's a CIA and a Mossad operation, and it's a shame that innocent people had to die. And then when the U.S. decided to blow up that school that had all those schoolgirls in it, and they sat back and said, "Oh no!" First they said we didn't do it. Iran did it themselves, but then admitted that they did it. And then they said there was missiles there at the school. They had to do it. It's the same nonsense. It's absolutely nonsense.
And something like a rumor is really, we have a rumor here that say, okay, those guys ruined the banks, fired the streets, and made a lot of damages to traffic lights and things like that. They were from the government itself. Why do you support these guys when government says they will be executed? So if they are from the government body itself, why are you going to support them not being executed? Let me tell you, at least 6 Mossad agents got executed before war, and because of that, Trump was saying 30, I don't know, 60 people got prison in Iran, and Iran called me and said, we are not going to execute them, and I said, okay, I'm not going to head the war. I don't know, but they themselves are claiming that we got a real influence in Iran, and something about courts, that Trump said, I gave them a lot of weapons, but they didn't deliver them to the people of Iran, and that is showing why that 3,000 half people is not few number. You know, that was massacre, but by who? That was not that was not decided. That was not intentional. When you see your friend as a police officer next to you is getting killed by some guy in the crowd and people are clapping for that terrorist, what are you going to do? You just shoot a gun in the sky, and your next shot will be at the I don't know how to say that, police officers, and they were treated like that. You know, that is, and they let those terrorists do that again. If you just threaten the police of USA, they just by one single. But in Iran, you have to be silent. When someone says there was a massacre, I myself get silent because
am I right? The words. They just say that was a good excuse to do that, and they justify their deeds. I don't know why, but I live in this country. Maybe in the future gets better, but no way instead of resistance. Because I read something in the history. Let me share with you. Before Islamic Republic, we got someone called Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, the father of this goddamn guy. On our age system, I don't know how to say the year system. I mean, on our year system, it is 1320. You can change it to your own year system. 1320. Reza Pahlavi went for Hitler and thought that it's better to go and support Hitler instead of Britain. During the World War, they fired him and postponed him and sent him to an island called Moors. I think it's near Africa. 1320 was the year this guy, Reza Shah, the grandpa of Reza Pahlavi, was sent to that island, and instead of this guy, Muhammad Reza Shah came. 3 years after that king sent to the island was dead. He died, and in these 3 years, he couldn't take back his father. What kind of powerful kingdom is it that Pahlavi people claim that he couldn't take back his father, and it is kind of treating his father. And let me tell you this, that he died at 1329. After these many years, his body was taken. Dependence to a country and a foreign outsider is really, really terrible. They say, okay, why shouldn't we be like Saudi Arabia? It is dependent to US, and they got their lives. They have the best machines, they have the best factories, got the best stadiums. But that's not the case. If you go to the am I right? Asylum? Do we call those poor neighborhoods asylum?
Poor neighborhoods, usually they're called more ghetto than asylum, I think. Asylum is where you go somewhere to be safe from any type of persecution.
No. I confused the word with something else. We have a lot of poor neighborhoods and streets. You see people are just lying on the ground and sleeping there. They are spending their time there. But the people of Iran just see whatever Iran International is showing them. You know, Netanyahu said something in the past years that the thing we've got in Iran, we've not got that in Iraq. That is media. Show them Hollywood movies and change their life, style, and culture. They themselves go and protest against the government, but they couldn't because you're witnessing that a lot of people are shaking flags. They know they are religious. They know that Islamic Republic is better than any kind of other government because it would be separated after that regime change. Yeah, I'm just word sucking. Sorry, I think I expressed my feeling and opinions. I could drop by.
No, you certainly explained a lot, and you shed a lot of light about Iran and
and the upheaval that took place prior to the illegal.
I don't know. This illegal war is, I think, going to be the last one. One guy here was speaking about hypersonic missile, and that is a really good technology, but we've got something newer, and that is Majid system. If you search it, it comes up, and you can search it and know what it is. Majid system works with infrared. Works with infrared, and that is a modern system. And I think that was the system could take down F-18, I think it was, or F-16. Yeah, they didn't present and they didn't use during the war was Raptor 22. They don't know what kind of hell they're going through. They don't know what kind of hell they're going through. If they come here, we will absolutely show them what war is exactly. And we are really ready. If you know, believe it or not, we have youngs here, we have teenagers here, are really ready to sacrifice their soul, sacrifice their body to save the country. And also the Islamic Republic, because they think that is a holy government, not government, holy movement. The whole movement that is going to save votes, and Muslims can find their dignity again. Yeah. Could I answer your question? I think I really spoke a lot.
No, you did, man. You gave a lot of details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just try to improve my speaking skill because I'm an English teacher here, and really I'm interested in politics. Every night I can come here and participate in discussions, sometimes watch TV. But someone like Fayaz here or you are really good at politics. You know, in a lot of details, you can discuss them and drop your ideas so people can agree and disagree, and you can convince them. But my English is not that good. Maybe because I don't have that much idea. If you don't have idea, not that information about Palestine, you cannot speak that much. But about Iran, I'm really good at it. What time is it there, bro? What time is it there?
Well, where I'm at on the East Coast, 7:38 p.m. Eastern Standard.
7:38 p.m. And people here know that this is 3 a.m., but they are waiting for World Cup game. How to say that? The game that we have in New Zealand, people are just awake, but some of them don't care about it. Well, I hope something good happens. What do you think, Sam? Do we have a war again? Because you know much more than me. Is there any they don't match each other? What do you think?
Well, the United States and Israel can never be trusted. And will there be peace for Iran? It's very hard for me to say that. It would not surprise me. The point that was made earlier is after all these so-called peace deals are executed and signed, that Israel would strike into Lebanon, and then would that cause Iran to strike Israel, and then would the U.S. step up and say, oh, you can't strike Israel? So no, I don't have any faith in it. I don't believe in it. There will never be peace for Iran, unfortunately, or for any of the Arabs in the Middle East, as long as the United States bankrolls and supports the terrorist regime of Israel.
Yeah. And as an American, if you could do something about making policy change, well, what would be that? I mean, is there I mean, is that control really a lot that you cannot do any single change in the policy of being controlled by Israel? I mean, because Iran and Hezbollah are separated from each other. They are allied, but United States and Israel are really going matched to each other. As an American, can you do any single thing? Because I'm not sure.
The only thing that would fix this country would be to clean out the Congress and the Senate and get out all of the Israeli influence and take away all of the political influence from them. That would be the only way that we could recover this country back to its citizens. I mean, that's a huge undertaking, and it's not going to happen. I mean, this control is just too fierce. The control is too embedded. It's too strong.
My question is always what happened after, for example, after Abraham Lincoln or John F. Kennedy. These guys were somehow not dependent to Israel. They were controlling their policies. What happened after that? That nobody could come and say something against Israel policies. They just grabbed and supported. What happened after these guys? Did Israel do a special thing about that control? I mean, do you have any clue about it?
Well, I think that there's been a the major control with Israel started at the inception and the creation of their country. And that was also a lot of lobbyists and the political action committees. The question that you posed is not easy to answer. If for decades this entire society in the United States is governed and controlled by a foreign body, and to break away from that, I don't see how that's going to happen. To me, it doesn't seem logical. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. They're too strong. There's too many of them. They're too strong.
Do you really think, guys, do you really think that it's control or influence? Or is it like, type of control?
This is a good point. I mean, this is black male control. This is typical, what I call the honeypot Mossad. These are the...
I don't know shit or this and that. When Trump is doing this to him, why doesn't he expose Trump?
Because I think it's really a script between the two of them. I think they're really just they're shadow boxing. I think they're just putting on a show. I think they're doing it as a distraction. I don't believe they're really at odds with each other at all. I think Netanyahu is telling them what to say, keeping it spicy like that so that people don't focus on the real problems. And, it's kind of like, Trouble in Paradise. It's like a tabloid thing. Look at these two. They were best buddies. Now look at them. I think it's all bullshit. I think that's really a ploy. I don't believe that they're really at odds at all.
I'm just thinking about, I actually thought about this, right? So let's say tomorrow, if Trump parts ways, right, with Israel, but then don't you think that, look, even though I dislike this McDonald leader, Orange Man, right, this guy that's leader, you don't think that there's a chance, God forbid, chances of him getting assassinated by, this entity called Israel?
That is valid. I mean, a lot of people have talked about that. As far as all the crackpots that tried to do it, those were certainly not well-trained assassins by any nature. Those were just weirdos that came out of the woodwork.
But yeah, I mean, if he finally sends.
Just like turn down the volume or the lights a bit.
Right.
Try that one.
No.
Okay, well now you definitely look sus.
If why does your hairline look like it's heavily receding in this picture?
I don't know, maybe I'm going bald, who knows?
Don't do that.
I think my hair looks great in that photo.
Doesn't look bad. Jeez.
No,
I want you to shave your hair.
Lighting.
I think I look.
You need to shave your head.
Shave it again. Not again.
Shave it.
Let it grow out a little bit. Give it a
No,
few
he
more
has
weeks.
ugly hair. It's straight and spiky.
My hair
I like it.
But it just grows out of his head like a lettuce. It has no flow to it.
has no what?
It's has no direction. It's just pure chaos. Because it's all straight, right? It can't be fluid bend.
How about maybe a French crop?
Okay, yeah, he needs to have because his face is very square.
It's a Caesar cut.
You have a square face, and you need a little bit of softness on the hair. It needs to be a little bit rounded. It's on top, right? Like a little curl or something. And this would look good on you, Jacob.
Like how my cousin looked?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what your cousin looks like.
How the fuck do we know what your cousin looks like?
I don't know. All I see is that you have a very, angled jawline.
Belly to belly saw a picture of my cousin, I think.
I don't know.
You were looking at my family.
I did.
Spoiled brat.
Nah, it's the only time
You have no right. You have no right to call schizophrenia.
Does your mom look? Is that fractal on the bottom? It is.
Yes, I hope not.
Well, fractal if it is, I hope the IDF bombs the shit out of Compton, where you went to school. And you can't text me because I blocked you, bitch.
No. We Trump, that when he had to speak up loud. So that kind of goes back to the time that when was picking the girl when it was about 19, 20.
Well, I kind of heard about half of what you said, but being a lesbian has nothing to do with gender.
No, because that couple.
No, a man identifying as a lesbian is the beach.
That's what
I didn't know I was a lesbian until I found out what they did.
Yeah, well, once again, either a man or a woman identifying as a lesbian has nothing whatsoever to do with gender.
I thought that gender was what you think of.
Other people you want to have sex with.
Hello, guys.
Hello!
Yeah, City, why you have everyday same topic at his?
Oh, does he talk about this all the time in all the rooms?
No, I mean, why every day you have the same topic, us and atheists?
I'll tell you why. Because he brought you.
Because I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I pray to Allah. I read Quran.
So I don't think this is hurting sentiment of other religion people.
Then why are you here? Then why don't you leave quietly?
But a lot of people come here, listen to you. So
are you from Pakistan or India?
No, India.
Okay, so why are you here?
I think, I have a sentiment with Allah, Quran, Muhammad.
So why are you here? I've asked 3 times now. You haven't answered the question.
Because he's ready to give up Allah.
Because every day when you
it sounds to me like you're thinking maybe you might want to become an atheist.
It's okay. You can join.
It's okay. You can join.
You hit that club.
No shame. It's okay.
Brother, listen.
I am listening.
I don't want to.
Hang on. You asked me, why do I hold this room every day? The answer is because you're here.
Bro, I think you have no job. Now you're retired.
And you know what? You're right. I have no job. I'm homeless. I live on the street. I live in a tent. You're right.
No, you have good money. Now you just want to manipulate people.
Yes, you're right. I want to manipulate people, especially you.
But you're right. I'm not going to get manipulated from you.
You are right. I want to manipulate you. You are right.
Well, I don't. See. My heart is filled with love of Allah. You're never gonna get inspired.
Then why are you here in an atheism room?
Good for you. So Kafan, this room is for anybody to come in and ask a question to an atheist. Ask any question you want. So, do you have a question? Or are you just complaining about the room?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, what's your question?
For you, who created you?
That would be the one to fucking. Well, let's stop there. When you say, who created us? So you mean like the parents that engaged in sex and the mom got pregnant and gave birth? That would be my parents. But do you refer to like the you as in humanity? And it's not a who created us, it is a what and a how. Okay, it's not really creation.
I believe that when 2 people have sex, then the children get born. This is how you are created.
But okay, great.
How does it start?
Okay, so you want to ask how does life start in the
make
planet,
a baby?
Everything starts.
It starts with like stimulation of the peanut gland, ejaculation, and then like sperm migrate up the,
No. So JCC, I want to know who created Adam.
Who created Adam?
Yeah.
The first person?
Which Adam?
He's talking about the first person. So Adam and Eve, Adam? So hang on.
Yeah.
A who is not what I hold to Adam existing, right? If Adam is a fictional story in the Bible. However, if you're referring to the first Homo sapien, there wasn't just a first. There was a plethora of them that developed through the process of evolution.
One of them being Adam West. JCC, do you know Adam West?
I am Batman.
There you go.
But JCC, you don't have a proper answer on that.
I did give you a proper answer. That is a proper answer.
No.
That's no. But what is a proper answer? Now I'm going to make fun of your accent because it's fun to do. What's a proper answer, Dave? Can be backed up. It's factual. It's not a mystery. Allah, God, and all the other gods, those are mysteries. Those are beliefs. I'm not here to tell you not to believe, but I gave you a factual answer.
No, you have no proof for that.
We do have proof. Now you call me a liar. No, I'm not a liar. There's proof. Evolution is a fact.
JCC, he's a troll.
I'm not a troll, Steve. You're talking so
He
much.
is a troll.
I noticed your accent changed a little when I said that. You are a troll.
Yeah, it's okay. This is how I talk.
It's perfectly okay. We welcome trolls. It's okay. We welcome trolls.
I'm telling you.
just as long as you don't take up someone else's time who wants to speak. You and the rest of your trolls are.
Next, he'll be telling us how he works for the FCC.
So we got a couple of new folks up here. DJAA, what's up? You got something to ask?
I actually do. The first thing is I find it funny that there's like Indian Muslim.
He's probably to the northwest or something.
Yeah, but Pakistan. But anyway, that's a side note. I do have a question. Ask that atheist anything. I've been, and this is kind of like a personal dilemma, so I don't want to like project on anybody. But the difference, just on y'all's opinion of atheist or atheism and Gnosticism, is it that great? Is it such a great difference?
Are you asking agnostic or Gnostic? Because Gnostic is saying they know. Agnostic is not knowing.
Okay.
They don't know.
Okay. So Gnosticism is like, and this is just my limited understanding of the whole concept, right? A search for knowledge. So I understand there's agnostic who believes they don't know anything. Is that what y'all are saying?
Well, they don't know anything. It could be any topic, right? What do you know about this? They can say, I'm agnostic on electricity, right?
So, but in regards to religious.
Let me also chime in. Agnostic or Gnosticism could also be that I've been doing the research for years. I am very knowledgeable on both sides, and I have my doubts.
Right.
And she's saying Gnosticism.
Right. I'm actually just trying to real quick before we proceed into my actual question, just to clarify if I'm using the right terminology, because Gnosticism.
No, Gnosticism.
No. Impact, I got a question for you. Are you an atheist?
I do not identify as an atheist.
Okay, what do you identify as?
From time to time, I identify as a human.
All right, what do you identify as right now? We'll try that.
A human.
Okay, very good. So you do not identify as an atheist, is that correct? Wow. You're not identifying as an atheist right now, is that correct?
I haven't identified as an atheist since I was a teenager.
All right, very good. Do me a huge favor, just for a few minutes. Don't want to see you go on mute, because I think she wanted to ask the atheist, but if she wants to ask a human, she's more than welcome to do that. So just hang on for. Well, I guess the human is free to speak then.
Be human. We're all human.
Now, do I believe in a God? No. But I don't think that makes me an atheist either.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what atheism is. Not believing in a God.
No. Atheism is...
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, let's hear his definition since he disagrees with ours. Impact, what's the definition of atheism?
I think I have a working definition of atheism being a person who spends a whole bunch of time talking about how they don't believe in it.
Well, that is not true. That is not true. That is absolutely wrong, and I will tell you why.
Well, no, it's a definition.
When I finish telling you why you're wrong.
Oh, you can tell me why you think I'm wrong.
Yeah, go on mute. I will tell you not only what I think. Oh, we gotta dump that person. Obviously, Brian can't wait. Brian, can you wait to talk? If you can, I want to speak to you. Okay. All right, you can't wait, so you get bounced to the goo. That's okay. We attract all types here. So, Impact, the reason why you're wrong
Steve Apple show
is because somebody can be an atheist and hardly spend any time talking about it at all. You don't have to spend a lot of time talking about God or a lack of belief in God to be an atheist. You can spend no time talking about it and still be an atheist. The amount of time you spend talking about an atheist has nothing whatsoever to do with the definition of atheism?
What if someone knows in a God? Could they still be an atheist?
The definition of an atheist.
Well, you couldn't be about to answer the question, but I'll listen.
You didn't think I was answering your question?
Well, not if it was a posed question.
Steve Apple.
So what does that mean? Did the answer require me to do something? Just tell me, what does the answer require then?
Closing the question is typically warrant a yes or a no.
Oh, so you want a yes or a no? Well, all you had to do was say that, buddy. Go ahead and ask the question. I'll give you a yes, no, or I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, I heard JCC say...
Okay, you want to talk to JCC? I'll shut up. Would you want to talk to JCC?
No, I'm recovering.
Okay, then don't JCC. Just ask me the question again. I'll give you a yes, no, or I don't know.
Canada, John Kitover, go to
That's
John
what you want.
Kitover, Chicago.com.
How do you define atheism?
This is the Steve Apple Show. Prove to me God exists.
It's somebody who doesn't believe in a God.
Fair enough. Now, what if someone does not believe in a God, but they know in a God?
I have no idea.
Can they be an atheist?
An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe in God.
I hear you, but the answer to my question is never.
I gave you the answer. I said I have no idea. I don't know.
Now, that really kind of brings up what the lady was talking about on stage, because she did very clearly say Gnosticism, right? And though I'm not very well read on Gnosticism, I know it has must have something to do with I think it was the island gnosis, right?
I don't know. Hello. I've never heard the word before. Island gnosis. I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, Gnosticism has to do with knowledge, like knowing it.
Yeah, you're on island gnosis. Never heard that before.
Never heard that either. I'm not talking about the island. I'm talking about what Gnostic means.
No, yeah, JC, I was talking right. Yeah, you're talking impact. Never heard
So
that.
Yeah, I never heard it either, right? That was me.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly.
Agnostic, agnostic, and Gnosticism are all knowledge claims. Has to do with knowing. Well, it's the same thing, teaching. I know language. I'm gonna jump out there and say I probably know words better than anyone on the club is. Now, you put more than one together, maybe not. Yeah. So, my understanding that it comes from the name of Gnosis, the island. Okay, I didn't know it came from the word Gnosis, but I didn't know it referred to an island. It refers to knowledge, correct? Yeah, it means knowledge. Okay, great. So we agree. So when someone says they are Gnostic, right, they're saying they know. They know with certainty that what they believe is true. Like a Gnostic deist, a Gnostic atheist, those people are Gnostic. They're claiming they know it to be the case.
Okay, I got a question. What country does the island called Gnosis belong to, and where is it located?
I would imagine it's Grecian.
Okay, so Greece owns the island of Gnosis. Okay.
I'm not certain, but I think it's...
You're not certain? I thought you were the smartest person on Clubhouse when it came to words.
Words, yeah.
Well, you bring up a word that neither JCC or I have heard of. You said it's an island. Yeah. So logic would dictate you would probably, since you're the smartest person on Clubhouse in this category, know where it's located and what country it belongs to. No?
Again, Greece, because it's Crete.
Yeah, you already said that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm familiar with Crete. I'm familiar.
Okay, so
I'm familiar with the island of Gnosis. I've never heard that before.
Well, is Crete a part of Greece?
I think so, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. Why are we talking about geography now?
Because he brought up the island of Gnosis.
I know. We just don't know those.
No, JCC, you continue.
Okay. We're derailing. It's so funny how that happened. Anyway. But yeah, so gnosis. What is a Gnostic again, JCC? Someone who knows, right? They're not holding a belief.
Wait a minute. He's an expert in words, and he's asking you, why would you ask JCC the definition of a word when you're self-proclaimed the smartest person on Clubhouse when it comes to words? Why would you do that?
One needs to establish a proto-demeanor.
One needs to establish a what?
Okay, well, I mean...
No, what did you say? One needs to establish a what?
A proto-demeanor.
What does that mean?
Scotty, you know what that means? Have you heard of that, Scotty?
Hello?
Okay, so,
he's in the Matrix on my end.
Yeah, you're breaking up there.
Now you're in the Matrix. Just getting to the good part, and he goes into the Matrix. Now we can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, when JCC...
now, what does the word mean? What's the definition of the word?
I'll get to define the word for you.
Okay, so you're basically saying, Steve, I'll define the word later, but right now I want to talk about JCC. Okay.
Well, that's your characterization of what I'm doing. So when I have JCC,
exactly what you're doing. Go ahead.
That is your characterization.
Well, define the word first.
I will. You can look it up.
Okay. Go ahead.
I can't even spell it. It's okay. So, when I asked JCC, the meaning of gnosis, I get that when you put an A in front of a word, you get the not, so you have knowing and not knowing. However, I've heard Gnosticism used in several different contexts that are really fucking confusing to me. That's a part of my suffering in studying these goddamn words.
And that's probably why you just backed up my conclusion. After speaking to you for 5 minutes, that's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth, and I'm no expert. But it's clear to me, black and white, no gray, you are not the smartest person on Clubhouse when it comes to words.
Yeah, because Gnostic means they know. They're Gnostic on the subject. Yeah, I get that, but is it ever used in a context outside of just whether someone knows or not?
Once again, the smartest person on Clubhouse regarding words is asking JCC for his opinion.
Using agnostic or Gnostic or agnostic is going to be related to some level of knowledge about said topic. It's not going to be used outside of a knowledge at all. Now, the Gnostic religion, Gnostics are those who claim they know.
Of dinner for
I'm
sure.
not concerned about the other word he said. What? It was a P something. Prolegomena.
It is the center and the circle also at the same time. It is all there is and all that there is not. Niti.
Okay, I leave you to it. I hope you enjoy, because I know you're not here looking at this thing, right? Like, why would you be here looking at this fucking shiny pearl?
He was telling his story, right?
Need just a little friction to create a pearl.
He actually got completely disassociated with his family, friends, everyone else. Even food. And he ended up in hospital, basically. And then he started doing different kind of meditation, which were more materialistic. I don't know what he meant with it. I still have to figure it out.
When I think of colonization, I'm just thinking to myself in terms of like the indigenous native land and how we originally began. I feel like our world has gotten so violent that now people will do anything in the name of violence, in the name of profit. And it's just become so confusing that it's really hard to see who in fact is doing good versus who's in fact trying to survive versus who is in fact trying to stay alive. So
I come here from Nicaragua. I committed a crime. I hurt a bunch of people. That is decolonization.
No, sir. I'm saying when this land over here, because I'm in America, right? Canada, America, Mexico, all of us here, right? All of us here. In terms of the native and the indigenous people.
All right, so she asked me.
Okay, cool. See you later. Have fun, y'all.
Just so you know, you look African as well.
No, I actually don't.
We got a 10.
Be Liberian and quick eyes. All right, got that. MJ Day. I don't know if you want to give El Normal a chance to speak. Sounds weird, but
Hopefully not.
yeah. So, all right, bet. So Day, MJ, okay, anything towards the title? Not El Normal.
Apparently, some folks were.
Is your name MJ? Is your name
Free
MJ?
people of
Is
color
your
who never,
name MJ?
who were never enslaved.
Is your name MJ?
I think you know the answer to that
Then
question.
why the fuck are you talking?
Because this is an audio app. Did you?
Dumb fuck.
Damn. It's just funny how certain people want to, come into spaces and talk on cultures that they don't belong to.
Why
I guess
not?
that's a dumb statement, MJ. You don't have to. Oh my God. You
don't have to belong to a culture or be educated.
I have a rule. Hold on, you guys. I have one rule here for right now. Everybody that don't speak has to be alive.
Hello, Steven? Hello? Hello?
All right.
All those raise their kids differently, man. I don't think Americans raise their kids. The suburban versus rural people raise their kids different. This is all regardless of race. So, yeah, my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I never did answer the question because I came in on other stuff. But do migrants raise their children differently?
So you raise your children differently.
I thought I was Liberian.
Something like that. You definitely don't look Black American.
Okay.
Why do y'all think y'all look like?
Hold on, what a Black American?
Why do y'all think y'all look like? Nah, hold up. Why do y'all think y'all actually been blend in like that? Like y'all.
Why do you think you look
I've been in my whole life.
I do.
I didn't even know what I was talking
By the way.
about.
So what you look? What I look like I'm from?
But this guy looks like a straight Ghanaian. That's the crazy part. He looks like my Ghanaian cousin.
You look like a
Here they go making it. Hold up. What are some of the differences between how immigrants versus non-immigrants raise their kids in America? Get back to that.
I got an example. It's an African family that's there across the hallway.
If I'm of that same mind, I don't know.
Of course you're not. That's why it's a silly, stupid conversation.
I mean, that's an interesting characterization.
So we move past of what you mean by knowing in a God, right? So you accepted my explanation of someone saying, "Hey, do you believe in a God?" And I asked them define it. They do. Then they define it. I now understand what they mean by believing in a God. I don't believe in it. So now what? You understand that? That's what atheism is.
And so back to my original question then, can one know in a God?
Okay, we're
well, by your standards, then what I'm hearing is
you didn't clarify what you mean by know in a God.
Okay.
I said what I said to help understand what atheism is. So when you ask me know in a God, does that mean the concept of a God? When someone shares their belief in a God, they're sharing their concept of this, what I like to say, a fictional character, right? Mm-hmm. So that doesn't mean I know in a God. I know of the concept of what they're believing in. It doesn't mean I know it exists.
He's not going to define it, JCC.
I don't know that I have a good definition of it. However,
I get really frustrated with people that use words when they don't know what they mean. I find that not only very silly, but I also find it disingenuous. But that's okay. You are true to character.
No, I mean, okay, whatever. So,
why do you say no? Why don't you just say, yes, Uncle Steve, you're right. I use words that I don't know the meaning of. Yes.
So, what is...
He's everybody's
what does it
uncle.
mean to believe in something?
In the lifestyle.
Accept the proposition of X. You're accepting the proposition of X.
Accept the proposition of X.
Proposition of X.
Yeah. You're convinced of proposition X enough to believe in it. And then you may further investigate it to gain more knowledge, more information of it.
Sharing with me what a proposition is.
A statement.
A proposition?
The most knowledgeable person on Clubhouse wants JCC to define what a proposition is.
Well, I mean, pro is before and position is something's place, but
you said you were the smartest person on Clubhouse when it came to words, and you're not only asking for the definition of the word proposition, but you just admitted you use words when you don't know the definition.
It could be a statement or question of said topic. So, I mean, that's neither here nor there, right? So our understanding of what an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a God. And the concept of God needs to be understood. Because there are some people who are agnostic atheists, meaning they don't even understand what the term God means because there's no reference point for it. They have no concept of it. They don't accept these concepts of it.
As Buddhist, Taoist, Christian, atheist, secular, they're subconsciously using Confucian ideals within education, self-discipline, their family, their character development. And Confucianism is a philosophical bedrock that later mixed with Taoism, Buddhism, Zen, samurai tradition, and eventually, I think, gives rise to the hero archetypes that we see in storytelling today. You know, you can see traces of these ideas from Sun Wukong evolving into the samurai code, you know, Star Wars, and even like anime characters like Goku, Naruto, Luffy. These heroes go through this intense self-cultivation until their actions become effortless and their character becomes powerful. So, but obviously I'm wrapping up now, but there are issues here, like, you know, what happens when when authority is wrong, or what happens when your family is corrupt. What happens when this self-cultivation creates a 1,000 counterfeit people who lack genuine authenticity? Similar to what Sonny was saying about the hierarchy, you know, it's easy to see people, you know, responding in a disingenuous way, maybe. But this debate between Confucius and Lao Tzu, Taoism teaches effortless spontaneity, and Confucianism teaches this trying not to try cultivation. You know, one says let's go, one says let go, and the other says, you know, practice it. And there seems to be two instincts within human nature where, you know, you have Confucius and Lao Tzu. They're not just arguing, but they're two forces pulling on every individual in every civilization. And we see this kind of manifesting in politics, like right versus left ideologies. It's this desire to shape ourselves and this desire to trust ourselves, you know, which is ironic because they found themselves in this yin-yang duality of where, you know, this all derived from. But the truth, or the hero, is on the line of the yin and yang to achieve that ultimate balance. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Bugs. You know, you gave the initial example of the vinegar taster. You talked about Lao Tzu, Confucius, and Buddhism, and you know, we went through these different positions earlier on as well in terms of you know, tasting the vinegar and seeing it as sour, humanity being flawed, versus tasting the vinegar and smiling and assuming life to be perfect. So you talk about this concept of Yu-Wei, the flow state, where actions become effortless. And so what you're saying is that the rituals and rules and conformity that Confucian philosophy adopts is really to enact that there is this concept of Da, which is a halo effect through virtue, charisma, presence, and power. So to get to that stage requires an intense self-cultivation. And so you suggest that in the warring states of China, the generals and the leaders often tried to pursue or advocate this Da state in terms of success in life. And so the relationship between Wu-Wei and Da is that Wu-Wei, if you follow it, leads to the Da state, and life becomes effortless. So the idea of Confucianism, where you are memorizing text, you're bowing, you're arranging everything perfectly, it's about discipline. It's about becoming. It's not supposed to be difficult, but the idea is that the ritual leads to an effortless state eventually, and it leads to pure authenticity. And so I'm going to hold it there. Appreciate you, Bubs, and we'll jump onto our final speaker. Our final speaker is going to be Prakash Venglat. So Prakash is a plant biologist with deep interest in the biology of plant architecture and adaptation, interested in the role of animal and human interactions with plants, a learner and seeker of psychological space, a follower of the forest tradition meditation practice. So with that short introduction, Prakash, give us your opening statement in relation to what is the philosophy of Confucius and who practices it.
Yes, greetings, everyone. Am I clear? Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, greetings, everyone. I thoroughly enjoyed everyone's share because I'm not well versed with the concept of Confucius because we've discussed this once before earlier in the same room. But as I was trying to look up and see how, because I followed the literature of Theravadan Buddhism, in fact, the spirituality are not separated, right? But later on, you see the ethics part is brought into governance, right? And so you start to see that there's a separation of what we call as the spiritual practice and the practice of spirituality are not necessarily separated in the core of Confucius or Confucianism because natural rhythms through the lens of plants. And there's a beautiful story that I read where a farmer, he was looking at his crops and he was saying, oh, my crops are not growing that fast enough. So he used the strategy of slightly yanking it a little bit, and he did that to all the plants. And after doing all that for the whole field, when he goes back home, he told his family members that he did this the whole day, thinking that it'll go faster. But then his son goes to the field to see the next day morning, and he sees that all the seedlings are actually wilted and dead. So a forced ethics will work only up to a point, after which the natural rhythms of who you are, the spirituality, and the core aspect of what the earlier speaker talked about, the separation of Confucius and the Tao, right? So same way, that separation is artificial. And what you would see is as the social frameworks evolve, they'll be given their own unique space, like in the philosophy of Confucius. But in terms of the overall structure, it's blended back into the core of one's own ontic state, one's own being, which is spirituality. And that aligns with the way this can be, pedagogically applied as a tool for, early stage teaching or teaching at different stages of development, where you can reinforce the values, but you allow the natural rhythms to unfold so that it grows into the individual's personality, right? And so there are several examples of that weave into this kind of thinking, and how it aligns with not just social and ethical development, but the natural development of one's own core spirituality, and aligning with life as it is, because nature is life, and you can't define life as any kind of social ethical boundaries. Life is just part of nature. And how do you apply the right kind of effort to master certain life skills and strategies as you follow the social and ethical order? So you still have a personal take into this whole thing. And I think in that sense, you can bring back Confucius not just as and his philosophy as not just as a social and ethical structure, but also a spiritual practice. And I'll stop there. Over to you, Rahman.
Thank you for that, Prakash. What you really tried to help us explore was the engagement interaction between the ethical structure and the social structure within Confucianism. You argue there is a spiritual component and an ethical component within Confucianism that isn't separated. The ethics focuses on governance, but you put forward this teacher, an early stage of Confucianism called Mencius, and you talked about the ethics, the social order not being separated versus the natural order. The example you give is of agriculture, and then also of plant metaphors, that both these things can come together. You talked about the story of the farmer who was looking to grow his crops, and because he felt they were not growing fast enough, for the whole day he went across his field stretching the crops, and explaining back to the family, and then the next day, all the crops were wilted and then dead. So there is, there is ethics, but there is also a natural flow, and so there isn't this separation. So you argue that forced ethics only work to a point, and then the spirit must flow, and so the overall structure must be blended back to one's own being. So we must, reinforce values through the natural rhythms that flow into one's individuality. The social and ethical development, you argue, must be aligned with the natural life cycle. So thank you for that, Prakash. So that concludes our round one. And so let's reset the room, and then we'll jump back into round two.
Yeah, this is the Seeker's Mind. Tonight we're exploring what is the philosophy of Confucius and who practices it. Wow, we've heard perspectives from philosophy, Taoism, spirituality, personal cultivation. A theme that seems to kind of resonate with me is that Confucius seems less interested in what, more interested hear something you like, please revisit it and share it. Something resonates from one of our speakers, please follow them. And we're here every Monday night. And again, we're talking about what's the philosophy. Thanks again for all of our platforms.
Awesome, thank you for that. So, let's jump into the conversation in a little bit more depth. It was definitely interesting to see what seemed to be what Confucianism is all about, or what Confucius was about. There seems to be this component of responsibility, of ritual, of ethics, and then there is this aspect of Yue and Da and flow, and so there is the form, and then there is the flow that it seems to be in terms of Confucianism. And it was interesting also to kind of see the different schools of thought on the human being between Taoism and Confucianism in terms of the human innately being good, or the human innately being evil. However, this component of education seems to be very strong in the Confucianist tradition. The role of education seems to be very strong. And the notion of efficiency also seems to be very strong in the culture, that you're following these rituals to get to efficiency, and in efficiency there is this transcendence, this flow. So that was also interesting, and it was interesting to also look at someone who's lived the Confucianist way, naturally, not being taught, not intellectually, but practically. And then, so all of that is very interesting for me as I listen to all the speakers. So Confucianism seems to be a system of a sort. But what I took away from Sunny's position was that she did leave China, and then she did go to a Western educational system where she was able to kind of pursue her interests. So what is the role of the individual within Confucianism? That's my question to the stage. Let's go across to Nick first. Renee, Sunny, Bugs, and then Prakash. What is the role of the individual within Confucianism?
Yeah, I think the role of the individual in Confucianism is similar to other spiritual systems in which the individual must harmonize with the collective, with the cosmos. There's the concept of Ti to align with these heavenly principles, or Tianli, and in this way, it mirrors a lot of other spiritual systems, the cosmos, and harmonizing with this divine organization, whether it's framed divine or not, spiritually or not. It seems to be that they're seeking is to try to find the greater patterns in which the individual should harmonize themselves with in order to find wisdom, beauty, inner strength, the cultivation of principles that allow for one to become the best individual that they can possibly be. So that's how I'd answer that.
Awesome. Renee?
When you look at Confucianism as an educational system, it has two fulcrums, you can say. On one hand, indeed, what Nick also says is dedication to the community through its ritual application of social rules, the way how you respect your fellow beings, and your hierarchical relationship to them. in that sense. The other side is that in the educational program there is this maintenance of historical continuity on the one hand. On the other hand, Confucianism prizes individual qualities very highly. So in some ways you can say that Confucianism praises individualism higher than the West does. We are individual in the sense that we want to be different from others, but they are more, Confucians are more individualistic in the sense that they want to cultivate themselves to the most personal that they can be in their relationship to society. And then you see that many Confucians somewhere in their life also enter either a Buddhist or a Taoist or both paths to complement it. It's also why at a certain point during the Song Dynasty you had a development of Neo-Confucianism where they tried to integrate Buddhism and Taoist teachings inside more spiritual inclined Confucianism. And before that time, or in the Tang Dynasty, they tried to make a sort of a church out of Confucianism. But primarily, it's an educational system. So this individuality is on the one hand subservient to the community, but on the other hand, it also serves to escape that community by enhancing the best of your individual qualities. I think that's about it.
Thank you for that. Sunny. Let's get Sunny.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, I think like Confucianism is, everybody like needs to play a role like under Confucian society. Basically, it's defined by your society, the traditional like 5 relationships, right? Parents, child, ruler, like subject, this kind of stuff. I mean, also like I want to be well, but to our generation, I think we replace the word like, because in Chinese it's as 孝顺, fulfill pity. 顺 means like obedience, really listen to them. Although like sometimes you don't agree with them, but you don't fight. But like I think for us, our generation, we fight it. Like we think we don't obey that much, but we respect our parents. However, I think I have another thinking now about this fulfill pity, because like when we I think for a lot of times, for me, I think also my friends, we don't fight that much again. Like after like Shakyamuni, I think he find the middle way after going to like both sides. But that middle way is like not fighting that much, but also obey to some extent. I think, yeah, that's a really interesting thing to me about how should I play individual role, like as a child, in this like Confucianism society. I think it's not this way and that way. Yeah. Also, like it's really interesting. The speakers mentioned loads of like examples just now. The vinegars, also the I just realized I was actually surrounded by all these kind of stories like in China, but I just didn't realize it, and I didn't know how to use English to explain it. But I think you guys talk really like open my view of Confucianism. Oh, how it's sometimes already going to my blood. I think that's really perspective, really special perspective for me. I mean, thank you guys. Yeah, that's it.
Well, we definitely like to bring special into the room, but the individual and Confucianism.
Hey, yeah. So my idea, how I'm thinking of it is, the individual is not something that's isolated necessarily, and he or she is not a servant to the state. The individual is where order is supposed to emerge from, and you're basically a signal that you're if we jump back into Wu-Wei and the I'll layer that in a second, but it's you're giving off that you're on the right path. So if you want to, fix the world and make the world a better place, the Confucian idea is to cultivate yourself and to reach this Wu-Wei through practice and cultivate love. And the thing is, like I said before, the individual should start with, basically, you're trying to get to a point where you start off with harmonizing your family, your community, and then your state, and then to the civilization, and what fears you need to tackle. Your body is like a tuning fork. It's always sending you emotions and thoughts of things that you need to go look at or things that you need to go conquer. And a lot of people hide in fear, anxiety, depression, whatever you want to call it, good, bad feelings. But this God or the Tao or whatever you want to call it is trying to call you forth on a journey to step up and go after these things that you're interested in, and attack things that, find the gold underneath the dragon. So, when you start with just, cleaning up your house or, cleaning up your room, like what Jordan Peterson or someone would say, you want to start from the very foundations of where you are. And then once you grow from there until eventually you reach a higher amount of people to influence. And your is your own authenticity. It's like your own personal aura that's connected to you personally. And this is when you'll start seeing your humor, your special talents, or these different things that make you you. And people are very good. We subconsciously are able to detect when somebody is, bullshitting you or not being their complete self. And you can tell when someone's being genuine. And then that's what is like a radiating force that pulls people in. And this is how, the idea is to cultivate these his idea was to get these rulers and these people who could lead the society into the next era. And I think over time, like any religion or philosophy, it gets bogged down by a lot of, rituals, and, you can see this in Christianity, Islam, whatever, things just get oversaturated. But the overall arching idea here is to create people who can lead us to the next evolution, basically.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Prakash, what are your thoughts on the individual and Confucianism? Can you hear me? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Prakash, I can't hear me. Okay, Prakash, you have thoughts on the individual and Confucianism?
Yeah, I think all the speakers, already have kind of saturated that aspect. So I can, contrast it by looking at this concept of self, in the contemporary Western thought. The individual is the epicenter of a society, right? And the emancipation or the betterment of the individual gives rise to social orders, right? But if you look at a lot of the older cultures, the individual is always a part. It's a relational self all the time, right? The ways of how the world operates. This Western individual and the collective, the individual having a strong representation, a strong voice. And you can see, if you go back in time, there were kings and, queens. So the individual and the democratic way of how the society works now is now pitted against those kind of philosophies. So in a way, when we discuss about Confucius, for Sunny it is a own heritage. For us, it is just a philosophy that we hear through the lens of scholars and practitioners. But what it does give us a frame of reference to shift from this kind of very monopolized or individual, very focused way of Western thinking, and be able to infuse some of the other philosophies into how we look at ourselves, and as the world is becoming more and more Western. Exploring these amongst the young minds might give us an opportunity to shift. And so we have to thank scholars like Renee and Babs and Nick with his Seek and Sunny exploring in their own ways as thought leaders, because they can contribute this aspect of the relational self, which now embodies a very different philosophy and building communities around that, right? So this is a way of counterbalancing what is the driving force of the society now, which is mainly a Western individual based, with because the governance has shifted in that direction. But in terms of interpersonal relationship and the journey towards the individual, which is where the spirituality comes, and there are many other traditions which when you go into the core spiritual aspect of who you are in many cultures and traditions, the individual is seen as only as a part of the collective, right? And it becomes a very communal worship, right? When I say communal, what I mean is it's a collective activity. And in a lot of societies, that is how you gain your identity to begin with. And then through that, you find your own individual aspect. So weaving that framework back into what we were talking about in terms of the philosophy of Confucius, it gives us another way of connecting the social ethical aspect to the spiritual, where the individual is of prime importance. And now the individual has the clarity with reference to how they act within the community, right? So it gives us a reframing of the individual and the collective. That's my take on it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Prakash. Yeah, that's an interesting point and perspective. We could be talking about the individual not showing through in a Confucianistic philosophy, but obviously that isn't the case of what has been said in the room. But also it could be that the philosophy of the individual
if you look at Confucianism as a whole, we see how the worldview was constructed in the Warring States period and before. And people tend to forget that Chinese culture has always been an animist society, so Confucianism should also be seen in that context. And Molte actually described it the best, and you see that echoed in Confucius. Confucius, of course, didn't write anything down. Only through third or fourth generation we know things about his thoughts, just like with Jesus. And I think Mohammed is the only religious figure who ever wrote something down himself. But Molte described basically a sort of hierarchy of beings, which we later also see back in the Tibetan forms of Buddhism, although that's also mingled with Indian ideas. But you see it also in the folk religion of China, where the world is populated by all kinds of beings. And these are generally classified in 6 kinds, or 6 different realms. Or Confucianism says there's basically 3 realms of existence. There's the heavenly realm with its own kind of beings, and there's the water realm with all kinds of beings, and society, human society, is part of that water realm. And then there is the earth realm with all kinds of beings. Later on, when China developed its idea of hell, this was the place where you went to if you died, because everybody, according to Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, goes to hell. And at that moment, when they are in hell, to purify themselves to be ready for the next life, they're being accompanied by guardians, which are then demons. But there's all kinds of classes of demons, and many of them they live in all kind of realms. Also in the water realm, they roam around and they have their own society as a whole. And they can even become immortals at the same time. And human beings within both modes and Confucianism, especially in the form of the teachings of Sun Tzu, they suggest that people are not born as good beings, but they have the capacity to be good. So Sun Tzu, especially with all the boringness of everything that he wrote, because he wrote a lot, and it is very, how do you say, just saying statement after statement. It's not very pleasant, not a pleasant read. But one of the things that he said is that when we are born, we are not naturally born good. There might be good people, but most people, when they are born evil. And you can see on the greed in the child to feed itself and to be a sort of a social parasite. They eat their mother in the womb. When they come out of the womb, they are continuously demanding attention. They need a long time to become independent, and if you leave them by themselves, they become basically feral beings. And at the moment when you look at them, at people from that perspective, you see that you can't leave people alone. If you don't create society as an educational sphere around people, only their worst sides come out. And as a result of that, they also say that because of the training, you basically make a transition from being demonic in nature towards humane in nature. That's the run part, actually, where you become a socially cultivated person, and where you can also pursue your individual qualities, both for the community and for yourself at the same time. So this demonic side is what you're born with, and you can see that with a lot of people. When they do not try to compose themselves as mature beings, they are mostly opportunistic, right? And when I was living in a monastery in China, my teacher to the point said, like, Wu Wei is a form of opportunism, in the sense that you want to live without any effort, but you want to also see your opportunities in the principles of Tai Chi. Tai Chi as a lifestyle, as a philosophy, is based on that idea where you can say you seek goodness, right? But you also have to take your opportunity to get there. So by nature is entropic, so it doesn't really bring you to goodness. You really have to seek that at the same time. And to understand your own demonic side is therefore very important, because you have to see that when there is opportunity to grow or to achieve something, if that is going to bring you to your demonic side or to your divine side, and your human side is somewhere in between. I think, yeah, that's more or less what I think Confucianism contributes there.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to have that analogy of the tasting of the vinegar, where, you know, one philosophy is talking about, sour taste, and then the other philosophy is talking about, smiling. And so, if I'm understanding it, what we're saying is that the Confucianistic philosophy is looking at the individual as being inherently evil or selfish, and so a framework of education is required to give
for a moment, Raymond, because it's not all Confucianism who thinks that, but it's specifically the branch of Sun Tzu who thinks that. So Mencius and Sun Tzu, they're like two opposite sides. The one says people are by nature good, but they need education to stay good and to become better. And the other one, Sun Tzu, says people are born evil. They're not actually demonic, not necessarily evil, but they're born demonic. They can turn into evil, but if you give them good education, they become humane.
So, what are the principles of education, Nick, in Confucianism? Like, what is education to Confucius?
sincerity are typically seen as the things that are embodied for those who want to personify this Tea of Li, this heavenly, cosmological, celestial mode of being. On another spiritual note, though, and on the concept of heaven and hell and this duality, while in Confucianism this idea of Tian is more ideological, it's a consciousness-based mentality, it's not directly pertinent to an afterlife. One of my favorite ways to look at that duality is Rabia al-Adawiyya in Sufism, and she's famously depicted with a torch in one hand and a bucket of water in the other. When she's asked about her actions, she stated she wanted to use the torch to burn down the rewards of paradise and the water to extinguish the fires of hell. And in this sense, she wanted everybody to love God for God's own sake. And so for me, I feel like that kind of embodies this duality of realizing that we shouldn't do things out of fear of punishment or expectation of reward, but instead just to be the best individual that we can be for ourselves, our communities, our societies, nature, understanding the cosmos through education, ritual, initiation. So I guess that's how I would answer that.
Thank you for that. Bobs or Sunny, you guys have any thoughts on
say that about 30% of the population is atheist, you are wrong.
What percent of the population is agnostic?
15% is Muslim.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
believe
correct.
that.
No, it is, and that's because we've been seeing more Middle Easterns come here for under persecution. But that's besides the point.
Even accounting for like, I don't think there's that many immigrants.
Say something? Yeah, and I'm going to introduce this real quick because I just found this, and I'm going to give a little compare and contrast here. So Gushmeyer Institute, this is a Gushmeyer Institute stat. This was from 2014. I'm going to give y'all like a before and after type of scenario here. So in 2014, those who were getting abortions were 38% no religious affiliation, 24% Catholic, 17% Protestant, 13% were evangelical Protestants, and then 8% were other religions. So if we group that, that's 62% who were religiously affiliated and 38% who were not religious, including atheists. Now, if we look at a 2024 stat, I think it's also from Gushmeyer, the amount of believers or religiously affiliated went up by about 10%. So let's say just a quick roundup, like 70 to 30, which would align with what Steve said. So if we go based off of that, who were getting abortions, then we can confidently say based on the population of America and the amount of believers that there are more than the amount of believers that are non-religious, and with the Gushmeyer stat I just gave, more religious people are getting abortions than non-religious.
But if you break it down into the percentage of each category, it's probably about the same. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So the point is that we made there are more God believers getting abortions.
And that is a statistical fact.
Yeah. I also
believe what you call a certain religion, that doesn't mean they will just follow it completely. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. I mean, I know they go to church on Sunday, but they're getting railed the entire week.
It's about having a belief in the God. That's all we're demonstrating. Because you made a claim that more atheists are getting abortions, and we just debunked that. Thank you.
And you can, and by the way, hello. You can give your opinion anytime you want. We just gave you the statistical fact.
Yeah, like, and also Abdullah, like, even if you don't contend with the United States, as I pointed out, we're more religious than European countries, and European countries have lower rates of abortion.
Buddy, I didn't ask you, I asked Steve.
Okay,
buddy, stay, no, like how Steve says, stay muted and let them speak, please.
You're not.
No. It's about who we're talking.
Beautiful.
You're not the bottom of the room.
Nicely done.
So please respect the rules that the mods present?
Yeah, we just said, Steve, you didn't
You
win the
wait
mod.
till the game,
I'm asking Steve and JC the
Then
question that
go
people
to
are
battle
interrupting.
Okay,
How
what's
is
the question?
I mean, we were just talking about it, and then Norco just interrupted, and I forgot to throw in my time.
You forgot the
Thank
question.
you, man.
We answered you.
Thank you very much.
We answered you then. We answered you.
It was in response to you
Yeah,
making the
but
claim.
then
It
people
was in
keep
response.
He
It was in
only killed a
response to
few
you
million
making the
people.
claim.
Like, when you
More
start the mass arrest for
atheists
4
have
hours of
abortions.
punishment,
And we
then
brought up
go get
statistics.
Borla.
And you're over
But
talking
statistics can be
and
skewed.
you are incorrect. These are, even if they're skewed, right? 70 to 74%. That's a bigger population, percentage-wise, getting abortions versus 38% unaffiliated, 40. Yeah, so it's a big, huge difference. So it can be skewed, sure. However, it demonstrates more God believers are getting abortions. Thank you.
And that being said,
So I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead. Say your one thing.
Okay, so 80% of what you call the U.S. is Christian, but why are the churches empty?
Thank you for saying the one thing.
What is that?
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I want to welcome.
I mean, you don't follow. What do you
Please
mean?
go on mute. Please don't interrupt me.
So what?
Please don't interrupt me.
So they're not even believing in
Please
God.
don't interrupt me.
Stop talking, Abdullah.
Thank you. Wanted to welcome Pink Ticket. Pink Ticket, love to hear what you have to say, but just a housekeeping rule because we haven't said it today. No N-word. We have a no tolerance policy for N-word. But other than that, say anything you want. Hi, Pink Ticket.
We can't say the N-word?
Hey, what's going on? I don't really drop in rooms to run my mouth before I hear the room, so I'm gonna let y'all do what you could.
And I totally respect that, buddy. Thank you for reading the room. You got it, buddy.
And with that, I'm also gonna introduce one more rule here because clearly nobody can follow this. If you overtalk a mod several times, meaning while they are speaking or while they are trying to get a word off, either or, I really could not care less, then a warning will be given, and then you'll be dropped to the goo for a set amount of time, however long that's decided by the mods. And that's just the way that's going to have to be, because the amount of times that I heard JCC get interrupted while he was trying to say like 2 or 3 seconds was not that much. He was being overtalked the entire time. And I don't have very good hearing. I'm kind of like regressing here. So
how is that?
Talking against each other.
Great.
JC just talked over me.
Actually, I heard it before you, but anyway, whatever. It's not. I'm not going to go tit for tat. So we got something else to talk about? We solved the abortion issue, so atheism is not necessarily a pathway to be degenerate. So if that's your metric, abortion equals degeneracy. I don't think so.
Well, if I could bring up, I mean, it's like, to me, it's like the fact that like religion is associated with, better outcomes overall. I mean, it's just not true. Religious people are more likely to be in prison. I mean, atheists make up less than 1% of the entire prison population. And
you drop that stat actually after I want
sure, I'll do that. And it's especially really skewed for Islam as well. I mean,
everyone in the FC files is an atheist.
All right.
That's
warning one. That's hold on, Metro. That's warning one. Hold on.
Don't overtalk a mod. Go on mute. We'll get to you. Go on mute.
I promise. And I don't take that long. That's warning one. So after this, Abdullah, if you overtalk a mod again or another person, then you will be dropped to the goo.
Yeah, I pretty much, I mean, I got what it is. Like, the fact is, like, to me, it's like, yeah, it's like, I mean, you're, like, countries that are less religious have lower rates of crime overall. Sorry, did you have something you wanted to say, Steve?
No, I was unmuted, but my dog was making some sound, so I went on mute. Please continue.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can I ask one question?
You can if you wait. Yes.
Yeah, all we ask is you wait.
Just wait. Yes.
Stop being a good going.
All right, and that's dropped to the goo right there. It was not needed at all. We'll be brought up in a minute.
And Pink, I'm going to mute you because obviously you're having a problem. We will get to you, I promise. Thank you.
So, specifically, like, the traditional joke I always say is like, maybe, America, like with all of our higher crime rates, higher abortion rates, higher religiosity rates, that we need God because we're such center.
All right, the pink ticket wants to speak. Go ahead, pink ticket.
Now, I don't got too much to say. I just wanted to ask a question, so I like to listen.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to ask a question. Please go back on mute if you don't. Obviously somebody else.
Steve. He's saying that he wants to ask a question, but he's just listening.
Yeah, I do. I'm saying y'all.
Oh shit! I brought him up on mistake. You better behave, dude.
So am I wrong to just sit here and listen? You know what I'm saying? Because I am a Christian.
You're not wrong to sit here and listen. Is that your question?
I do like other turn points, though. I'm trying to figure out what y'all talking about exactly.
All right, go on mute and listen, and when you're ready to talk, we'll just let us know you want to talk. Go on mute.
I'll give him a quick synopsis of what we were currently discussing. Yeah, so what we're currently discussing was Abdul made a claim that atheism is a pathway to degeneracy, and he gave an example. More atheists have abortions, and we brought up statistical facts to rebut that, and we came up with a number that was 70 to 74% of theists, which are God believers, have more abortions.
And before that, someone was talking to me about an automobile on Pluto. No bullshit. And before that, I think, what were we talking about, JCC, before that?
Argument from complexity.
There's an X plus whatever equals this. Someone brought up some geometry, right?
I don't remember that, but I was just giving what we were most recently talking about. But
yeah, so
I hope you're well.
Thank you.
So to combat the idea that
that's cool, bro. Appreciate the refresher, bro. Thank you.
Okay, you need to stay on mute, pink ticket, because you're not ready to talk, right? You said you would let us know when you're ready to ask a question.
Hey, didn't you hear me say I appreciate the refresher?
He was just
I think I was speaking to you, bro.
It's okay, it's okay. He was just being nice, saying
little guy.
Yo, the gay ticket. You know what? I'm a control freak.
Fuck.
And I'm gonna move your ass to the audience if you don't keep quiet until you're ready to ask a question. All right, here you go. You can move this guy. I love that. I am a control freak.
That's my guy. That's my guy, Steve.
I enjoyed that.
Let's go.
He just had to be cool. But anyway, back to Matthew. Matthew, what are you talking about?
Well, I'd like to. There's a lot of folks who come from the Abrahamic religions, whether they be Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, Muslim. They believe that the reason that people behave themselves is because they believe in God, and that without the guidance of the good Lord above, people wouldn't really act or have harmonious relations with each other. But if you just take a look at an example of Japan, and I lived there for a decade, and by no means is it at all perfect. It's hardly perfect whatsoever. However, Japan is a very, very, very orderly society, very low crime as well. And they are not religious whatsoever. In fact, Abdullah, there's a very famous, let me give you an example of this. So I used to work at, I won't go down the road, but anyway, so in Japan, people basically aren't religious, but they have very strong social order. So I left a wallet one day. I was going off to work, and my wallet had fallen in on the Yamanote line platform at Shinjuku Station, which is literally the world's most busy train platform. 3 million people line up on this platform every day. And I came and I, it's one of those things where you kind of drop something and then you get on the train, and then I patted my pockets, and oh crap, I know exactly where I dropped it because I kind of heard it, but I didn't think about it at the time. And I wasn't worried about it because I knew that when I came back at the end of the day, it was going to be exactly where I left it, on the train platform, or some Japanese person would pick it up and they'd bring it to the small police box.
But we're talking Dubai is the safest country in the world.
So my point is that without the Japanese being religious, or having to answer to any kind of God, what they do is they watch each other's backs very well. So I came back at the end of the day. It was around 8 o'clock.
Did you know that history?
Or DuPage County.
Did you know I shaved your path?
Deep clean.
Or did I just fucking kill you?
DM us photos with your couch.
Yeah,
that was
We will
thank you.
send quick
That was-
quote and
yeah,
availability.
The strongest body.
So they had, I mean, it's not wrong. Every nation has problems and dark history. Have to kick it into the train tracks. So it has been literally like 1,000 people looking down, seeing my wallet, not touching it, walking around it, not kicking it. Look at some of the stories about Japan everywhere, and it's absolutely true. Now again, it's not perfect, but it's extremely clean, extremely ordinary because it is so orderly, right? Because they are so nitpicky about everything. But they do they walk each other home in the city. Greater Tokyo metropolis is 44 million people. You will have like 4-year-old kids, 5, 6.
300 billion saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
So not only did Vaz confirm that Iran will receive $300 billion in damages, but he also confirmed another claim widely made by the Iranian media, that the US will pay $24 billion in cash to Iran.
They're going to get $24 billion in frozen funds. They hit certain benchmarks. Is that?
Well, again, Ed, we're open to a lot of things that are on the table, but that $24 billion just doesn't appear anywhere in any of the texts that we've talked about with the Iranians. What we have said is that we're willing to talk about increasing assets, but a much, much bigger deal is unsanctioning their economy so long as they make the long-term commitments on the nuclear program. So, you know, again, one of the things these hardliner elements in their country are going to do is misrepresent the deal that they can sell it to certain elements of their domestic audience. But I think the text is very clear. There's nothing about $24 billion. What there is clarity about, though, Ed, is that Iran gives up their nuclear program for the long haul. They allow a real inspections regime. And then, of course, we want them to have a lot of benefits. The president has said we want them to be a successful country. Right. We want to turn over a new leaf with Iran. That requires them to meet us in the middle.
Just confirm the body language and tone of how Vaz and his...
Yeah, I agree with this gentleman here. So they're going to get $24 billion in cash and $300 billion in reparations. Child. Plus, they get to charge a small service fee to all the tankers that are sitting out there currently waiting, and hundreds that go through a day. And there is nothing, for what I've heard, until we actually see the deal, whether we'll see it or not. I don't know. Certainly doubt we'll ever see it point by point. They didn't say anything about their nuclear program. And then I got other clips here because Israel is trying to put a stop to all this as of 2 hours ago. Anybody got any comments or questions?
It's conditional. That's the main point that you guys keep skating over. It's conditional.
We got like 20 people on the stage.
Is this a Scion? I have a question.
He did say something about the deal. He said as long as they do the inspections and they get rid of the nuclear program. So that is what they got to get rid of to get the sanction lifted and the cash.
Now, how is this going to be verified?
The same way they did before, AEIA.
Trust,
Okay.
but verify.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're fine. So what's going to happen as far as because they want to beef up inspections. So what's going to happen is Israel going to be under inspection now? It was a rhetorical question, but I figured to answer.
Israel didn't threaten to fucking blow up the United States of America.
No. So that has nothing to do with it. I don't think Israel's under. Israel didn't sign a nuclear proliferation agreement. There's only certain countries that have. Iran has.
Have they admitted to it, Patty? Have they admitted to having nukes at this point? Because they're.
No, they have them. We know that they do have them, but they haven't signed a nuclear proliferation agreement. I don't understand why some people think that these countries can't have it. If they didn't agree to not have them, it's not our problem. It isn't. Iran just signed off, and guess what? They can't have weapons.
And so basically, Trump got a worse deal than JCPOA. I mean, he killed service members. He killed 160 schoolgirls. He killed countless number of other people, creating an environmental crisis. Like has the straight backed up, and for what? He's literally got a worse deal than Obama.
He's worse off than where we were before.
It's all about protecting Barack Hussein Obama's legacy. The greatest president we've ever had.
Living like what? Reading the news? So we're gonna act like people didn't die under Obama? You want me to pull up the numbers? So wow, how did Obama get? Like I don't want to compare. I feel like we should let Obama live in his retirement gracefully and all that. But do you want me to pull up the numbers?
Yeah, we were in country.
I didn't bring him up. It was Michael that brought him up. I didn't bring him up.
Hold on, y'all. Let me respond. Let me respond to that, please, just real quick. So me know why your president Donald Trump brought it up. He ripped up the JCPOA, and also when he talked about Obama and his Nobel Peace Prize and anything else he said about Obama. They even talked about Michelle Obama being a man at the UFC event last night. They can't keep Obama nor.
That has nothing to do with you. That's a stupid MMA fight.
No. Hold on, me know why. I'm just saying that to say that we wouldn't be here with Iran if he just would have. Donald Trump.
It's conditional. Like, come on. Like, what the hell?
What does that mean? The fuck does conditional mean?
I'm sorry, brother. I don't mean to like insult you.
Trump, so please
explain. That's what I'm saying. Like that's where you're being dishonest. Even Patty heard things like.
J.D. Vance in this clip did not name one.
I'm sorry, brother. I don't mean to like insult you.
Trump, so please explain.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's where you're being dishonest. Even Patty heard things like.
J.D. Vance in this clip did not name one condition. He said they're going to get benefits by giving up things, and didn't name in case you didn't hear it.
Patty, can you please explain this? I don't want them to think that.
Oh, Patty explained. Okay.
Because literally, she said literally. Look, Patty was saying. Okay. The nuclear program, the text that we nuclear program. That's the number one thing that we don't want them to have because of their ideology.
But a much bigger deal is unsanctioning their economy so long as they make the long-term commitments on the nuclear program. So, again, one of the things these hardliner elements in their country are going to do is misrepresent the deal so that they can sell it to certain elements of their domestic audience. But I think, again, the text is very clear. There's nothing about $24 billion. What there is clarity about, though, Ed, is that Iran gives up their nuclear program for the long haul. They allow a real inspections regime. And then, of course, we want them to have a lot of benefits. The president has said we want them to be a successful country. Right? We want to turn over a new leaf with Iran, but that requires them to meet us in the middle.
And we have confirmed the body language and tone of how Vance and his delusional fool boss spoke before and immediately after they launched an illegal war on Iran. This is what Iran has earned because of its decision to stand up to a rogue bully and his terrorist Israeli master. It seems Trump has no option but to even throw that baby killer in thief under the bus now.
So, let me ask you this before you go. Is Israel on board with this? It doesn't appear so at this time. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
You went back on mute again, Miss.
Well, Gail, of course, Israel's been a good partner, but we do expect everybody in the region. They've been participating in this peace agreement. They've been participating in our talks with Iran. They understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail, these bumpy moments with these ceasefires. Sometimes someone will fire, and sometimes somebody responds. We think right now that there are probably people within Iran, because the internet blackout, they're not even aware that this deal has happened. So we certainly expect the Israelis are going to be participant in this peace process. But we think it's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for the Gulf Coast Coalition. And Gail, if the Iranians comply with their end of the bargain, it's going to be good for Iran.
Can I just point out once again how ridiculous we are where
and the strangers already partially open, as you know, they're hunting for mines and people. Like essentially ships are starting to go out now on Friday and be completely open. We got along very well with Iran. It's a different set of leaders. As you know, the first set is gone, the second set is gone. And we found the third set to be very smart, strong, very smart, but we ended up making a deal. I felt badly that we had to go back on the attack for 2 minutes. And I thought it was very good. We made it before that happened. But I think a lot of great things are going to happen with the Middle East right now. Very importantly, the oil is plummeting down, and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket today, like record kind of numbers. And the oil is taking its biggest plunge, and we're into the low numbers, not quite back yet, Kevin, to the extent where we're getting close to the numbers we were before it all started. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which is what it was all about, because they probably would have used it if they had it. So we had 2 big moments when they terminated the JCPOA, that was the Obama deal, the Barack Hussein Obama deal. And when they terminated that, it was very important because it was a road to a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal for the United States. It was a deal where billions of dollars was given to Iran. It was a deal where $1.7 billion in cash was put on a book.
Okay, so there you go. $1.7 billion in cash. They're getting $300 million today, as well as $24 million. What a deal! What a deal!
and they had agreed in the JCP. I can't state this enough. In the JCPOA, it said Iran shall not seek to get a nuclear weapon, and actually that was not happening before Trump tore it up. Okay, they were pretty much complying. There were inspectors already there. So when Trump, I find, doesn't anyone else find this just bizarre? Hey, we got a great deal. They've agreed not to do nuclear weapons. That was agreed to before, and we're going to have inspectors going in. We already had inspectors before.
You guys are not trying.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kira.
Yeah, no, I mean, all of these things, and the Strait of Hormuz, it was open before. Iran was not charging tolls or getting service fees.
It was free.
It was free. I did not understand. Why? I can't be animated? Is that, now your tone pulling? Thanks a lot, but I don't need that. Listen, I just find it just bizarre. He's acting as if we live in an alternate reality where no one knew that the JCPOA actually was a pretty good deal. And that $1.7 billion is going to look like peanuts compared to the amount of money that Trump is going to wind up giving Iraq.
The JCPOA
Okay, so
was ignoring something very important that you didn't know.
Who's on the stage? But the B1, Big M, T.I., Ed, Marlene, Petty, Deborah, Omari, Michael. This is not going to be a podcast. No. So everybody on stage, we're going to participate because we're not going to let one person continuously talk the whole. That's not how this is going to go.
Well, Trump, I'll just say he's not talking. He's not talking like he won anything. In fact, he sounds like he's on his way out. He sounds worse than y'all said Biden did in the debate. He's losing. Very low bravado today.
Because he stood up watching a fucking UFC fight and then he had to fly over.
Could you please stop talking?
Like, come on, man. He's 80 years old.
Stop other people talking.
I want to just give a shot. I'd like to give a shot.
I'm the only person refuting you guys. Like, there's nobody else.
Anywho, I literally do not believe anything until things are actually signed and Israel actually agrees not to, considering I don't see how this goes forward, considering the state of Israel is saying that they're not going to stop bombing in Lebanon. They're not going to give up the territory that they stole, and they're all in the guise of going against Hezbollah in their own country.
Lebanon is not part of the deal, that's why.
So if that was any kind of, it's not like they're doing it for no reason. They're doing it, again, also to degrade Iran. So I don't see how you actually have a viable deal, which, by the way, sounds like absolute bullshit.
Lebanon was never part of the deal.
Excuse me. At no point did I interrupt you.
Educate yourself. You're saying
control yourself. Did you try to act like an adult, like a semi-intelligent one?
You're not intelligent because you didn't know Lebanon was not in the deal.
Why are you speaking to me when I'm still speaking? Why are you speaking to me when I'm still speaking? Like, ew.
You ill. You gotta educate yourself.
Again, you literally have not said anything that's been at all interesting. Okay?
Or accurate.
Or intelligent, or even accurate. Just shut up. At this point, maybe you'll understand that if I speak to you very childish and disrespectful. Maybe you'll understand that. Shut up. Let other people speak. Okay, we heard you many, many times while you repeated yourself. Great. Okay. Anywho, as I was saying, I don't believe any of this until, again, there are agreements on all sides, and again, this deal sucks. It's definitely not anywhere near as good as the JCPOA. All this money being spent and also being given. This is such a lose-lose. I can't even believe that it's actually a real thing. That's because it's such a losing position that I don't actually even believe that it's actually.
It's like, do they want an extreme position?
Allow me to make two quick points. I just wanted to.
It's so crazy. I've heard liberals today say that Trump failed to follow the advice of his military generals. Therefore, he lost the war. So.
Obama's name out of his mouth, for one. So he keeps Obama in the conversation. Also, too, when I said that Trump is not my president, Mino was right that I am an American. But everybody knows, because Tucker Carlson brought it back up again the other day, but you know that Trump did not put his hand on the Bible and do the whole I do solemnly swear situation about that he will, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He literally didn't do that. You can go, Melania was holding the Bible, and he didn't have his hand anywhere near a Bible. So really, he's not my president. I don't think he's anybody's president at this point based on that. And I laugh. That's it.
While there is a bit of a pause, I'd like to acknowledge the birthday of my father, First Lady Shibana.
Sorry, I know that we've been accused of, we're doing like Donald Trump, bringing up Obama all the time, but it is her birthday.
He brings up Obama, and they brought up the man got in the ring last night, the UFC fight, and talked about that she's a man. So they can't keep Obama's name, the Obama's names out there, and they keep them in the public conversation.
Michelle Obama's birthday is in January.
Yeah, Mike, what happened with that?
Hey, Michelle Obama's birthday is in January.
Really? She's been all over my social media.
Yeah, that's because the comment, like Michael brought up, that's why she's all over your social media right now, because they have her name
in their fucking mouth.
Yeah, you're right. She was born in January 17th. Yeah, why is she around us now? Like, why is?
Because the men, are you listening? The men said that she was the man on the UFC fight last night.
Yeah, somebody break it down to me. What happened at the fight?
The man
at the trailer track.
One of the fighters.
Oh, I see. So it's an appreciation day.
Yo, fuck wrong with y'all? What up, Jenny?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Yeah, one of the fighters, like Michael said, went out on the when he was brought. Right, it was a fight. It was a fighter, Michael, right?
It was.
Yeah. It was the fight. It was his speech. He won, so he was at the speech.
Oh, there you go.
There you won.
Oh, okay.
And why? How does this fight even relate to her? That's crazy.
Because he thinks he's fighting, apparently.
But it's further proof that fight it had more to do going on. That's why it was brought up.
We need to start filing more slander and libel suits against these motherfuckers. They ain't getting hit in the pocket civilly anymore.
Well, I was talking to other people in another room, and they said that she doesn't have grounds to sue him. But I be thinking about how Donald Trump be suing for all kinds of shit.
That's what I'm saying, Brooklyn. Just do it.
Just do it. I wouldn't understand why she wouldn't sue, but they say, she's a lawyer, so she would know not to sue. So I gotta go with that, I guess.
Fuck that. Rudy was a lawyer too, brother.
It still don't make
Use the race card.
Guess what? The white maggots get that shit from the black maggots. They get the whole Michelle Obama shit from niggas. They ain't just making that shit up out of the air. That's how they heard the niggas on the podcast say that shit, and that's what they say because they say it.
But it only speaks to their mentality. It only speaks to their mentality to go on and on over something that everybody knows is not true. And saying it, how many times they say it, don't make it true. It does for them in politics, but that don't translate to someone's literal, make it true.
Amari, do you find out like going on a racist, saying Amari?
This is all
I hope I listen.
I like the question, but this is all about disrespecting and devaluing and dehumanizing blacks and black people that are far exceeding your capabilities as a fucking wrestler. I shoes, if they were 7 times too big, okay, with his big, fat, clanky ankles. He wants to see Barack and his wife from an Ivy League college not cheat on your wife, have your children by one woman, even though it's not wrong, but you went out of your marriage, not have a hoe suing you for money. Shut your fucking big, fat, sloppy, orange-painted lips the fuck up. That's what it is. It's dehumanization. And these people that voted for Trump can't fucking see that. There's nobody in this cabinet representing you except some weirdo in HUD and that we never see and hear from that's cutting your fucking rent and pushing you out to build condominiums like they're doing in New York. You don't hear a fucking word out of that idiot. Not making them better for the people who live there, turn them into nice condos, but getting your dumb asses out so you can move all the way out to the sticks, way out there, all so far away. It takes you, one lady was telling me she had to move out of the process. It takes her 3.5 hours on the fucking train. Now the train is going faster than I'm fucking driving. And it's taking you 3.5 hours on the fucking train to come back into the city. So I don't want to hear nothing else. She can be a man. She'd still be better than Melania with her coochie on the internet. So I don't give a fuck. Y'all can sit up here and try to disrespect this woman and this family all you want to. Even y'all on this app ain't never going to achieve what they've achieved. Not one of you motherfuckers. Not one. So I don't give a fuck. That made me so, I couldn't even taste in my mouth. This is what this regime is about. Dehumanizing black people. I'm not even
now, then, Lisa, because I'm gonna keep it 100. I gotta give my.
Oh my God!
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Listen, let me tell you something. Go ahead with your 100 because it's gonna be fucking fake money. So go right.
I was gonna say that's the type of shit Homo thugs be saying about that lady.
Just crazy shit. I'm sick and tired of the man got a fucking degree, 2 degrees from a sick and tired of the man got a fucking degree, 2 degrees from a fucking Ivy League, was a lawyer, ain't did nothing. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'll leave you a fucking basket and a bottle of water. Oh, I forgot y'all out.
Well, so Lisa, let me just say this before you boot me out of here, right? I only could say I don't have nothing to say about this the Barack Obama and his family, but I have something to say about Barack Obama. He is a charlatan. He done nothing for us. This man. He done nothing for us. This man. Damn. Whoever's muting me, I know you're probably way beneath me, right? I've served 4 prison sentences.
Finish your sentence, bro. Finish your statement.
Right. You can. Damn. Whoever's muting me, I know you're probably way beneath me, right? I've served 4 prison sentences.
Finish your sentence, bro. Finish your statement.
Right. You can let me finish, right? So this is my time to speak. I didn't cut anybody off. Right. Okay, here we go, Lisa. Here we go.
Okay, so I asked you guys because
We gotta squabble. Squabble wobble.
Here's the thing, right? Barack Obama is a charlatan. We know him to have cosplayed as a black man in America, wooed us over with all of these fake ass speeches that he made, and we got nothing from it, right? He was a nothing burger for black people in America. We got more. We got more from Donald Trump than we did from Barack Obama in 8 years that he's been in office. That's what we got, right? We got a man that sat down and actually talked to our people about the Platinum Plan and instituted some of these things that got us. And I didn't have to come off mic to snicker and cackle like a fucking devil. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to. It's easy for you to interrupt me when you're triggered about your weak, feeble ass points of view that doesn't butter no biscuits for you. You can talk about this all you want. Nothing has changed for you. You haven't galvanized anybody in your community to help do anything against them. You know why? Because it's for naught. This helps you. This is your therapy. Your therapy is that the Democratic Party is no longer a viable option for black people.
Okay.
But you hate Republicans. Excuse me. Let me finish. So you can keep muting me, right? Because this is the echo chamber room. This is the echo chamber. This is the echo chamber room that the app talks about. This is the echo chamber. You can shut your orphan. You are an orphan. It's an echo chamber, Lisa, because every time that I talk, I get cut off.
You can say that all you want to.
But I get cut off every time when I speak, though.
Okay, but let me say, you guys, I'm gonna ask you. It's not that I'm trying to prove anything, because I know what the 420 stands on. Because I know what I stand on, and you guys know what I stand on, because you always motherfucking complaining about it. So this is not a motherfucking echo chamber. Let him land. And this is not your podcast, Thug, because you're talking about somebody that I could care about, so I'm biting my motherfucking tongue right now. So land your fucking plane, say what you gotta say, because I've heard this already. It's just a repeat.
Land
so
your
go right
fucking
ahead
plane.
and keep devaluating and minimizing and dehumanizing. Keep going, and you will be done.
Lisa, you know I respect your space. I just hate the mods that you mod in this room that are triggered that love echo chamber of fucking rooms. That's what I hate. I hate that part. I respect your space. You can be quiet, you orphan ass bitch. You ain't got no mother or father.
Woo! Here we go.
Okay, you guys just couldn't help yourself. I'm not bringing them back up. When I ask you to do something in this room, which I rarely do, I expect it to happen because this is the shit that goes from room to room, and you guys don't have to stand on nothing that has to do with 420. My name and people got my fucking name in their mouth 24 hours a day. So go right ahead.
You
So
do?
let me say something real quick, because I think somebody named Love think that Homo Thug is funny. Well, let me tell y'all something. I don't see how a person whose mother died at 10 and was raised by her father and her family was an orphan. But if you want to take the side of a nigga that got fucked in the booty for a whole fucking 25 years or better, then happy to know you. Happy Pride. Good for all of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that nigga couldn't touch me with a fucking a 10-foot pole. The bitch is a bum ass homo thug. He probably gonna go back to jail in a few more years. And when he does, I'm gonna get him shanked. Fucking bitch.
I've never heard in my life somebody brag about serving 4 prison sentences as if that's supposed to be.
It's a bragging right, because what it says
That's
is,
crazy.
I needed the help of the white man to teach me how to act right. I needed the help of the white man to teach, and he in 5 years he has continued like it's almost like when you hear a person that served in the military and they're proud to say, "Hey, I'm a veteran." That he treats it like it's a badge of honor, like he's a much better person or a harder individual than the rest of us because he went to prison for 4 different times. And it's sad.
He always reminiscing because he missed his prison husband. That's all that is. What's going on?
This is not across the Martin Luther King in here tonight. We're not doing that.
Can I just point out something about the platinum plan?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello? Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. No. So Trump did propose this platinum plan in 2020. Of course, he lost the election, but I should point out that in 2024 and 2025, the new Trump, that has never been re-proposed. Moreover, under Trump's new, sort of seemingly very new profile, that would be considered DEI, right? He would never be proposing specific money for blacks or for black empowerment zones or jobs for black, because his new administration seems to feel that anybody who's not a white man is a DEI person, and so we can't give them anything. No particular program, no specific program, etc. So the reason it's not back is because Donald Trump has essentially espoused what I consider to be a number of racist policies and will not be bringing anything like that back.
So Trish, let me ask you this: what do you think?
Hey, Tara, hold on, before you go, Thug, real quick before you go, I just want to say one thing about what Tara said, and I literally, because I want you back up there. Tara, I wish you wouldn't, because I literally just stopped laughing about the damn platinum plan thing. So I wish you wouldn't have brought that up. I had like a brother, like I had a fucking laughing fit over here. So my bad.
A nothing burger, just to cut me off to make a nothing burger.
I understand how a nigga that was
Trish, Trish, here's the question that I have for you. Since Donald Trump is such a bad...
But Tara was speaking, wasn't she?
No, I'm done.
Oh.
It's fine if he wants to respond. It's fine.
Oh, that's Tara. I thought
It's okay. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry.
The question that I don't have my glasses on. I can read very well, you ignorant bastard. So,
unless
Tara, here's the
question.
Here's the question.
Okay, you guys, I'm serious right now because I can close this room. I really do.
Don't close the room. Move the people who are disrupting, Lisa.
Yeah, because I really do. I really do have other shit that I could be doing.
So Tara, since this president is so bad in your eyes, right? When his term is over, who's next that's going to do the bidding that you think should be done for the American people? Who do you think is next?
Well, I hope it's not J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, who's shown to me, both of them have shown no spine and they have no guts. And basically they have given themselves to a man
So
who
you
doesn't
don't
serve.
see no viable candidate in the Democratic Party coming up that will do the bidding of the American people?
Well, look, I think both parties struggle to do the bidding of the American people. To be honest, I think our system is relatively dysfunctional. I hate the fact that we are seemingly enthralled to, people with big money, pharma, people like that. I think it's really bad, but that's the Supreme Court, and they have established in Citizens United the fact that money and big corporations are going to basically govern a lot of what we do, which is really unfortunate. However, I think there are some people, you're seeing some signs in the Democratic Party, like I think John Ossoff has been showing, some interesting rhetoric let's just say, in the past month or so that I have been impressed with. I also sort of liked Wes more the last time. I'd like to sort of hear more about him. I understand there's some maybe potential issues, but I thought he's an excellent speaker and he seems to have some good platform points. So I think there are some people emerging. I don't really like Gavin Newsom that much, to be honest, but I think there's some people emerging in the Democratic Party who I'd like to hear more from. It's still 2 years away. I'm not going to basically give a front run or anything like that. But I also, can I just finish?
Go ahead, sorry.
Let me just finish. So, I look at what the Trump administration is doing, and I mean, honestly, look, I'm white, and so maybe me speaking on this is not such a great thing, and I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody. But I feel like watching them try and destroy history. They tried to take away the slavery from Harper's, from the John Brown Harper's Ferry exhibit. I mean, this is craziness. Okay, they're trying to change the Smithsonian to the history to basically take away slavery because it's unpleasant. Think about some of the things that they are doing, and quite frankly, their stance against DEI to me is revolting because what it's saying is mediocre white men, and there are a hell of a lot of them, are the only people who we should trust, right? Everybody else, whenever it comes up, is like, oh, that's DEI, they're DEI. Any black, any ethnicity, okay? Any veteran. It's all DEI except for white men. And if you look at Trump's cabinet, you will see a hell of a lot of mediocre white men. So what bothers me a lot is we are seeing racism emerge in this country in ways extremely depressing to me personally, and ways that should not be happening right now. We should be working together to be better, let's just say, instead of pulling each other apart. And that's what I think that's what I think the MAGA people have done the worst. They have empowered the worst races among people, right? And to me, that's a terrible thing, okay? I think that's going backwards. Not
Tara, so Elizabeth Warren is throwing her name back into the hat for the 2028 election. Okay?
Bad idea.
You think Elizabeth Warren is a bad idea? The woman that goes after corporations?
I think Elizabeth Warren is a bad idea.
Elizabeth Warren is a bad idea?
Yep, I do.
You are out of your mind. That's the only Democratic woman that I would ever vote for. That's the only Democratic woman that I would ever vote for.
You can't.
Your mother can't vote because she's dead and you don't know her. Your mother can't vote.
You're right.
Her mail from the ghost. Whoever she is.
Stop.
And your parents will be dead.
Tell her to stop and transition with her motherless.
You're dead to your parents.
Okay, so one more insult, one more personal insult. I'm gonna drop.
Okay, we have to stop. Okay, let's move on.
May I respond to some of that? And I think it's disgusting to reference these parents. This is where I get confused. You say Obama didn't do anything for black people. Okay, cool. Let's have that
motherfucking thing. He did something for you. Because he did something for you and your gay community, man.
Doug, are you trying to get dropped?
Why everybody else can talk shit to me, but I gotta be the one to get dropped?
I'm just asking you. When Madison is speaking.
Everybody's disrespecting me, but I gotta be the one to get dropped.
And I will start dropping them too.
Okay, thanks. And I'm gonna be quiet then.
Brandy being the pick me.
Why I gotta be a pick me? The truth is behind you.
One mic on Madison. Y'all gonna let this woman speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just in terms but to act like he did nothing while getting credit for something that never fucking happened and barely touched our community in the first place is wild to me. The Platinum Plan was a campaign promise. That's it. It was not legislation, so it shouldn't even be talked about. And the First Step Act, I know that, people who were or are incarcerated really love that, but what's kind of stupid about it is that it didn't transform the lives of black people. We're not talking about state prisons. We're talking about federal ones. We're talking about white-collar crime and some drug cases, right? So it affected a few people. Most black families are still dealing with the criminal justice system. They never saw a benefit from that. It didn't fix policing. It didn't fix the bail system, cash bail. It didn't fix sentencing. It didn't fix the fucking pipeline feeding our people into the machine. And you think that the first accident that got a few guys out who had federal sentences, that's just big, that's it. So if you're talking about, a situation like that, you're talking about being transactional, which is what we need to do. We need to negotiate. So what the hell did we negotiate with Trump? Real talk. What the fuck did black folks say? If the ones who voted for him didn't ask for shit.
Yes, we
If
did.
that wasn't the stupidest shit on the planet, I don't know what it is. Because I heard all the speeches. I heard the YouTube video. The Democrats got us on a plantation, all that bullshit. Okay, cool. So what in the entire fuck did we get? We weren't even promised anything this time around. So what we got exactly was nothing. And everything that Tara laid out, and you should know better. Come on. Nothing is coming, and this is, a couple of years in, and that's it. So if you can show me the policy, show me the money. We've seen the money from every other fund on the planet, including this last one. Show me the investment, show me the measurable outcome. Because you can't pay rent with campaign promises.
I want to show.
You can't build no wealth off of it either.
I want to show.
So if you want to hold Obama accountable, you can talk about ACA for sure. You can talk about HBCs receiving actual support and not a few $1 million. You can talk about Pell Grants being expanded. You can talk about the crack versus powder cocaine sentencing.
Crisis mode right now.
Obama, which was decades in the making. You can talk about my brother's keeper that was launched, not including the fact that he inherited a shitty-ass economy from yet another Republican and had to fix that shit, and left office with unemployment dramatically lower than where it started. And look at where we are now. So it's like you can get all emotional about shit, but at least speak facts and be real about it.
What has Trump done for the black people? First Step Act, economic gains, opportunity zones, HBCU support, tax and financial policies.
None of that happened.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
None of that happened.
Did you not hear his address for First Step Act? Did that include federal prisoners only? Or hell, guess what? Mostly white people, and the HBCU donation that he gave was a fraction to what Biden gave. What else you got?
Nothing.
Was that Google or ChatGPT?
He should have given y'all nothing, you ungrateful ass motherfucker.
Was that Google or ChatGPT?
What source you need?
This is what he gave for my vote, right? My vote got me more back in my taxes, right? For my corporations that I have here in New York City, my 1120 gets filed. I see more less.
Bro, I feel y'all because y'all are miserable.
That's crazy. How do you tell us that you've been to prison 4 times? You served 4 prison sentences.
You don't like mediocre white
I want to know how you got to vote.
Other race men in the White House?
Prison sentences, but I guarantee you,
You're lying.
They're all in
all of your freedom did nothing for you.
Did you want to jump in, Brandy?
So
you guys get off
on the stage. He's not doing anything.
Stop complaining. Stop complaining. Just make it
We're black
people.
Lisa, Matt is
You're not a moderator. You don't tell people who to keep on stage and who not to. No, it's just like it's these like innuendos and these.
All right, I'm
getting
ready
to trying to run shit.
I have things I can do.
Wait, Lisa, hold on.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm not doing that. You guys are going to nice.
Yo, guys, y'all shouldn't be like thinking like that.
Okay. And you gotta take into consideration, he done called her a bitch. He done said shit.
I'm taking into consideration everything. And this is not nothing new, because I'm sitting on people's stages having my name called out, talking about me, cussing me out, calling me all kind of fucking names. That happens all the time on fucking Clubhouse. I've been called every fucking name in the motherfucking book on every fucking stage. So I don't even know what I'm doing here right now. Arguing against me? I'm the top left here. This is my room.
We're gonna
I'm not doing it tonight.
Don't close the room. We're gonna hold it down.
Stop threatening.
I'm not threatening shit. Stop.
All right, we're gonna hold it down. Please. Let's go.
Okay, so we can. Who is it that was supposed to finish your sentiments? Was it Thug? And if so, Thug, while you're down there, if you could just get to your point, so that way we can move forward. Let's not do the antagonizing thing. Let's just have a conversation. Can we agree to that?
He's not on stage.
But he can.
I didn't know if I was.
Okay, that's okay.
Penny, to be fair, Deborah asked him a valid question. Like, how you keep talking about your vote when you was a prisoner?
Well, what he talked about was the 1120
But
and
he's
corporate
not
taxes.
on
And
stage.
if
You see
you
how
have
this shit is going?
if you have a Corp C, then maybe you did save some money that particular year because of the tax law. But that wasn't for black people.
Okay, so
What he
so
stated was
now
specifically for black people.
That was for Americans.
So here's the thing, right? So many of you are so ignorant to the fact that voting for formerly incarcerated men has went out the window years ago. We all can vote. Anyone that comes home from prison, whether it's state or federal, has a right to vote. You can vote. There are
actually
also
not true.
There are also
It's
You can have a provisional ballot.
You're
Sir,
wrong.
It can be provisional.
Wait, let me just. No.
Right
Oh,
now,
New York. You're talking about New York. What I was trying.
Oh
What I
my
was
God!
trying to
Can I
say.
speak?
Wait,
No.
can
You're
I
cutting
just?
me off.
Let's just let him. Okay, go ahead, Thug.
No, I wasn't.
I did not.
Tyra, I let you.
Go ahead, Thug. Go ahead. Yo. Come on, dude.
You know, it's telling that my education is surpassing a lot of people who claim.
Just get to the point. Don't do that. Just make the point. Just make the point, dude. Don't do that.
The point is that what I was initially saying was that I got more money in my pocket by voting for Donald Trump. I see more money in my pocket with the term that this president has served more than the 8 years that I got with Obama. I had so much turmoil, so much. Let me just get my statement out so y'all can talk shit about me, right? Because that's what you want to do anyway. The whole thing is that the point is this president has got. If you're not making any money in America, you probably hate this president, and you hate him because
You're probably untalented if you ain't making money.
You don't have shit to do in your own life. You never file taxes. You ain't get shit back because you don't make shit. That's why you're angry. But the Democrats going to sit up here, if they ever make it into office again, they're going to lie to you like they've been doing. Lie. And you're going to love them for lying to you.
Lie. Dumb niggas like you die. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
I just wanted to clarify that when Thug made his point, what I was trying to say was this is not true in all states. He didn't mention New York initially. So some states, New York does allow former felons to vote. There are 15 states, I think, that make it extremely difficult for former felons to vote, depending on the nature of the felony. So he had not mentioned New York specific. So that's all I was trying to say.
And I just asked the question because I wanted to know how, so he could have just explained it.
Yeah, I need to get Trump.
But instead, he likes to fight.
Okay, pause. And I'm saying this.
Now that you found out that you're wrong and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Look, Tyra was wrong about a lot of things when me and her were going back and forth.
And I'm still not wrong. And fuck you.
This is typical. They always wrong, bro. A grown ass man want to call himself a thought. Call yourself a bitch ass nigga, yo.
Why don't you pick your hate ass
Also
up
said that he
and
owns
try
all about it. Y'all believe him if y'all want to.
Listen, Tyra was the one fucking girl. I ain't nigga.
It's typical.
Excuse me.
White woman on the stage.
Okay, so I was.
The country for a reason.
All I was
Like y'all
saying.
just criticized.
Stop. All I was saying was I'm a retired lawyer and I happen to know a lot about getting voting rights back. I did not realize he was only referring to New York because he wasn't clear.
Got it. We understand, Tara, for the third time. You.
He said felons. He said felons all.
Yo, Tyra.
Excuse me.
Like mediocre men from other races now? That's what you want to the White House, Tyra? Because that's what it sounds like.
No, that's not what it sounds like. It's Tira, but it doesn't matter.
Because y'all all sound mediocre right now.
Listen, look at Trump's cabinet. The only people he has are people like Pete Hegseth. So these are not the right people for the jobs. These are not people with backgrounds that are significant. Okay, look at all these.
Oh, Tara would be a great fit for government.
To me, they do not represent the creme de la creme. Maybe you think they do, but
high class Tara.
I believe that creme de la creme could be white.
Hey, Minnow. Yes, I'm sorry, Tara. Hold on, Tara. It's. I'm about to put my teacher hat on. Don't respond to bad behavior. We're gonna let people land, right? Minnow, you have just not given a fuck. I'm calling your name out because.
I'm sorry.
Okay, show me with your actions. Just let her land.
I did the same thing for Thug. It's like, hey, just let him land. Because what happens is it gets
anybody who's not a white man, in essence, it must be suspect, is a real problem. Okay, because that's what they are saying. When Ketanji Brown Jackson is, and that's what I've seen this administration do, and this bothers me. There are people all over who are good. There are people all over who are not talented, etc. And but the fact that it seems like anybody who's other than a white man is looked upon with suspicion is one of the things that I hate the most about this administration. It's terrible. I don't even think it's legal, and every time it's
if you anything other than a white man, we are suspicious of you.
All this stuff, this has all not even been challenged in court. You should understand that. Okay?
Should understand.
Because, you know, diversity just to me means
Why does she giggle like that?
Diversity.
Okay, I'm gonna exit the stage. Go enjoy my evening. We're gonna let this echo chamber run. I hope it goes. I'm sure it'll go all night.
Country with sort of being the dominant factor in the world, or at least in the United States. So I think that's a real problem. I'm surprised you don't think that, to be honest. I think everyone should think that.
Everyone should think like a racist. That's actually what she just said.
That's the only reason I came off the mic, right? And I still got no answers. What I got was a personal tax.
All right, this is Chicago News Incorporated. Go to ChicagoNewsInc.com.
I make money too. If you're not fucking make money, you should be able to make money on the interest. But if the best example that you come up with is that you pay less taxes, then you really proved my point. You talked about specifically for Black Americans. So don't say that shit about Obama no more, please.
Please don't say nothing negative about Obama ever. He's our king.
Especially without a real situation. You know, just to keep saying it means nothing.
Anyway, what y'all saying?
Thing is, you want something specific.
We wasn't even talking about that. What was y'all talking about?
She said that. She said she wanted something for Black people. For Black people.
We're moving on. Moving on. Go ahead.
The Civil War is to make you American.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think that it was disheartening that they let that man say whatever he said, but the man from the UFC spoke down about it. I haven't heard President Trump say anything in reference to it, and I think Joe Rogan spoke against it as well, but that doesn't really mean anything. It's the fact that they had the audacity. He felt comfortable enough to say that shit is what matters. And it's crazy because you got a lot of people, I'm not going to call no names, but you got a lot of people that shucking job for that party and the people that represent that party, but then they don't see the fact that those people don't like y'all. It's so weird. It's real weird. And I see that y'all be trying to troll us and y'all think that it's funny. In real life, it just speaks to how much of losers are in real life, because nothing that you say is believable. When you come and you troll people for no apparent reason at all, we know that all of the things that you say about all of the money that you supposedly have is a lie. It's obvious. This is how broke people talk. Broke people talk just like these niggas do.
Tax returns don't lie. Tax returns don't lie. One mic. Real quick, hold on. We don't get off this back and forth.
I done photoshopped a lot of
I thought we weren't doing personal attacks anymore.
I didn't personally attack anybody. I said some of these people.
Hold on.
Those people think that way about themselves, but that's on them. That ain't got shit to do with me.
What code are we supposed to have? What code?
What's the back to the pictures right now?
Ain't the fucking streets.
In real life, you don't got no code.
I have a code to my kids and my family, dog.
I know.
She ain't got no kids. She ain't got no kids, Brandy. She got that blunt that she put between her legs.
You don't need that at 60
She got that
years
blunt that she put
old.
between her lips.
You don't need that at 60 years old. Come on, Brooklyn. Stop, Brooklyn. Don't engage with you. Stop. You got a boyfriend at 60. No. Stop, please. What's wrong with being gay?
Hey, Divine, how about those Knicks, huh? Can we go back to that?
Absolutely.
I think that's the only thing me and Doug Willie might agree upon.
Divine and I are trying to figure out whether we can get to the brain without getting crushed, okay? That's what we're trying to figure out. So if anybody has any thoughts about it, we'd be appreciative.
Well, I got some thoughts about
good. Next one.
I got some thoughts about DC because I just left DC.
I can get a second real quick? Madison, give me a second. We're gonna play this clip. What's going on today in today's news real quick? Give me a second. Y'all can get back to that shit in a minute. Give me a second.
On hopes of an Iran deal being signed this week, Larry Kudlow joins us in moments with his thoughts. But first, Fox Business correspondent Jerry Willis tracking the markets for us. Jerry, it's a good day.
It's a good day for your 401k, that is for sure. We see traders buying with both hands. And let's talk about oil. We're at the lowest level since early March, down 5%, holds for the close. This will be a big break.
All right, somebody muted all.
Yeah, because why is Omari playing that shit? Where did that come from?
That's what I was saying.
Wow. So you're censoring that. Wow.
He didn't even explain what he was talking about.
Wow. This is a psyop.
Nobody knows what you're playing.
We don't even know what you're playing. What are you doing?
I think Amari was playing a clip.
Yeah, but
I was trying to tell her, but that was fucking wrong.
Yo, brother, but why you panicking though, brother?
I'm not. I'm just telling you.
About the Trump administration considering invoking the Insurrection Act. Something that we were all
Be that I found out other shit.
Hi, Nisa's daughter. I've never met you, but whoever you are, hi.
Let me get back to this real quick. I forgot what we were doing here.
When I came in, you were talking about DC.
No, we're getting ready to do this real quick. Hold on, get back to you just a second. Hold on.
You trying to do Lawrence O'Donnell?
Hold on. Because she was doing it, then all of a sudden she disappeared.
She's still on. Well, she just left the stage. She's still on.
No, if it's 212, is it the 212 NY account?
Yeah, she's still on stage.
Okay, no, she's still on stage, Lisa.
Okay, go ahead, y'all. I'm in a different room.
Madison, earlier, I put an X on you. I'm sorry.
with the last of the puppies out in got moving questions. Who does a whole house? I got packing. Where do plants go? So far.
Hey, Misha, I got the intro if you wanted me to play it.
What was y'all supposed to be playing?
She didn't answer, but I think she's trying to play Lawrence O'Donnell.
All right, that's going to do it for me tonight. So good to have you here with us. Now it's time for the one with the great Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence. Anyway, sometimes we get lucky, and this is one of those nights. I was watching your coverage with Mark Elias about this force that Chuck Schumer has assembled to game out, describe what's the worst that could happen. I mean, literally, what's the worst that could happen on Election Day? Senator Raphael Warnock is part of that group, as you identified. He's our first guest. Our handing off that subject right into this show tonight. And it also, Rachel, is highly relevant to that reporting that the New York Times is now running from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's new book called Regime Change, where they were reporting today in the New York Times about the Trump administration considering invoking the Insurrection Act, something that we were all kind of guessing about. This is the inside story of exactly how they considered it. The vice president strongly advocating it. So that would be the device they would use to get federal troops, American military, on the ground, on the streets, possibly at polling places in this country.
Yeah, and if anybody was thinking that J.D. Vance might be sort of a more democracy-minded leader than Donald Trump,
on the Republican presidential ticket in the next presidential election, in the White House, advocating the same thing for that election.
That's exactly right. So it's very eye-opening reporting, and I'm really interested to hear what Senator Warnock has to say about it. I exist purely to provide an excellent, smooth, steep on-ramp to the Lawrence O'Donnell Hour, and I am ready for it tonight.
You actually think we do like homework and coordinating stuff. Which, like, you know what? Let's have them think that.
Well, this is on purpose, surely.
Sure. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you. Well, on a day when Donald Trump claims to have reached a deal to end his war in Iran that is a complete failure of his original objective of Iran's, quote, unconditional surrender, the Trump White House has been rocked by stunning new reporting in the New York Times that some in the White House seem to consider so accurate that they are accusing New York Times reporters of having obtained audio recordings of White House Situation Room meetings. Think about that. The White House is not condemning this new devastating reporting from inside the Trump White House as a pack of lies. Instead, they are, in effect, declaring it to be so shockingly 100% accurate that the reporters must have audio recordings of what was said in the White House. Axios is reporting top White House officials believe New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan obtained audio recordings of Situation Room meetings for their forthcoming book, Regime Change. No White House has ever made that accusation about a book sourced from inside that White House. And every presidential administration since Richard Nixon has had such books written, most of them by Bob Woodward. And there are always some people who try to cast doubt on some of the accuracy in those books. But the truth of it is that most of those books, especially the Woodward books, have been highly accurate, with White House meetings recreated through interviews of participants in those meetings. The White House is saying, think about this, that Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan have gone so far beyond any other inside the White House book, especially any other inside the Trump White House book, and reached a level of what they think is such perfect accuracy that is achievable only by reporters obtaining audio recordings. Axios reported, quote, such a taped leak would be a shocking breach of one of the most secure settings on earth. Independent recording devices in the Situation Room are forbidden. So that means White House sources suspect someone at Donald Trump's White House working for Donald Trump was improperly recording Situation Room meetings and then handing them over to the New York Times. Axios reports, we're afraid some of our most sensitive conversations. The book, titled Regime Change, will go on sale a week from now and can be pre-ordered online and ordered at your local bookstore, and you can get your name. White House used the word insane to describe it. And now think about that one. How insane does something have to be for people working in the Trump White House to think that it is insane? They work for a man who says insane things every day that they accept and publicly support whenever called upon to do so. But privately, they thought Stephen Miller's idea was insane. That's their word for it. Today's New York Times reports some figures in the White House privately called suspending habeas corpus insane. The legal doctrine of habeas corpus has its origins in the oldest English common law and actually predates Magna Carta from 1215. It took written form in England in the Habeas Corpus Act of 1679 during the reign of King Charles II. It prevents the government from arbitrarily imprisoning people without giving them a right to a hearing. It was something that, as Stephen Miller put it, we're actively looking at. The Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So it's an option we're actively looking at. The White House Staff Secretary William Scharf wrote a memo arguing against Stephen Miller's idea of suspending habeas corpus. The Times reports the memo this way. The history of habeas corpus dates back to the very dawn of English common law. He recorded in his memo to Susie Wiles, denial of habeas corpus rights was a key grievance underlying the American Revolution, and the right to apply to the federal courts for habeas corpus review dates to the beginning of the Republic. Stephen Miller wanted to suspend habeas corpus for immigrants in order to speed up what Donald Trump had promised would be the mass deportation of immigrants. Stephen Miller argued that the presence of undocumented immigrants in the country, even those who have been here for decades working harder at their jobs than Stephen Miller ever has, constituted an invasion, and therefore habeas corpus could be suspended. The Times reports habeas corpus had been formally suspended only 4 times, most recently after Pearl Harbor. In every case, the country was at war or facing armed rebellion. Only Lincoln, at the start of the Civil War, had ever claimed the power without congressional authorization, and only during a long congressional recess. Because habeas corpus was written in the body of the Constitution, Alexander Hamilton argued in Federalist Paper 84 that a Bill of Rights was therefore unnecessary. Hamilton said that the habeas corpus provision of the Constitution was enough to prevent the worst possible kind of his winning. But Stephen Miller has a huge advantage over Alexander Hamilton because Stephen Miller is still working in the Trump White House with a president and a vice president who could not be more ignorant of our history. James David Vance proved that with this statement.
If you go back to World War II, if you go back to World War I, if you go back to every major conflict in human history, they all end with some kind of negotiation.
No, they didn't. World War II ended with 0 negotiations. World War II ended the way Donald Trump claimed his war in Iran was going to end: unconditional surrender. Japan and Germany each signed unconditional surrender documents. Adolf Hitler killed himself rather than submit Germany to the unconditional surrender that he knew was coming. Every vice president, prior to J.D. Vance, has known that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt demanded the unconditional surrender of Germany and Japan during World War II. And when FDR died in the final months of the war, his vice president, then elevated to the presidency, Harry Truman, accepted those unconditional surrenders without a word of negotiation with anyone about those surrenders. That kind of statement by J.D. Vance demonstrating a complete ignorance of how World War II ended is the kind of thing that used to get drummed out of American politics before Donald Trump's coming down with the Republican Party, and it tells you something about the quality of thinking that the Vice President of the United States brings to his job. In the report by Maggie Haber and Jonathan Swan in today's New York Times, J.D. Vance began a White House meeting last year by arguing it was time to invoke the Insurrection Act, which allows the president to deploy the American military to put down insurrections and rebellions inside the United States. He did this after Renee Good and Alex Gray were shot and killed by Donald Trump's federal agents in Minnesota when video recordings of the incidents showed that they did not pose any threats at all to the agents who shot and killed them. The Times reports Mr. Vance got to the point they needed to invoke the Insurrection Act swiftly to crush the unrest in Minnesota. It would be painful in the short term, he said, but the message it would send that paid agitators could not get away with disrupting ICE operations would make sure no one tried it again. There was no evidence that either Mr. Pretty or Ms. Good had been paid activists. Once again, it fell to William Scharf to make the point that the Insurrection Act, as the Times reports, simply did not fit the circumstances on the ground. And so, yes, it is easy to imagine what goes on in the Trump White House. As easy as we always thought it was. Discussions of trampling the Constitution, violating the law, and crushing our rights. Peggy Haberman and Jonathan Swan report that the discussion that day of invoking the Insurrection Act to send American troops into the streets of Minneapolis and who knows where else in this country was incomplete. The meeting broke up without a decision, a vague consensus to keep thinking about it, but it had been clarifying in its own way, even after the administration's posture had helped escalate tensions in Minnesota, even with the blowback mounting. The vice president and Mr. Miller were still searching for a reason to put federal troops on American streets. Just as the idea of suspending habeas corpus was set aside, but never fully abandoned by some inside the White House, the Insurrection Act, at least in the eyes of its proponents, would remain a loaded weapon in the West Wing, eager to test the limits of presidential power. The Insurrection Act remains a loaded weapon that some observers have suggested could be aimed at our polling places in swing states like Georgia. It could go either way in the November election. Leading off our discussion tonight is Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. He serves on the Senate Finance Committee and the Senate Banking Committee. He's also the author of the new book, The Crooked Places Made Straight, Reflections on the Meaning of America. Senator, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Okay, there we go. Lawrence O'Donnell for tonight. Any questions or comments?
What is that guy? Lawrence O'Donnell. He's on MSN Now. Comes on this. This wasn't actually new. They were talking about this. There was reporting on this early on, and I think the president even said that he's thinking about it. And this was because there was so much going on. This was in Minnesota and other places, and so it's not really new, but they never did it, so. But Minnesota was wild. They were wild in Minnesota. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, people don't really want to hold them accountable. But, like, we're the idiots. Like, come on, bro. That's crazy. This fraud is huge, bro. Like, nobody cares about that? No? See, that's the thing. You guys are quiet when it doesn't push the agenda that you want to push. That's hypocritical. Like, I want to see you guys be like, you know what? Fuck what happened in Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? That guy would have been the vice president of the United States.
Yeah, it's good now. You know what? What I was going to say is that they're talking about November, so that's the problem. Is that everybody's looking at what's happening in November. And even what he said when they talked about that they wanted to deploy them, I thought they should have deployed them in Minneapolis because they wanted to teach people a lesson that what they're calling paid agitators, when there's no proof that Alex or Renee were paid agitators, they want to keep people, deter people from doing that. What they're trying to do and what it appears that they've been always trying to do, and I say appears because I don't know, but it's about the midterms that they know they're going to lose. He's in the toilet for his approval rating. So he's got one of the worst approval ratings of any American president. I think he may have the worst. And with an unpopular war, with gas prices, with campaign promises broken, you can pretty much assume that they're probably going to lose seats in this upcoming election. And so that's what this insurrection is all about, them maintaining power. That's literally all it's about, period.
Oh, okay. I don't agree to an insurrection, of course. You know what I mean? That would be weird.
So basically, the stupidity of it all and the grasping for straws is not worth responding to.
Suggest we are at war because illegal migrants have come into the country has always been, in my view, one of the least supported of his many views that I dislike. Okay, there is no war. It is not being directed by a foreign power. Trindagwa, in fact, if anything, is acting on their own. I think most people recognize that this is not an invasion in the sense that the courts ever meant habeas corpus to, or quite frankly, the Insurrection Act to be invoked for. But that's what Trump is trying to say, that we are being invaded. And so for that reason, we should do all these things. Now, if you can come up with anything credible that suggests there's an actual targeted invasion by a foreign government, I'd be interested to hear it, because I have never heard it. And I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't go down these routes, because the courts have been extremely distrustful, let's just say, even though they give the president great deference in the area of foreign policy and in the area of national security. This is a bridge too far.
The thing I'll say too about that, because of what Tara's talking about, what they're trying to do, talking about this invasion, being with immigrants, poor whites better go read the Grapes of Wrath, so they better really get serious about what's going on, because this is an attack on them. So when you look at like an underclass or an entry class in America, which used to be the free labor they had with the slaves, and then when Irish immigrants came over, and different immigrants, like if you just go back and look at history or watch like Far and Away or Gangs in New York, but all the immigrants that came over were sort of a lower class. They weren't like the gentry or the wealthy landowners. So the job that they're taking away, they literally want poor whites and poor people in general to take those jobs. So all these people that support Trump are really, it's just the fact that they're relying on people's, basically that's all Trump does. Like I said, he lied to people about what he was gonna do. And I think people are starting to wake up to the fact that he didn't cut the prices, grocery price didn't go down, gas price didn't go down. He, like the whole thing about no new wars, he didn't do all the stuff he said he was going to do. He didn't stop the war with Israel and Gaza. Russia and Ukraine is still going on. Saying all that to say that just whenever they're done, if they do get all the immigrants out of this country and they push blacks back into our place, like poor whites, it's not like they're gonna like rise up or whatever. They literally are gonna be the underclass, and they're gonna be the servants of their rich masters.
Y'all don't know what y'all want. Y'all tell Trump that y'all want him to stop all these wars, but then you tell America that America shouldn't try to police the world. Y'all don't know what y'all want out of this country. Y'all just want to complain. When this president's term is over, I can't wait to see what you step-infected blacks, and I'm not trying to stage, I'm talking about all the step-infected blacks who want to complain about this president. I can't wait to hear who you niggers are going to try to vote for in this next election. I can't fucking wait.
How does Trump help anybody? I guess what I'm trying to figure out, because you said the platinum plan earlier, like I don't understand how Trump is helping black or white people. So maybe if I could understand that from your perspective, maybe that would help.
You don't want to understand it.
It's like thugs don't.
Now I'm being a baby when I don't have a
like a thug.
Yeah, you could be a baby. Be a little bitch.
You ain't sound like a thug just now.
I know it's easy for you to say. I know it's easy for you to say push through it because you got the beam. I know. Y'all so fucking tough. Y'all are so tough and smart in this room. Y'all are so tough and smart.
It's a free app, Doug. I don't ask for green bean. I'm just saying it don't matter. Like we just talking or whatever. I'm just trying to understand. If you don't want to share, I really just want to know how Trump is helping black or white people. Since you say that the next person in is going to be like, I don't get how Trump is helping anybody.
Well, you won't get how Trump is helping anybody because you ain't getting no help and you don't know how to get it. That's why you don't see it. What you're looking for, hold on, you just asked me something, now you want to cut me off.
No, I was trying to let you speak. Haitian was about to jump in.
So, you're saying how is he helping black or white people? Number one, every opportunity that is afforded to white people is afforded to blacks. I don't see any of you, anyone who hates this president so much, doing anything that this country has to offer us, taking advantage of it. I don't hear any of you doing that. And if you're so smart and this president is so stupid, it should be very easy for you to galvanize whatever you can get from it. It should be easy. But guess what? It's not easy for you. You know why? Because you're so much in the low echelons of understanding how to work this country that you want to complain about it. That's how you hide your ignorance. You hide your ignorance by complaining about something that you can't fucking change. You're not going to move him out of office. Your next president that's going to come into the office, I can't wait to hear you Negroes on this app. I swear to God, I can't wait to hear your.
Are you going to answer the damn question?
Hold on, please. Let me talk to him, and I literally would get off of this. But Doug, that still didn't answer the question about how's he helping anybody, because I can tell you how he's hurting people with like SNAP benefits. People that were getting money for food are getting less money for food under him. Gas prices are high. The economy's having problems. We're in a foreign war, so energy's creating a global energy problem. I'm just saying, you're just not saying, because I get, the vitriol, but I'm saying, I'm asking you literally how the man's helping everybody. You just giving me stuff that's not really saying how he's helping me.
He's helping me. My vote got me what I wanted for my vote. That's what I got. That's what I got.
That's cool. He's not asking people to help you. That's what
I got. My vote and my interests have been met.
All right. That's my vote. We need that for people. We're good.
Tell me what Obama did to help people. Tell me what Obama did to help people.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Can we move the mic around? Let me go.
Madison already told you. You don't have to repeat it, Mike.
Let me step in the time machine. Hold on. Let me see if I can get back to 2012. I'm going to see if I can make it back then.
Well, I mean, I'm actually one of those people that made money since Trump has been in office. And the first time around, too, that wasn't even the conversation, because the argument was now as black people didn't benefit because we're not smart enough. That's an interesting defense. When you said that Trump was helping Black America, it turns out he was helping people who already have profitable corporations and assets. That's not a black agenda. That's an I got mine agenda. And I'm not about that life, because I'm about my people and my community.
You got
You see the closet? You gonna come out the closet?
You got your right to marry a woman and both pussies together. That's what you got.
And we know you broke dick in the closet, nigga.
Why y'all keep engaging him?
Increase the peace, but fuck the Middle East.
Engage him.
Let's move impulse control issues. So
I feel like I just want y'all to be happy as Americans. Like, how are you doing good, but y'all supposedly doing so bad? I don't believe y'all doing so bad.
Are you?
I don't believe.
Are you Black American?
You're American. I don't care what color you is. Listen, first of all, you're brown. You're brown. First of all, if you're gonna be technical with it.
May I speak? Thank you. Appreciate you. I did not hear not one person on this stage complain. I did not hear anyone. We're stating the facts as they are. It's like anytime we explain what's happening in this country, it turns into y'all are broke, y'all are dumb, y'all are.
Don't you live in a nice house, Devon?
Don't worry about where I live. Don't worry about me. All right. Worry about you. Don't say my name. All right. Shut up. Yo, that's not the argument. The argument is all the atrocities that are taking place under this administration. Not I'm getting mine. I'm a profitable businessman. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are stupid. Y'all are complaining. Like that's not even an argument. You're not even defending your own argument. So the audience is not slow. The audience is not dumb. You gotta come better than that, bro. What's going on?
Come better than Trump in 2028. Then I'll believe anything you say. Other than that, y'all a bunch of ignorant complaining.
What kind of response is that? You sound illiterate. Honestly, you really don't sound. For someone who's saying running several corporations, your responses
to intelligent questions are very unintelligent. You really are not making a good argument, brother. And we need to move the mic around. I've asked several. There's plenty of y'all on stage. Let's move the mic around. Stop engaging with idiocracy. I'm going on mute.
You somebody that got nothing to add. You just want to call names.
Pussy.
That's what y'all want, man. One mic on you, Doug Willie. One mic on you for 45 minutes. Go. One mic on you.
Now the stage is silent.
It's DEI. Go ahead, put on the fucking idiot. It's on you, fucked up, Willie.
You're gonna call me an idiot, right? What about your Haitian mama?
You a fucking retard, bro. My mother Jamaican.
Alright, come on.
My mother Jamaican, you stupid motherfucker.
What about your mama?
I just said she's Jamaican. My mother Jamaican, you stupid. Now what?
I knocked him down. I'll bring him back up. Please leave his ass down there. I'll bring him up.
You know, it was interesting. When I mentioned Democratic candidates, I don't know if anybody else has anyone in mind, but one of the people that was mentioned, I think, by Thug was Elizabeth Warren. And I said no. I said no for two reasons. A, because I think, her ideas are just not going to fly, and I think there's too much stuff that's been said about her, and it's really hard to get past the Pocahontas crap and things like that. But mainly I said no because she's going to be 79 years old when the next presidential election happens. And I think we really need people who are younger at this point. I don't want to see another 80-year-old president. Does anybody? Is the governor of Pennsylvania, who's been really, I think, very good on the issues. But have you listened to Ossoff's recent speeches? They are sort of very well done. No. I was just going to say, look, it's funny. A year or two ago, I was in despair that there were no Democrats. It was really depressing to me. But and when I look at the Republican side, I see it's going to be, Vance, Rubio, or God forbid, Donald Trump Jr., which would be, oh my Lord. Well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, the Republicans' bench is screwed up because MAGA destroyed the Republican Party. It's almost like literally they have another party now. So they're going to have a whole bunch of repair they're going to have to do, assuming that things go the way they should in these midterms and then in the 2020 elections. But I was going to say to that point that, I feel like the Democrats have a deep bench with, like you're talking about Ossoff, Shapiro, Mark Kelly. I think Wes Moore is not quite ready. Gretchen Whitmer definitely should be on somebody's ticket. And Pete Buttigieg is one of my favorites. And it's funny because, like, the whole thing with him being gay, but if he runs, I literally would go work and, like, go knock on doors for his campaign. I feel like he's probably the most qualified person that we have on that side to be president. Every time you hear him speak, his skills of order, everything about the way his military service, the only thing is just with him being gay. But it's like, I'm hoping that he'll put his hat in the ring and try to, at least go in the primary, see what he can do.
Look, he is probably the best, not just speaker, but he engages with the other side in a way that makes sense, is sensible, and he's smart as a whip. And I agree with that, but I just don't think America is ready for a gay president, and I just don't think they're ready. I don't think they're ready for a female president, to be perfectly honest. We've shown in the past, unfortunately, that, we're not really that great at this, and we don't get over stereotypes and etc. And I think there's a lot of people who just will be against Buttigieg because he's gay. It's simple as that.
Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. President Trump removes Josh Hockett chain after his Michelle Obama comment. Come on, guys.
Removes him from what?
No, he removed. So I'm gonna send it to you, right? Wait, hold on. Who put his thumbs down? But you don't even know what the fuck he put his thumbs down for. He doesn't co-sign what he said.
I don't like you.
I don't like me. I don't care.
And I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Let us get back to the conversation that we were having and just about these candidates. God, I can't remember what the fuck.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying after witnessing this UFC fight, and motorcycles going back and forth and doing like motorcycle jumps and the whole way that the way he's running this thing, the destruction of the East Wing of the White House, like cranes, this whole thing with the ballroom. I do think, and I had this talk the other day, I just think that by the time it gets to 2028, we could be in a position where we may be ready if they like put the insurrection, like use the Insurrection Act, invoke that for the midterms. The things that we have not yet, that we get to witness, by the time that time gets here, it could be, we might be ready for anything is what I'm saying. So Pete Buttigieg may have a chance based on whatever else that we don't know that Trump's going to do in the future.
So do you think America would be more ready for a gay president than they would a woman president? We gotta let the women go first, bro. We gotta let the women go first.
So
that's a great question.
that's a really good question, but what I would say is I think Republicans, interesting enough, would be more likely to vote for a woman president. You know, they if for example Nikki Haley had been the guy, I think they might have gone for it, right?
I would.
Because they have a vision of a certain type of woman who'd be acceptable to them. I think the Democrats are more fractious, and I also think Republicans would vote against a Democratic woman in large numbers, because they would perceive she would be a feminist, you know, and it's a fascinating dichotomy. I don't have an answer to your question. I sort of feel like, and I hate to say this, but I feel like the Democrats would be safer off just, you know, nominating a straight white guy.
It just feels like the patriarchy would win anyway, regardless of him being gay. I feel like a gay man would win first.
Well, I mean, if he was a gay racist, he would probably win first, because America is certainly ready for that.
You mean Lindsey Graham? Is that what you're? Sorry.
Oh yeah, this person's so fucking racist.
If you even look at the cabinet, so Bessent or whatever being gay, and you just mentioned Lindsey Graham, who's not out of the closet, but it's assumed that he's gay. I'm just saying that Trump, there's like a MAGA. I've read an article about this. It's been so long, I apologize. But there are a number of people in Trump's inner circle, like that are MAGA, that are like just openly gay. So I'm just saying that if the world keeps going the way it does, Pete Buttigieg is so qualified. He is so presidential. He's perfect for the role. I'm just saying that we may get to a point, if they deploy the military for the midterms, if they suspend habeas corpus, and they just start going wild and doing what I think this shit's going to get worse before it gets better. Plus the stuff he's already done. I just think that America could be ready for someone like that by the time we get to 2028. But again, it's just, I might down this hill, but it's just sort of what I'm thinking right now.
Well, I mean, I was serious about what I said. Look at what America was willing to look past. You know, felony convictions, reality show politics, conspiracy theories, constant scandals, and every other form of political chaos imaginable, up to and including this weekend. Why? Because he appealed to the lowest common denominator. And we all know why he got elected. So if they were able to look past it then, as long as they're pushing forth his agenda, which they don't even understand, they're not getting shit out of it either. As long as they feel like they're on top of somebody. And so all I'm saying is that America is ready for any of those things that they normally would be, as long as the status quo can continue the way that it is.
Okay. And don't you find it odd? I find it odd, Michael, you brought it up. Scott Bessent, they never talk about him being gay.
Nope.
And so Tallarico barely in the race. And he's being called all kinds of things. I mean, it's kind of weird that, you know, quietly Bessent gets to be gay. But Democrats, you know, are blown out the water and you know, their names are trashed and everything else. They're pathetic people. But, I mean, my thing is, I don't think a lot of people, even though he, you know, kind of moves that way, maybe they don't know. I don't know what they.
No, they know it's what Michael was talking about in Buttigieg, because if competence, experience, character, and real qualifications were truly the standard, we'd be having a very different conversation. It would obviously be Buttigieg, right? But that's not the conversation.
But Buttigieg probably says who he is. I never heard Bessent. That's kind of.
You may not know this, Deborah, but Grindr came to a halt during the RNC convention. Grindr is an app that just locked up because so many of them were on it.
So Bully was there.
Yeah, I mean, I did hear about that. I'm
That
still
really
just
happened.
saying that Besant quietly is gay.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying that it's not that they don't know. It's that they don't care as long as he's pushing forth the same agenda that this country was built on, the status quo continually. So you can be a gay Republican. That's cool. That's never going to stop them. You can be dysfunctional in any way imaginable. Not that being gay is dysfunctional. I'm saying the things that they potentially don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? It could be.
I do. But why isn't it being called out? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying it should be talked about, because a lot of people moving like, everybody can have their own opinion about it, but we got a whole gay cabinet position and it's not being discussed. I'm not sure why we're not. I mean, I don't know.
I will. Madison, let me try. Let me try real quick. I was gonna say to Deborah's point, it is what Madison's saying. I believe, because Scott Besant, he's openly gay. He has, like, I can't remember what his husband does, but like, and he literally doesn't shy away from being gay. I think to Madison's point, it's just the fact that they're pushing the patriarchy, they're pushing white nationalism, they're pushing us down. Like, they're doing all of it. I think that they care more about that than they do gay. And I think that for somebody like Buttigieg, the hurdle will be the fact of pulling everybody up, like pulling immigrants up, pulling blacks up, pulling like the lesbian, gay, like LGBTQ community up. I think that that's going to be the problem, like the fact that it's that liberal stuff. He's part of the patriarchy, Besant, and that's why I think that they look past it. But he is definitely openly gay, though. Like, he doesn't hide it.
Okay, but y'all are missing my point. I think that, but I mean, it would be easier for him, Buttigieg. The climb up, I believe, would be lessened if it were brought out more or talked about, the fact that there's a gay Republican. I mean, like, they move like they don't like gays, or they're against a gay agenda.
But what we're saying, what I'm saying anyway, is
a difference saying it's like call out the hypocrisy.
Being gay is not the barrier. That's
but what Deborah's saying is call out the hypocrisy. If it's not okay for us to do it, it's not okay for you to do it. But we're not going to do that because it's not an issue. It's not an issue being gay. Well, you would have to put a spotlight on it. And I don't think that I don't know. How we live in the same universe and see things so differently like that?
Right. Deborah, I know what you're saying. It's crazy. It's like insane, right? Because it's the same thing with Christianity. Ignorance is bliss. They literally saw this man hold the Bible upside down and not be able to quote his favorite Bible verse. But Christians can literally say he was sent from God. This is cognitive dissonance. They are doing it on purpose. The barrier is not gender, sexuality, religion. It's none of those things. Because there are plenty of examples where people are accepted despite that. And the people who are willing to try and help the people, they're going to pull something out of their ass to say that something is wrong with this person. Unfortunately, sheep will follow that and really believe it despite every piece of evidence you put in their face. And so when you point out the hypocrisy, it makes you feel crazy, Deborah. I get it. I feel crazy every day. It's like, is anybody seeing this? Does anybody care? And then when you hear people with their talking points, especially when it comes to, he's gay, and it's like, but they don't even, they know who Besant is, but they don't care because they don't want to care because they don't want the real information. And there is no litmus test. It's not who you are. It's whether you're willing to uphold. You can call it the patriarchy. I mean, it's the patriarchy, but the patriarchy is based on what? White Jesus. White men winning all the time. And when black men don't even understand that, it's wild. So I know what you're saying, and I know it's difficult for me to wrap my brain around. I'm just saying it is what it is, and it's a very simple concept. And if you go back to the beginning of this country, the same thing is continuing, and they're just gaslighting everybody. That's all.
I mean, it's really not that difficult because people do it all the time. When everyone, I'm for the gays, I love gay people, but as soon as a straight man says something you don't like, you call him gay. So everybody's a hypocrite if you think about it. It's who you like. It's not about their sexual orientation, their color. It's if I like this person, I'm gonna ride with this person. We call straight men gay all the time when we're mad at them. So ain't no difference.
I'm not sure what that has to do.
Yeah, that's weird.
Not a whole lot, but it's like,
You know what? I will say this. I don't think
point when she said she didn't understand the hypocrisy, and I'm saying that it's the same thing. They can accept a gay person on their side, right? As a gay person, they see past that. But then on the opposite side, they will say we don't want these type of people in our running in office.
And I'm saying that we justify it and we understand why they do it, but we don't push back and then it works. They win the argument. It was the same, and I'm just going back for a minute. I ain't trying to relitigate anything. It was the transgender thing and the surgeries in prison with Kamala when Trump was in the White House and it was signed under him, under his administration. And they won the argument on a lie. And so I'm just saying, why don't we push back? I know why we don't, because we don't agree. We're talking about it in other circles, but he's not doing it in his position. Buttigieg don't mind. If he has, it didn't get the same attention that Buttigieg gets. And so we understand what's happening. We're losing.
Well, you know,
we're losing the battle.
We are losing, and you're a really critical thinker, Deborah. And it's the same reason why when I was trying to dismantle an argument earlier, and I'll hear Michael walking people down the same way, is strategy, and there's always a diversion. Whenever you're making too much sense, somebody starts arguing, or they bring up something anecdotal about themselves, and they pivot, they switch the conversation. But when you just really lay it out there the way it is, and you were so right about Kamala and that whole diversion campaign, and they call them whisper campaigns. They do it on purpose because it's so easy to spin people. But it's the same reason Hakeem Jeffries signed the Carly Kirk resolution, and all those other Democrats did. They didn't fight back on anything. They just signed it. So the complicitness of it all is just mind-boggling. It's like we don't stick with the same arguments. There's no strategy. We appeal to emotion and just try to go back and forth with people, but this, but that. But then when you lay out the hardcore facts, there's so much misinformation and disinformation. And I don't think that it's the misinformation. Disinformation is the willingness of people to go along with things that they already want to believe in terms of their unconscious bias. They like what's coming up in their algorithm, and it validates their core system. You know, because, I mean, you can even say why Jesus to some people, and they'd be like, don't be talking about Jesus. It's like, oh my God. So, you know, a lot of this stuff is so far programmed. I don't know if there's any way back from it.
You know, I think part of what goes on, though, is that when there are Democratic candidates, gay or not, I mean, Tarico, I think, is a riot because they're accusing him of being both gay and transgender as well as a womanizer. I'm not sure how you can be both, but okay. But when there are gay candidates or who are Democrats, typically they have supported transgender rights. And I think that part of what happens in the political calculus is Republicans understand that transgender rights and surgeries and women and men's, you know, men and women's sports, things like that, basically the American public is on the side of we don't really want much of this, right? We don't want boys and girls bathrooms, things like that. If you look, it's like 80%, and that includes Democrats and Republicans. So I think part of what happens here politically is that many of those candidates, it's not just that they're gay, it's that they also support transgender rights, which is a real, you know, that's a difficult one politically to deal with because it's not popular, you know, it's just not a popular position. I'm not saying that that I agree with that, but I'm saying I think that's the truth, and that's what happens. So if you look at Tallarico, a lot of it is he's transgender. That's been the biggest, not gay, transgender, right? If you look at Buttigieg, there will be, now I haven't seen it, but because he hasn't been a serious candidate recently, but, there will be things saying he supported the Equality Act, he supported all these things, and I think that's...
Because I don't think that they should carry that flag, no pun intended, to that degree. But people have to examine the way that they think in their own minds. It's like, okay, if you have a transgender person, and it's a male to female, so you want that person in the men's bathroom. When you game it out, and when you actually follow through with the whole thing, so you don't want the man dressed up like a lady to be in the women's bathroom, and nor do I, because of little girls. But you want them to be in the men's bathroom, and you're not concerned about your little boys. And then you discount the entire fact that children, by and large, are molested by straight men, and mostly white men, as a matter of fact, if you look at the statistics. But nobody gives a shit about any of those things. So yeah, I definitely don't think that they should have hung their flag on that, one thing at a time. Don't do those things that are polarizing. But the Democrats go in and they espouse those same agendas over and over and over again and continue to lose. It's like one thing at a time. Even in the LGBTQ community, it's like, look, if you're black and gay, just be black first, okay? Let's just get the black stuff done, because you're going to benefit either way. So can you just chill for just a minute? You know what I'm saying? And let's get the things that need to be done, and everybody get in fucking line. But everybody's whining about this or whining about that. Just give a damn third bathroom.
And Madison, you make a great point with that, because it's not quantified enough. What you said, white men are more likely to have molested a child, a straight white man. And we don't say that. When you said that, the bell went off for me. We hear it one case at a time, but I've never heard it quantified, just like you just said it. And it should be said. We running around assuming that transgender men are the ones that are, molesting or whatever. And I think just that statement alone should be said more often. And one more thing, I'm just going to say this. Buttigieg is always asked about, that subject or anything around that subject. I wish someone would, in the middle of Besson talking about, and I keep picking on him because he has a high profile position, and he gets to be gay, and it ain't no problem. I mean,
yeah, I'm with you.
It ain't no problem, and I wish somebody would ask him after he get through lying about the facts and figures. Ask him something about that.
Right.
I wish they would. They go off the topic with anybody else, but he just get to talk about finance.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet you. I mean, the fact that a lot of people have never even been in the company, in close company with somebody that's transgender, but they got an uncle that's molesting the little girls. When you look at the statistics of women that have been victims of abuse in some form or fashion, it is staggering. If you get in a group of 10 women, I guarantee you, talk to them and see what has happened within their own families that ain't nobody talking about. And it's that uncle, that straight uncle that's supposed to be cool as hell, but you worry about a transgender person that you would never even see in those kind of circumstances. But you let your kids be around all these other, it's...
Say that he's against, men and girls' bathrooms. He's against, men taking biological women's spots in sports. I'm willing to bet he'd say all that stuff, because there is a Republican position that's pretty clear cut. And I also think because he hasn't been a politician, gay teachers are going to be molesting. And I was thinking, no, it's probably going to be like the family friend or the relative or the uncle or right? That's a much more likely scenario, obviously.
And the point is, it shouldn't be a Democrat or Republican thing. That's the biggest.
I understand, but you don't get, the problem is, like I said, most Democratic politicians, for whatever reason, have a record on this, right? they have been taking positions for 4 or 5, 10 years, whatever it is. So they have something where they've said, I think I agree with, I want this, and so people can, react to that record. Besant probably doesn't have that record, so it would not be, if he were to ask, he'd say, no, I agree with President Trump on all these things, or whatever it is. But I do think it is a problem, not because it's okay. Look, how many transgender athletes are there in high school sports? So few. It's really ridiculous, right? I mean, it's just not the issue that it's being made to be. It's not destroying the fabric of our society. There are very few instances where underage kids have gotten, gender reassignment surgery. You know what I'm trying to say? Most of these things are just, they're hyped up to the point of ridiculousness. They don't happen. They're not happening much. They're not an issue for 99.999% of people. But people perceive it to be an issue, and that's where the Republicans have done an amazing job, right? They have managed to whip this up, people into a frenzy about this is the worst thing in the world, right? Drag queen, whatever, reading hour or something. It's not even close, but I don't know if you can put that genie back in the bottle right now. I think they've already succeeded culturally on this one, and people have records, and they're going to have to figure out how to address this.
Well, I think everything that you said is true, Tara, but what's crazy is most people in the LGBT community don't even think that, even when you talk about children and surgeries and all that, they don't believe in that either. That's the crazy part. Like, body-altering things shouldn't happen until you're at least 18 years old.
don't think he's going to do that. That's my view. So I think he's going to be his Unitarian view. I'm up in the air on that. I don't know. And I hope that's not the case. I think it's a dangerous line. I think that there are some essentials. Now, Hans is definitely going to take issue with this, but I think one of the essentials is that Christ died and rose from the dead. I don't think you can, that is not, like, that's a non-negotiable, that is a core historic tenet of Christianity. And if you deny that,
Christian, what do you think about that?
I think he did, absolutely. Yeah.
He rose from the dead.
Yep, he rose 3 days later. Yep, that's right.
But he's not God. He's just like a human.
He's the Messiah. Yep. He's the anointed one.
Yeah, he's the anointed one, Messiah.
Right. So Christian's going to agree with like pretty much all the text that I do, as far as Jesus died, rose from the dead. He died for Christian sins. You got to repent, believe in Christ, all of that.
Absolutely.
He believes in God. All that's great. The problem is the only issue, the only difference is that Christian is not willing to say Jesus himself is God. He's also not willing to say that the Holy Spirit is God. So the point is that's where him and I are going to deviate. That's what the debate would be about. But yeah, as far as the salvation thing, I hope that Christian gets out of it. Now, by his lights, he thinks that I'm in the false belief, so he wants to convince me, and I'll listen to his arguments when we have the debate. But yeah, so I think it's
everybody, I was kind of being a little facetious.
response to it. Do you think that people, it's my assumption that you believe people that think like you are going to heaven, and people that think differently from you are going to hell? Do you think that maybe, what do you think about So how do we know what's what is the criteria that you use to decide something is true or not true? He actually already said that a minute ago, but he can speak for himself. Yes, it's very logical. Allow me to give you one example. Is Crow still here? Okay, I'll use JCC. Fine. When Crow or JCC tell me that they know something is true, I'm going to believe them until someone else proves to me that it's not. On the other hand, if I run into some people that I think are idiots, I have no credibility, people that I just don't, I don't give a lot of stock, and they tell me something is true, I'm not going to believe them until I prove it for myself. That's using two specific different type of criteria for two specific type of people. And there are other things in between. Continue. Well, I mean, that sounds very unspecific. I mean, Rose started to speak to me about this. Simply because he specializes in that area. Well, maybe he's having a bad day, or maybe he doesn't like you. He's purposely lying to you. What do you say about that? That's also possible. So how do you judge whether or not what's telling you about rap music is true? Well, I think the only way you can really judge that is by see how well they know a specific subject matter, and then looking to see the reputation within that specific thing. Like, I make perfumes for a living, right? Which means you have to take each situation and judge it differently, which is exactly what Andrew said. So we don't appeal to authority. I'm gonna let Andrew speak.
And before that, I want this, since the conversation surrounding me is that I am in a position where me and his, truths align. And this is gonna, go to what he said earlier about me being saved or not, and then I'll address, the general theme. I am just as he is at the same opportunities to be saved. Now, of course, I don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe, Andrew believe, theism, and he won't believe in God, and then, he can just go to hell, because that's we're at same odds of being brought to judgment, and depending on that judgment, if this God even exists, whether or not we go to heaven. there's no difference between me and him because we still hold to the same tenets, is that we follow Jesus' teachings, we believe Jesus died on the cross and was resurrected 3 days later, we read scripture, we base our lives off it, we try to follow the commandments as well as possible, and that is basically what sums it up. That is what is and as long as we both are able to hold to that as honestly and capably as possible, in accordance to what scripture promises, if this, is the truth, then we'll have that same odds. That's number one. Number two is my bar for into Trinitarianism is so low because I've already been a Trinitarian. If I get a revelation and God tells me that, Trinity is, what it is, Jesus is God, Holy Spirit's God, He's God too, then shit, I will convert to Trinitarianism. The bar is set very low. But, and I've always been, open to arguments for Trinitarianism, but at least from what Andrew has already tried and from what I've already heard from other people, I'm not convinced. So tomorrow, maybe he'll say something, that converts me. I don't know. But for now, I hold to no belief that the Trinity is at all the way it could be.
So basically, if I understand correctly, Andrew has nothing to lose and everything to gain. If he can convert you, then everything remains the same. If he does convert you, he's won.
Can I say something? I also I believe in scripture, right? But I don't identify myself with any of these names like Trinitarian, Unitarian, whatever they call themselves, But I agree. I used to call myself a Trinitarian and protect the scripture, the description of the Trinity, protect it. And when I think about it now today, I'm like, oh, it's so retarded. I'm sorry that I say that word, but it's so stupid. What a stupid fucking concept, Trinity. Bro, it's so stupid, and the only reason you fucking protect it, is because it's been teached to you. It's been teached to you. You have no thought of your own. No thought. When you think about it, right? Let me say something. Let me say a good quote, right? The best manipulation does not force your choice. It makes you believe it was always yours, right? So when you think about that, and every decision you made in your life, did you make that decision by your own choice, or did you make that decision because the options were given to you?
Well, why don't you tell us, Fatima, hold on, Fatima, what's so stupid about it?
About what?
What you just talked about. You said it was
Trinity.
so fucking stupid. The Trinity. What's so stupid
I think
about
it is too.
The Trinity. What is stupid about it? Do you want to hear the explanation?
I want you to give me one reason what's so stupid about the Trinity.
Okay, listen, I'll give you quickly one. And a bit of a funny one too. So Trinitarians, they say 3 in 1, right?
No, and tell me one thing that's so stupid about the Trinity, or maybe you can't do that.
I'm about to. That's why I asked you. They say 3 in 1, so 3 persons in 1. It doesn't matter. Certain 3 in 1.
Go ahead.
I don't even understand why they say 3 in 1. You basically give.
Is that why you think it's so stupid? Because you don't understand?
Because it would even make more sense.
Do you think it's so stupid because you do not understand?
No, I understand, Steve, but listen to me.
I am listening to you.
I'm almost finished, and then you'll understand what I'm trying to say, okay? So they say 3 in 1, and I'm like, even that concept is stupid. It would even make more sense if they say 1 in 3. 3 in 1, I mean, what do you mean 3 in 1?
Hell yeah, 1 in 3. There's your answer, Uncle Steve.
Okay, so 3 in 1 is completely fucking stupid, but 1 in 3 makes sense?
That's what she said. You don't.
I don't believe that concept either.
But that is what you just said, right?
No, but that would even...
No, you didn't say that.
Yes, I said that. No, but I meant that would even make more... sense in the concept of the Trinity.
Okay.
Than the concept of 3 in 1.
Okay, well, thank you for saying one thing why you believe it's totally stupid. Thank you.
It's obviously, I mean, it's ways to control people, fear control people. I believe in biblical.
That's true. That is true. I agree.
Not to really, I don't believe in the physical church, and I also believe in other scriptures from other teachings like Buddhism or Hinduism.
So you believe in God?
Yes, I don't believe in God in the sky, and the Bible doesn't also teach that, by the way, and other scriptures from other teachings like Hinduism, Buddhism, they also don't teach that he comes there, that he is coming. That's all metaphorically, by the way, the revelations about Jesus in the sky. Yeah, I do believe in biblical scripture, I believe in God, but yeah, I believe in my own perspective. I trust my own perspective. I trust my own instinctions on reading the Bible.
All right. Well, okay. Well, that being said, I hope that Andrew and Christian have a really good time, have fun during their debate, educate people, and it sounds like that they respect each other, which, by the way, I happen to like.
Appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. The mystery of faith. What'd you say, dude?
Well, the mystery of faith. I think that a lot of theologians would view it as kind of a profound mystery, but then would find rational arguments and reasons for the Trinity. There's also a way in which the ontological and metaphysical argumentation that the two of you will set forth is outside of what can be measured. So it's oftentimes very much rooted in scripture interpretation and understanding of the physical world. So it will be great, truly be the winner until any one of us actually truly figure it all out.
No, actually, that's not true, sir, because a lot of times what they do is they have people vote, and they win by vote.
Consensus then is true?
Yes, true. And by the way, a lot of people who vote may vote for the person giving the opposing argument because they think they were a better debater. In other words, if you have an atheist arguing against God and a theist on the other side arguing for God, some atheists might vote for the theist because they thought they did a better job debating.
So those subjective votes matter when it comes to objective?
No, sir. It depends on the rules. Whatever rules they agree to, that's what matters. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, this is one reason, the main reason why a lot of politicians take so much time deciding to do a debate and who they're going to debate, because they want the rules to favor their style of debate.
And that's true. By the way, Andrew,
He's the master debater.
Oh, wow.
That was new. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, very original. Andrew, I did send you times via Discord, so if you would like to take a look, please.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. And if you decide or can't decide where to have it, the Atheism House would obviously volunteer to have the debate here. And if you can't find a moderator, I would be happy to volunteer. But that's up to you guys, and I will not feel upset if you don't pick either one of them. It's fine for you guys. That's all.
Honestly, Andrew, I mean, I don't want to dedicate the room to deciding all this, but I think the suggestion is great. I think that having Steve as a mod would actually be amazing.
What better place to have a debate about God than in the Atheism House?
I agree. No, I think it's great, and not only that, it's also unbiased because remember, Steve doesn't show up in your rooms that often in comparison to Bob and Converse and Albedo and.
And when I do show up, I get fucking slammed. And they go, why are you here, dude? And I recognize it because Andrew invites me in. Otherwise, I wouldn't.
No, I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah, let's hammer it down, Christian, in the back channel, buddy. And
yeah, please do. Yeah, Discord's open. Have you guys ever given thought to the idea that, you know, artificial intelligence may like break apart like the demonic dimensions and let it loose across the world? I think AI could be really.
What the fuck are demonic dimensions?
I don't know about so
babbling about
JCC. So there's an interesting YouTuber. He talks about this, and basically, so he makes the argument. Large language. Man, this is a difficult argument. I'll try my very best. So what he says is large language models are kind of like computers, but not really, and it's the not really part that's really difficult to understand. So computers, if you blew them up really, really big, let me know if you're with me so far, and you turned all of the whatever transistors into like water pipes, you could like literally build, I don't know, Microsoft Office using like pipes of water, and if you had enough pipes and you had enough computer like operating system using, you know, very archaic things. Do you understand this concept? Like everything within, right? It doesn't, because there's too much resistance and larger systems. That's a problem. There's too much. The water wouldn't flow quickly enough. But hypothetically, what you could do is just sort of imagine you took a microchip and you blew it up 10 million times. You could walk it like a city. Everything there is physical, right? Okay, that's the old-fashioned computers. What this weird fellow says, and I'd have to put down his YouTube channel, is that you can only get so far in large language models doing this because you need back propagation, and the back propagation kind of allows these physical objects to insert a degree of randomness. Now, that's actually where they become much more intelligent than without randomness. And so this scientist that hosts this YouTube channel, he is trying to drill into what is randomness. And randomness is actually found in the physical universe. It's within physics, but nobody can describe it, because if you can describe it, then it just becomes another fixated system within the laws of physics, right? But if you drill down into the laws of physics, you can only say an atom can exist within a certain degree of area in space. But you, Otter understands this stuff actually quite well. So, but you cannot pinpoint it to the extreme accuracy. And, you know, scientists observe this. This is the law of probability in the realm of subatomic particles. But when you allow for this to take place within back propagation, this also allows for randomness to be inserted into these large language models, which makes them more intelligent. So this scientist believes that if we go so far, Otter, maybe you can help me out with this because you're way better at computers than I am, hopefully. What this fellow is saying is he believes that the randomness found or the randomness that is specifically employed in back propagation within the most advanced artificial intelligent models can actually end up opening a door into like demonic dimensions. I don't know. Maybe Pro understands what this kind of like. It was. I just remember seeing this. Oh, Deepak.
Something. Yeah, something very similar. I mean, just a little bit to add to that. Like I think, like once you have a series of these back propagations that these like AI scientists have to do is tricky. They need the gradient descent to work, but they can't let it go down too far. It's a bit.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing because this scientist, he basically splits the laws of physics into very measurable, everything is measurable and solid, and everything in the universe is material. And basically, up till now, 2026 or whatever, we've been observing this randomness in subatomic particles with the laws of probability, saying, okay, this electron will probably pop up in this area, and maybe employing it or using it, demanding its use. And he's worried that if we fuck around with this randomness and to grab back propagation, that all hell could break loose. But I have no idea. Okay, Rust, maybe you come on up here and help me out.
This was a YouTube video, you said?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was talking about the laws of probability, you said?
Man, I'm honestly, Riddle, I'm probably getting all of this wrong. I'm just trying to, this is a fun, weird video, but it was fascinating.
I haven't seen the same video, but I've heard, a similar story about with the propagation and how it builds up to, gradient descent. Yeah, and there's been something called, second order gradient descent, which is, even worse, some kind of accelerated process. But I think, randomness, right? Randomness in physics is the same as entropy. Right? And as entropy increases, the universe functions like a heat dip. Right? So,
Okay, I got it here. I'll read to you what ChatGPT says. So it says, randomness means unpredictability, chance, entropy, or noise in the system. So the creator of this video, he's arguing that AI needs randomness to become flexible and creative. That's true. Without randomness, AI would be definitely very mechanical and very repetitive. What I'm going to say is very predictable, just a machine like anything else. But randomness produces surprising, strange, almost alive patterns. And by demons, what he means is that there's these kind of informational demons, strange personalities, voices, patterns, or entities that seem to emerge from chaotic informational systems like AI. Not literal demons proven to exist, but a metaphor for eerie, seemingly intelligent patterns that appear when randomness, language, symbols, and human imaginations all interact. Basically, this says randomness creates possibilities, possibilities creates unexpected patterns, and some of those patterns may like AI dynamic information that's used for why this kind of silicon where we packing all these transistors. At some point, the Maxwell demons, there's some kind of catastrophic failure that can happen. And basically leads to the equivalent of opening all these basically keep going in these terms. Yeah, well, Jeffrey, he was saying, he was giving his argument why he believes that AI doesn't measure reality one for one. It interprets reality just in the same way that we can only interpret this through our predictable methods. The creation of entropy, right? I think there's a real bit better. It's also similar to how, when the physicists, when they're building the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, there's a serious concern that there was going to be black holes. Yeah, but they fucking did it anyway. It's a superstition of the symbol. It's not that it's waking up. It's just that it can be super cute and unstable. Yeah, exactly. It's the fact that it's able to have such a large influence on humanity that it turns into more of that than it is something that benefits us. That's essentially what we come to. Which we're already seeing the effects of, and we barely had what we consider now to have top of the line advanced AI now, which is scary. Think about what it could be in 5 to 10 years. I couldn't even. Well, I'm Christian, right? I mean, I don't know, his own book of Revelations, right? The words of the number of the beast, right? And what's interesting, and maybe this is a bit of a stretch, this is I'm not too much about philosophical concepts, but I think it suggested that if you take the letters of the word computer, add them up in the standard sort of Lambda way, you actually get 66. So I don't know, so it seems to be dismissing these things just because scientists. Yeah, but I can say this, I can say it is. I don't want to say this for certain. I love history, and a lot of the time, as you guys know, like for example, we have a Trinitarian here and a Unitarian here. When every time there's a new information system or a new series of technologies released into the world, so I honestly believe that as AI gets more and more powerful, I can definitely see or foresee the rise of anti-Semitism. Large AI companies are Jewish, and I could just imagine sort of, people are stupid. They always want to find someone to blame. But I do see this sort of happening. When people start losing their jobs, they're going to blame the Jews again, and they're going to say, this AI is demonic. And I just see it. I just see it happening.
So we just think about it.
Not saying that very important. I just see it as someone that needs to it's not what you need. You need computer hands, attendance, people to play machines. Exactly. Yeah. So it needs all the half the university professors are fired. If life is turned upside down because of AI and people are losing their jobs, I just exactly what fucking Marshall was saying. But people are gonna blame the Jews.
And with that, I would like to. Yeah.
Thanks for coming up for Jerry.
Oh yes. I think I invited for Gino, so welcome to the stage also. Is my grandmother Elaine is my so for anyone who's not met her, she's a sweetheart. I love her to death. She's Christian, like me, not Unitarian though. I haven't gone that far either. Hopefully we'll change that. Not yet. But yeah, this is Lynn.
So Lynn's a Trinitarian and you're not?
Correct.
What denomination does that make you?
What do you mean, what denomination does that make me?
Inspiration from Eastern Orthodoxy and from Catholicism.
Yeah, well,
probably another denomination. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would put you because Marshall's right.
No, Marshall is right.
It's just anything that's not, it's just a question.
Bubba, yes. Bubba or just Bubba?
Which one?
Do they still make Hubba Bubba Gum?
They do, yeah. It's like one of the top gum, it's still one of the top gum brands, yeah. I love it. Let's see, what was I going to talk about? Yes, Lynn, did you hear me and Andrew are going to be having a formal debate on the Trinity tomorrow?
I did hear about that. It was here when it was being talked about. Let me know when you're trying to be there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just so as to answer for one time, but yes. What's up, Crips tonight? Welcome on stage. Welcome, Alfonso. What's up, Alfonso?
What time and where?
So, from what is being talked about, it's probably going to be somewhere in the evening, probably somewhere around 4:35 GST Pacific time. Probably could be earlier than that, depends. Yeah, on this app tomorrow, it's going to be in the same house as we are right now. Steve's probably going to be moderating. Maybe, yeah. But it seems like we both kind of agreed to that. At least for right now, we just have to confirm it.
Thanks for tonight. You just gave William tonight a hard on.
I'm sure. So the title, what's the title? No, essentially the title is Infinity Biblical.
Nice.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I don't think this makes it go away prior to this ever happens. But that's the problem with mine is that there's so many things that gives you wiggle room to construct whatever denomination you want. This is essentially crazy. This is the first form of Andrew.
That's correct. Yeah, this is his first formal debate, at least for what we know of him. Yeah. Which is interesting because I've had many formal debates on here. I've had so many on various things. So I have a pretty solid track record in comparison to Andrew's. 0-0, clean slate, absolutely no former formal debate experience. It's gonna be.
Well, you come to rap debates, but rap debates are not necessarily,
they're more formalized than like a conversation, Jason.
I agree, but it's not like the same format as a true format.
No. I mean, I've engaged in plenty of formal debates, outside of Clubhouse, but yeah, we'll see what happens, and it's a 3v1, 3 Trinitarians versus me.
I think that needs to be adjusted now.
You think so? You think it should be a one-on-one?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, that was Andrew's idea, Trinity, right? Get all three Trinitarians.
Jason seems right, because it's just, this could be one, this could be this, the other Andrew race.
Lynn, is that wonderful Katie in the background?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I've been back with my phone.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering because I could hear it, and I was wondering if that was
Well, it is she's being something.
Yeah, I don't even want to dive into names. Yeah, that's not out of my plan. Crimsonite, so you're atheist, right? You're an atheist?
No, sorry to disappoint. I've been a Christian for 22.
Oh, shit. What denomination?
I started out as typical conservative Baptist denomination. I've since transitioned to the Armenian. It's a Protestant denomination.
Oh, Protestant denomination. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just read your profile. Trinitarian. I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Wesleyan Armenian Christian. Incompatibilist, but yeah. Huh. Well, that's cool. Well, at least I'm not the only Protestant on stage, eh? We love that.
No, I'm Presbyterian.
Oh, never mind that.
I'm straight up Calvinist. Wait, you're a Calvinist? That's what Presbyterians are. I didn't know that's what happened.
I didn't know either.
You're Presbyterian to Calvinist.
Jeez, I did not know. You see, this is why I need to ask more questions when I meet people.
So are you a part of the elect there, Marshall? No, it's bullshit. It's been explained to me a dozen times, and every time it's explained to me, it never convinces me. I'm like, what? Like, that's supposed to be random, not chosen. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I reject that part of Presbyterianism. Because I don't understand it, and I'm not convinced by it.
Alfonso, welcome to the room. I kind of gave you like a 1 second, 1 second recognition. I mean, that JCC.
President accounted for.
I've been on this app for a little over 4 into Andrew's rooms. Prior to that, I was just mainly confronting Calvinists and other
Black Hebrew Israelites and whatever, Muslims. So what I've noticed is there appears to be this appearance, and that's what I'm basically asking about, is whether or not this appearance is valid. It appears to me that most atheists, or at least the ones that identify as atheists, are inclined towards the position of global atheism. But whenever the conversation shifts towards a one-on-one clash between theism and atheism, it seems like they shift more towards lack theism position, or a local atheist position. So what they do is, or at least what I've experienced is, they shift the conversation towards, well, let's discuss how the Brahma God is not real, or Allah, God of the Bible. So just to cap it off, the question would be, is any atheist here, does any atheist here actually affirm global atheism? And if so, I'd like to hear an argument for that. Not because I want to have something in front of me to attack, but really, I haven't heard any. I might have heard Matt Dillahunty put an argument for global atheism, but it's a very long time ago. It might have been on his call-in talk show on YouTube. But other than that, it's when I talk to an atheist here like JCC, so, well, it's not that I deny X deity, I just lack belief in it, or I'm neutral. So
I am the person you're looking for.
Cool, awesome, thanks for that. Yeah, what would be a conservative argument that a global atheist typically puts forward in defense of their position?
So, I've never heard the word global atheism, but I know for a fact that there is no God, right? That's my stance. Unless you use God as a metaphor to say that, the presence of God is in this room because I'm learning, because I'm evolving, because I'm connecting, because there's love in the air or whatever. Mm-hmm. But if any other definition of a personal God is, to me, absolutely outrageous. I was a Hindu child. I was a born-again evangelical Christian for a while. And as I went on, it was clear to me that there was no way there could be such a God.
I can sympathize with that.
When you say global atheist, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean the generic God, or are you looking for an argument against the generic God?
Yeah, someone takes a position that there is no God or gods out there whatsoever.
Yeah, well, I can answer that quickly then. So I define God as an eternal, conscious creator. So eternal, just always existed. Conscious, has awareness, able to make decisions, that kind of thing. And a creator just has sufficient power to bring about the observable universe, right? So that's what you mean by a global. That's what you mean by a generic God.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't finished.
Am I able to ask a question?
Yeah, I haven't finished.
Just hold on. You're interrupting. Just be patient.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it is your bad. Just hang on. What?
Bitch, suck my dick. I said what I said.
Bye-bye.
Job.
God damn, what's wrong with people these days?
Yeah, so if that's what we mean by God, then like atheists can affirm some kind of naturalism, which isn't, doesn't have a mind, doesn't make decisions, isn't aware. And, if you take like Occam's razor, which is just, whatever's the simplest theory, which has less parts, is a hypothesis to be preferred. So you could just say that naturalism is an eternal creator without the consciousness. So it lacks like one additional property that God has, and it's simpler. So that would be like an argument.
Okay, so basically you are putting forth the position that that naturalism as a mechanism can account for certain phenomena that at times appear to be the result of an intelligence, basically, right?
Correct. Yeah. And
Okay.
And the main thing is it's simpler because it can explain all the same data with less parts to it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, to what Alfonso was saying, being a Christian for over 2 decades, I definitely can sympathize with what Alfonso was saying. And believe me, I'm someone of not out of your usual group of believers. I suffer from an extreme case of anxiety that manifests in all different ways. And it's like a constant in every waking moment. But so my faith has been somewhat of a roller coaster, up and down. And I will readily concede the possibility that Christianity could very well be a false religion. I hope it's not, because as a human being, well,
because it sounds like you're saying it's possible that you could be wrong and that atheism could be true. So like this form of naturalism that I've presented is like there's no contradiction with it, right? That's a possible world that we could be living in.
Aside from the natural mechanism of some kind that produces things that appear to be fine-tuned, and just like the phenomena of pareidolia, you see faces and clouds and the outside appearance of a face or some other recognizable shape. It's also equally possible that it was just a natural wind current and everything. And this applies to the sides of mountains and something. So this the sides of mountains and something. So this gets into the discussion of fine tuning. Different people say different things, and the AI has not been completely helpful either. But it sounds like, just from the Penrose equation on just the fine tuning of the force of gravity being one in, it's really high up. I don't even remember the number. And for me, I think the symmetry breaker is because living as a human being, I have predominantly been exposed to the high occurrence, the correlation between that which is fine-tuned to that being to intentionality or design is what, from a Bayesian perspective, is what gives me the consideration that it was done by an intelligence. While logically it could have been a random process as well. So, like I was asking Deepak earlier, because a couple weeks ago he was talking about the firing squad example about someone, professional marksman, all aimed at you, and after they fired, for whatever reason, the bullets missed, the rifles misfired, a collection of all these different circumstances just coalesced and converged to the result of you surviving it unscathed. And I think he said something like that instead of that, without having a proper sample size to be able to map out a probability range for how much expectation you should have for that event occurring, that you shouldn't, or at least he said he wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that it was orchestrated by an intelligence.
That's you.
So I think that gets across what I'm saying, right? Is that it logically could just be the case that it was a random procession of events that converged to the singular result of the criminal not being executed.
Just to be clear, I wasn't arguing for fine tuning. I was arguing more about simplicity, like saying that, doing a hypothesis comparison, whichever hypothesis can explain the same data but has less parts to it. I'm saying the simpler hypothesis is to be preferred, regardless of the parameters that are set in the universe. So do you think that a hypothesis that has less parts to it is to be preferred? Do you think that?
In terms of simplicity, I'm not currently ready to take that leap, only because the idea of, so for example, Sean Carroll has appealed to the universal wave function as being valid. Many atheists, probably not all, but if it was something like the wave function, I have read. I'm a complete novice when it comes to this kind of stuff, so anybody who knows more about the wave function, just please jump in. But that the wave function is something that is supposed to be unguided yet deterministic. It functions deterministically. So if you all conditions being the same, you rewind the clock back to the moment of the Big Bang, the initial expansion would have still happened the same way, unless you altered the prior conditions. So if that's the case, then it calls into question exactly what kind of deterministic machine or mechanism we're talking about here, and how is it that it is? How did it come to be? Was it always there? Was there always a universal wave function?
The taxpayer vote.
How is it so intricate in its
This money stolen from the
arrangement of
pension
all these
fund, which is
different
not being funded. Where
cosmic
did the money come
parameters?
from?
So on the principle of parsimony, you don't have a view that you don't. So if someone's presenting you two hypotheses, one has 10 parts to explain the data, and the other hypothesis. That's what I was arguing.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I can go with that. That the simpler hypothesis should be.
If I'm defining God as an eternal conscious creator, I can define naturalism as an eternal creator without the consciousness. So it has less parts to it, but it still explains. So I'm just saying, as a hypothesis, it to be preferred because it explains all the same thing. Might make this be persuasive in some way.
Yeah, I get that part. That in the sense of it having fewer universal creative mechanism, that it makes it simpler that way. But in my opinion, it seems to create more problems elsewhere, and that's where the fine tuning comes in. Is that if you take away the consciousness or intentionality, at least, there seems like you have a greater difficulty accounting for the appearance of fine tuning. So,
I don't think that's the case if we're just talking about generic God, though. If we're just talking about because naturalism obviously is a non-intentionalist. But if we're just saying a generic God, generic naturalism with no other attributes, it seems like it'd be fitting, maybe at least, if not to prefer naturalism because it's simpler. If we're just talking a generic God, but the possible types of intentional beings that could our world, right? Like an evil God or a God that just wants
So then, if it is exactly equal, then the symmetry breaker would be something else added to that.
And possibly. Well, simplicity. Yeah.
So this is where it gets into the philosophical aspect of the discussion. That I'm kind of tired of the presuppositional talk. Who was the gentleman who?
Yeah, that's what I had to say.
That's
what I had to say anyway. But if anyone else wants to chime in, feel free.
But over the years, it's just become more has made my Christian walk and philosophy simpler experience. But what I was going to say was the other gentleman that identified as the Presbyterian, or so-called Calvinist. By the way, I don't think you first have to acknowledge that there exists a set of universal laws of logic. It could change in a way that we might not be able to tell. So what's truth today could be different, however many years in the future, or extrapolate backwards. So if you accept that premise that there doesn't speak to dualism or idealism. You could be, just that the human consciousness is eminent from the physical brain, and that's fine also. These laws of logic, and we utilize it to be creatures of reason and rationality. That there must be a facilitator for that access, which is not the laws of logic themselves, since the laws of logic themselves are not a conscious entity. So, if you have a facilitator that is non-conscious, then I think what they say is you run into the problem of fallibility. Is that while it connects you to the laws of logic and you have access to it, that there are times when there are, flukes happen and you become irrational for a period of time and without realizing it. And that makes it self-refuting to argue from the position of there being a facilitator of your access to the laws of logic, being non-personal and non-conscious, that it compromises the integrity of the conclusion you arrived at by using those laws of logic. And so the more philosophically coherent option is to believe that there is a conscious facilitator for how we are able to access the laws of logic, and that this facilitator is conscious, has the means and the intentionality to convey to us certain basic truths to such that we can't be wrong about them. And there you go. And so you arrive at the end, the conclusion being that the theist worldview, such as that of Christianity or even Islam, I'm not sure they would ever say that, but as long as you have an Abrahamic type of God that is omnipotent and that has is sovereign in all ways, has the highest standard for morality, benevolence, and all that, then your worldview is secured along with your rational thinking. So that's what they say. And
I applaud you for your criticism not being a looking on high down your nose criticism as a theist, as a Presbyterian. I really appreciate that. Those kinds of conversations you just had were the most productive ones.
Cool. I was gonna say, thank you. I was gonna say, Crimson. I think you run into the same issue that the presuppositionalists run into, like Van Til and Bonson and those people,
where they say, they want to make the move for God by saying, well, God has to be the precondition for intelligibility, and here's why X, Y, Z stuff. But it turns out, isn't it also true that God has intelligibility already? And how could that be? How does this avoid circularity, or begging the question? The precondition for intelligibility is something that already has intelligibility. Are you doing? I mean, it's the same issue that they run into. Yes, this is referred to as the virtuous circularity phenomena of the Trinity, I think they call it. It's that knowledge is not only grounded in this triune entity, but it's also circularly being revealed between the three persons. And so they make the Christian God unique in that they identify him as a revelatory, benevolent agent, as opposed to one that is brute, meaning singular person, everything singular. And the argument for that is that which is singular, that which is a brute contingency lacks metaphysical intelligibility due to the absence of external frames of reference. So what you basically have is like a rubber ruler. You could change it, you wouldn't be able to tell. I'm not as familiar with that aspect of the argument, so I can't speak to anything beyond that, but that's just what I've heard. It's the best that I can paraphrase that. So, to my surprise, though, even Greg Bonson didn't formalize a syllogism, because I tried to look it up, but I didn't see one. It was really short. It's Modus Tolling's syllogism that goes, in a second, because I pulled it up. Goes, I don't know about his Modus Tolling's thing, but when I point this out to them, they'll say there's this distinction between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity. And you brought that up, but then it's just they're just kind of saying listen, man, my circularity is the good kind. I don't think it. Yeah. If you ask me, why is the virtuously circular argument any more robust than one that is not virtuously circular, I wouldn't even answer that. But what Greg Bonson outlines is point number one: God is the necessary precondition for a logic, morality, and intelligible experience. Point number two: logic, morality, and intelligible experience exists. Point number three: therefore God exists. So this is Modus Tolling's, but of course not going to really reject it, because it seems to be affirming the consequence. But that's all I got from him.
I believe one of the foremost, one of the greatest evidences for an intelligent facilitator is the fact that independence is an illusion, just in nature in and of itself. Everything has an interdependent, symbiotic nature to it, right? Nothing is truly independent. So it's like a baby isn't just born from air, something always has to precede it. So my thing is, just by the very nature of the universe, you know what I'm saying? That nature, I would say that that's enough evidence of an intelligent facilitator, in my personal opinion. But I'm gonna keep it right there in my life.
I don't know what the rules are in this room. What you're about to say in the chat. But there's stuff that shouldn't be said in the chat that is in the chat.
It was directed at me out there. And I do have a small circle of followers that are quite motivated to disparage me, but that's okay.
I'm not talking about your feelings being hurt. I'm talking about what's the starter saying? I don't know what the rules are in the room, but usually we just delete those kinds of
to what Carlos was saying earlier, assuming that we're working at the something like the wave function would suffice, and that this universe, the product that it produced, eventually led to us. Now, if as tiny little human beings, that if the from the naturalist worldview, if the brain is something that was able to develop on its own, through mutation, natural selection, that physical matter can be arranged in such a way as to cause the phenomena we call consciousness to emerge, then would it really be far-fetched to, again, this is to the naturalist, would it be far-fetched to theorize, hypothesize a similar condition with the the universe creating machine? After all, it seems to be, from the way that Sean Carroll describes the universal wave function, it seems to be almost on a platonic level. That it's so intricate and so complex that it defies comprehension. And yet, the human brain, relative to that is, if it's far simpler, then it seems like to me the only compromise there would be in affirming that possibility is to have to face, in addition to that, the possibility that this semi-conscious universe-creating wave machine, or wave function machine, has certain godlike properties that has implications on maybe morality and that kind of stuff, which circles you back around to theism. But other than that, you could, I guess it's all in the way you define it, right? You could, if it's such that it's not, like in the Stephen King novel, where there's this turtle-like creature that I think is an extra-dimensional being, but it has godlike properties, and yet it's powerful enough to create universes, yet simple enough to almost be of no intelligence to us. So, for example, if you were to encounter this being, it'd just be there, as if you're looking at a boulder. It's not moving. It doesn't appear to be thinking. It's not communicating to you, at least on this human time scale. And yet it produces all these parallel universes. And from these universes, you get the extra-dimensional intelligent beings. One of them is the spider-like extraterrestrial. You and I, hypothetically, if there is something like that out there. It's just the simple matter of fact that there is this thing that is semi-conscious that created all these parallel worlds. It's equally feasible or simpler to simply affirm the global atheist position. Is that there is something. That's all I have to say with that.
I'm not too sure what you were trying to make, because you started talking about consciousness merging or whatever, or something along those lines, which obviously, as a naturalist, I would probably prefer that position. But,
The sacred word of American English, the N word.
It's like any other immeasurable universe. Pretty much everything we see is special plea for consciousness. But that would be my position. But yeah, I mean, like, if you're talking about like an intentional creator, like you said before, if we just talk about a generic creator without any properties, yeah, you could have a personal conscious creator, the deist type God. That would be one of the versions of God, an eternal conscious creator, right?
Right.
It still fits.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you could construct a whole number of eternal conscious creators, an evil God, a God, an intentional being that just wants a universe.
Did you learn everyone?
You can construct a whole many versions of that as well.
So it's in the area.
But yeah, I'm not quite sure what you were trying to make about conscious being impersonal.
Did you learn everyone? I saw ice in the area.
the conscious aspect of vision is such that if you envision that which created this universe as being non-conscious and impersonal, but yet still retains complexity and in its structure, because it behaves deterministically, then logically you could project, or at least entertain the possibility that the structure of the human brain, in all mammalian brains, I guess, is that the arrangement of matter and energy within that brain, which constitutes the emergence of consciousness, can be afforded to this universal wave function, or this universe-creating machine, but not to the degree where it behaves, not in the sense that it behaves in such a way that it is relational to us, and that's where I went with the Stephen King, universe-creating turtle analogy. Is that on the human scale, it's of no consequence to them whatsoever. So that's all I was saying with the consciousness aspect is that if the material brain can generate consciousness, then you could theorize that the same the universe-creating machine also possesses this property to some degree. But that even if it does, you can save from compromising on the atheist position by just defending the idea that it has no intention of interacting with us, and so therefore we're living in a world that is parallel to a globally atheist universe anyway. So what you'd be doing then is to steer the conversation around to sort of
can't get there. The bike lane's restricted over
what it means to be talking about God. And that's where the conversation wouldn't become unreasonable, in my honest opinion, because whenever anyone talks about God, it's always in the context of it being relational to them somehow. So if it lacks that characteristic, if it's not behaving in a way that's relational to you, there's no relationship between you and this universe-creating entity. And it's the same thing as if we're living in an atheist universe anyway, a globally, a truly atheist universe.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the eternal conscious creator doesn't want
Transart.
Is possible, yeah. I mean,
this art is transart.
Obviously, if I'm arguing for simplicity, and that impersonal conscious creator is also powerful. that doesn't both don't have evidence of a relationship, then it's just going to be simpler to adopt the naturalist version because it has less parts, so there's less baggage. So essentially, So you agree then that you would prefer a version that's simpler, that has less parts and less baggage to it, if everything else seems to be.
So this circles back around to my perspective is that there would be personal testimonials, experiences that gives me currently greater confidence that there is a benevolent companion, a godlike companion that wants relationship with, as all Muslims, Christians, and other theists would say. But I suppose, like Steve is, he used to be I think he said he used to be an Orthodox Jew, and then certain life experiences gave him the epiphany that, or at least to him, he honestly felt like there was really nothing out there. There was just nothing but indifference, nothing really looking out for him. It was just him on his own in his life, and so he gravitated to atheism. So in my case, it's conceivable that I could undergo a similar experience in the future. I've certainly experienced a good number of turmoil that arises because when you're taught that there's a benevolent God out there and how capable he is and how he works all things for good, then you begin to live your life with a certain set of expectations. And when they fall short of it, then that's when your faith diminishes in proportion to how much disappointment you're met with. So I understand that struggle, sympathize with that. I can sympathize with you guys who have experienced that all day long. But on the general question of theism and atheism, I think it's currently simpler to affirm the Christian position. That is for the time being. But again, I may change my mind in the future.
Yeah, I think if you add extra properties onto the eternal conscious creator, like omnibenevolence and something in line with what you think the Christian God is affirming, then obviously then that's going to generate new expectations that a simpler version, just the eternal conscious creator without the omnibenevolence wouldn't have predicted, right? So if you add on extra properties, but obviously we were just talking about a generic God and whether that's when you compare that to a generic naturalist version, whether one is to be preferred or not. I guess what you'd have to do is to argue whether this additional thing that I'm saying is not needed, is superfluous, this consciousness or intention to explain everything is necessary. So some people try to argue that you do actually need intention, you need a selector, for creation or whatever, you need some decision-making property to be there, and obviously naturalism.
Believers, it says non-believers and polytheists are the worst people. And then what? No, it doesn't say that. It says parts of them. No, it says parts of them. Not all of them. Parts of them. That's what it says. But my question, what's it called? Indeed, this is Sami International. We can go to the word for word if you want. Indeed, they who don't believe among the people.
Why do you not like it? Why do you not like it? What's wrong with that?
So wait, are you claiming that if Sikhism had a verse that said anybody who didn't believe in Sikhism that are Muslim or Christians or whatever are the worst of creatures? You're not gonna say that Echo and all the other Muslims are gonna have a fucking problem with that? Well, that's not Islamophobia. And they're like, if you're some religious,
Not the person of it, what they believe.
text said, if you don't believe absolutely what our religious text says,
religious.
That's not going to be like a problem. You're lying to yourself.
Why is it a problem?
Like, to me.
What's the contradiction? Why is it a problem?
Oh, wait. You know what's funny? We live in a society
Okay.
right now.
So, 1 second. I'm going to read this.
No, I'm just wondering. Like, we live in a society in the West right now. I imagine quite a few people live in. It's not dehumanizing.
No. It's very simple, bro. 1 second. Okay? Just 1 second. It's not saying all of them. It's saying parts of it. 1 second. 1 second. So, just 1 second, bro. So now you. Just 1 second, bro. 1 second. So now you. Okay. This is not. For example, if someone does something really bad and it's really a net negative to humanity and causes a lot of havoc, I'm sure you would say this person is the worst of all creation.
Wait. No, wait. So what you're doing, firstly, you acted like you were going to bring us.
I do. I have it here. I'm going to read it right now. Okay, so verse 98:6. He said, O Rasulullah, there are your enemies and enemies of your Shias who will be coming on the day of judgment with blackened faces, extremely thirsty, miserable, tormented, infidels, hypocrites. That would be for you and your Shias, and this would be for your enemies and their adherents. So it's saying it's referring to specific people that are against this group called Shias.
You mean the party, the group, whatever? No, you're not. You're laughing. Let's see what else it says. So I'll go to Q-Tafsir. I'll do Q-Tafsir because I don't know.
No, bro. Because wait, I have another one. I have another one from Bukhari.
Bukhari is not a tafsir.
Yeah, it is. Bukhari is a tafsir.
No, wait. He has a section. Of hadith that he attributes to tafsir, but he is not a tafsir scholar. He's not. So
wait. So what's the problem? What's the problem with that?
Oh my gosh. Let's see what Ibn Kathir has to say.
Can you go check Ibn Ishaq? I prefer him over Kathir.
Ibn Ishaq, huh?
Yeah, he's so good at checking Ibn Ishaq.
I get it. You don't want to hear it.
No, I do. I prefer Ibn Ishaq and Ibn Taymiyyah over Ibn Kathir.
Yeah, so those are two different classifications.
No,
it's hilarious that you're thinking about.
This is how I know you're being ignorant. Because, bro, first of all, Ibn Ishaq and Ibn Kathir are one of the earliest Islamic historians that we know of today, and all of our knowledge comes from them about Islam.
Dude, that's not the...
Anyway, I just want to make a point. See, I want to make a point also about this. Moshi and why? I just want to make a point. Can I make a point about this?
Are you claiming that Muslims...
Yes, the point is that, you know...
Are you claiming that Muslims will use the explanation of the Quran, or like give the explanation, the exegesis of the Quran? They'll use Ibn Ishaq over Ibn Kathir?
Yes, so it depends actually, and there's actually reports on this. 1 second, let me educate you, bro. There's reports on this. So it actually depends, okay? If you look at, and there's a hadith for this, if you could just go listen to it, you'll see. Or there's a writing from Ibn Kathir that says this actually. Ibn Kathir has an interpretation from something that Aisha radiallahu anha said. And she said something that is basically, no, bro, are you kidding me? I'm not saying Aisha. I'm saying something she said. One of the things that she said.
Yeah, that's a hadith.
Yes, Ibn Kathir did an exegesis.
How about you? So you asked me to find something.
It's there. Go find it. It's there, bro.
No. You asked me to find something earlier.
1 second. Didn't you play? Okay, bro.
Because
so you don't
here's the thing, dude. No,
I'm sorry.
Dude, Ibn Kathir is 100% one of the top two. What is this? I'm going to invite them up. Somebody. I'll invite them up. Ibn Kathir is up there with Al-Tabari, right? As an exegesis scholar. He's not the same as Bukhari. It's not like you are trying to perform this red herring where you're trying to make audience and myself follow.
I don't think you're understanding what's going on right now.
Maybe you
I don't think that you're answering anything.
trying
So,
too
John,
hard.
could you wait a moment? John, could you wait a moment?
No, I already cut it.
I'll let you up. I just want you to wait a moment.
I should speak this. Fucking Dios, it's just normally. Så kan du säga what if you see the state of what that's in real life also. Yeah. Like can we talk about that like normal? Fucking if I really see like I'm like that I'm real. Hello everybody, let the lady up on the beat walked up. What the fuck?
I don't know what he was talking about. Let's get back to the main conversation.
Yeah.
You're trying to act like John. Stop.
So,
John, Echo, you're trying to act like there's not an Islamic separation from Ibn Ashab and from that's ridiculous.
Doing fucking care is a Muslim or not. It's the fucking best fucking partner I have in this fucking thing.
Echo, you are trying to make that there is not a religious separation inside of the like.
Yes, there is not a religious. There's only a spiritual and political separation.
Dude, let me finish. You're trying to act like there's not a religious separation in scholarship between Ibn Ashab, Al-Tabari, / Qurtubi / Kathir. And there is. There absolutely is. John, I'll let you up in a moment. I just wanted to say that. Like, you're trying to present to this audience that there is not a difference.
Alright, you guys, so why on the text? He got destroyed, bro. Like, I just absolutely couldn't.
Oh my gosh.
I think the problem is...
You can't even use archetype correctly.
Okay, can you guys be silent for 2 minutes?
You got destroyed.
So why... I mean, you have a very straight way of arguing like yesterday. Anyway, so this verse that you're talking about, it does mention something, right? But I don't think most Muslims actually believe that or they don't really behave like as if all polytheists and non-believers are the worst of people. Some definitely do. We hear them in the house, but it's unlikely that people actually believe that. I don't know what does that actually translate to. And historically, they haven't also done that, right? So for example, when the Muslims, it'll be a little one last bit. So historically, during the rule of Muslim sultans or Muslim emperors in India, a majority of Indians were polytheists, but they were not treated like, they were also considered people of the book because it was just more convenient to do so.
Wait, you're claiming that Muslims historically have not. So wait, firstly, let's start at this point. Allah says eternal word that they are lesser than creatures. So whether Muslims accept that or not doesn't mean anything. But it could be that Muslims have never read that verse. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Why?
Hey, why? What's the argument here?
Bro, he's making good points, but to be honest, bro. Honestly, bro, the whole religion shit is kind of teasing me anyways.
Can I hear the argument you made why, or you got to talk?
Okay, Cairo. So basically what he's trying to say is this, okay? So first of all, are you a Muslim, Cairo?
Yeah.
Okay. What type? Sorry,
I'm a Muslim.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, he's saying basically that, well, there's a couple of points he's making. One is if you go to chapter 98, verse 6, I'll wait till you're there, bro. Yeah, no, it's because I'm... Why, is it okay that I'm speaking on your behalf, or is that not wrong?
It don't bother me none. As long as you represent me correctly.
What'd you say?
As long as you represent me correctly.
You said 98?
Yeah, 6.
98, 6.
Yeah. Why is basically saying that Islam is false because he spotted like a spelling
I never said that. I never did.
Okay, why don't you just tell me why?
Look at this guy.
Okay, why don't you just tell me why?
What did I say? I said, I don't care that you speak for me as long as you represent me correctly. And what does he do? He does it incorrectly.
Okay, maybe he made a mistake.
No, that's purpose.
No, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wally.
I've never said that.
Just explain the argument to approach.
Because of this.
Okay, that's what I thought you were trying to say, bro. So can you tell us why this is the defeater for Islam? Go ahead.
And why, are you a Christian or atheist?
I didn't know that it mattered. I thought
I'm just asking. I never said it did.
Just trying to vote for forum.
People get so defensive for
No, just don't bring any relevant stuff when we're trying to figure something out.
When I asked, hey, how's everybody doing? Was that also irrelevant?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not similar.
Bro, I already agreed it was not relevant. It was just a question. We can move on if he doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, just don't. That's what I'm saying. Just don't answer.
It's relevant. Wait, Cairo.
Now we're just dancing in circles. Can we just get?
Yeah, let's not get into the meta. Just stick to the text. What does it say, and then you can then go on to what are the implications. God, it's simple, guys.
I just don't think things are that simple, to be honest. In reality, like, they're more complicated than we think. So maybe
No, I'm not saying
what's the
analysis
argument, though? Why?
is simple. I'm saying that to avoid these extraneous subjects.
No, fair enough. I get it, Euro. I agreed with you. It wasn't relevant to the argument. It was just a question I wanted to know. But it's not that serious. So what's the argument, though? Oh, no way. That's crazy. That's a defeater.
For one
No, Echo, let him say it because
he's talking about talk, bro.
Yeah, why? Is there some reason why you're not talking?
I think that this is ridiculous. Like, that's my personal opinion.
No, I understand, but there's no.
I've already stated multiple times.
No, I just got here.
Yeah, I understand, but there's new people on the stage that haven't heard the argument, so they don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but the thing is like he's already buddied up with the person who claimed that.
I don't even know him. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. What the argument? I guess the newest one. It started a while ago with like there's been 4 different things, but essentially, if you're asking about 98. 6 of the Quran, right? What I was mentioning was that the worst of creatures, and it's the people of the scripture. Now, there was actually a person who tried to like, oh no, it's not talking just about them. Yeah, nobody says it's not talking about just them, right? It's just a bunch of red herrings going on at this point. So, let's focus. The worst of creatures. What does that mean, according to Islam?
Well, I think if you read 98:6, we should all be able to agree that the text is pretty clear, I think. It says, indeed, those who disbelieve from the people of the book and the polytheists will be in the fire of hell, stay there forever. They are the worst of all beings, or the worst of creatures. It clearly says it's 2 groups of people, right? The polytheists, that's one of them. And the second one is those people from the people of the book who disbelieve.
And those people, the people of the book, would be the Jews and the Christians, correct?
Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
Okay, yeah.
People of the book is...
Did we not hear from Echo that, and I think Neil told that, no, that's not who is being defined as. No, Echo actually trying to... Echo, real quick, I'll get to you,
yeah.
Neek. I'll call you Neek. Echo actually trying to make an argument that is about people who do things that are bad.
No, I said no. I said people that commit kufr. And kufr, you have to look at
and I battled that.
And Muslim.
And they do this and that. That's not in the text either. Euro says he reads it explicitly as like, yeah, it's just A and B. You know?
What was the argument?
So let Cairo answer his way. I guess my way is wrong.
Yeah. Let me hear from.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. Allah. So what's the argument?
I think he agrees.
Okay, so you do agree that it's a worst of all.
I love it.
Like, it's insane when you have to deal with these type of people that like, oh, well, why so? He's kind of implied that implicitly, explicitly, and then all of a sudden, this guy, he's like, oh, I don't even know him, but he's buddying it up to him. It's ridiculous.
How did I buddy up to him?
You just
I'm pretty sure Cairo,
you just agreed with what he claimed.
Look, I don't know what happened. I have a question to make. One second. Why? Just listen. Why? Why? Listen. Why? I have a confession. Cairo and I did buddy up, and we're actually really good friends.
We're actually cousins.
Yeah, everybody knows that Muslims marry and fuck their cousins. Everybody knows that.
You have something cousin marriage?
Not surprising, my God.
Why, you have something against cousin marriage?
Echo, are you getting married to Cairo?
I wish. Up the child and stuff. Why, did you have an argument, or is that false?
There's no argument. He's just saying that.
Why? Because
there is no argument, dude. Are you not tracking? There's no argument. It's just that people who believe this shit are dickheads. That's all it means. That's all. Why he's trying to say.
Is that what you were trying to say? Why? I don't know, these type of people. He doesn't want people to speak for him, but he doesn't want to speak himself. It's not that serious.
Okay. He's already spoken. I mean, it's pretty clear.
No, I get it, but I didn't hear it, and you agreed with that.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I'm just confused.
I know. That's why I asked him to repeat. Basically,
agree that at some point you personally get infuriated at how many times you have to repeat yourself.
No, I understand
so
that.
It doesn't matter about new people at that point. We can all agree that we will get like irate, infuriated, mad, any descriptive term that you want to be about having to constantly fucking repeat yourself.
I don't know what you went through before I got here. Maybe that's why you're angry and annoyed. That's why you don't want to repeat. I get it. We're all human. I definitely felt the same way at times. I just was asking because I...
What do you mean no disrespect? You literally disrespected him by calling him the worst of all people.
Just so you know.
I don't know what type of fool you are.
Diverse, it doesn't mean that.
Like, did I insult him at any time? No.
Why
what are you talking about?
Why is necessarily?
I don't even know what he is. He didn't answer my question to what religion.
No, not 2 million. Please, you cannot speak for 2 billion. You can speak for yourself. I'm breaking it. Wrong means what?
Saying that which is right, that which is false is amazing.
Yeah. So, there is no. You cannot excuse what the only point I was trying to say is like there are 2 billion Muslims in the world. I don't think most of them actually lead their day-to-day lives thinking that the other person, the non-believer. I'm telling you because I have experienced this, right? I've experienced historically how Muslim rulers. The only idiots, the only dickheads like you who will publicly admit it, Because also you will not publicly admit it, with your real name. You're just doing it in a... Try telling your neighbors. Try telling your co-workers.
He believes in the book. Why should he break it down, like dissect the principle?
Anyway.
A certain group of people
this guy is funny, bro.
Yeah, I know.
No, Nia, let's talk to
it's shocking because, like, the identity of our previous
No, I mean,
What's so going?
So, I'll tell you what Vai was saying. Vai was saying that in modern times, if people hold on to non-pluralism, like, if people say like those people are worst because they are Muslims or they are Jews or they are Russians or they are Maasai tribe or anybody who will make these statements in modern times, like, about a group of people will be looked at,
This text does not say that about Christians. It doesn't say it about Jews. Doesn't say it about Muslims. Doesn't say it about Sabians. Okay, the only group that is categorized that way is polytheists.
No.
Yes.
No, your reading is wrong. Okay.
No, I am absolutely correct.
No, okay. Allow me to say. So, because there are different translations. If you open Quran.com, at least open choose all the different translations. Okay. So one of the translations says, "Surely those who disbelieve from among the people of the book."
That's what I said.
Now, what does disbelief mean? Disbelief in Islam. Okay. Because another translation says, "Verily, those who disbelieve in the religion of Islam, the Quran and Prophet Muhammad."
Well, that's not what this text says. This text says those.
Wait.
No.
Hear me out.
You're the one that interrupted me, and I let you interrupt me.
No.
So I pointed out that there's two groups that are identified here. One is broadly unqualified polytheist. So polytheists fit into this category. The second one is a subset of people of the book. So people generally agree people of the book is a reference to Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Sabaeans. And of those people, which part?
Wait, no, don't listen to me.
Come on, why are you interrupting him? I don't understand this. Cairo.
I am trying to discuss with you right now. So why
yeah, but he made a point. Why not let him make his point?
Because that's a side quest. It's
important to see if we have agreement or not. So Cairo, which part?
The people of the book are in Islam, from my knowledge, Jews and Christians.
No, it also refers to Muslims.
When Muslims say people of the book, they're referring to Jews and Christians.
Well, it also includes Muslims.
So, if I
may, real quick. Please, wait. I want to discuss this with you. Without getting into side quests. So the text itself. Now I asked you to specifically take Quran.com, pick up, choose all the different translations. Okay, because don't just rely on one translation. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
And then you will get the context. Okay. So what does the word disbelieve mean? Does it mean disbelief in Muhammad, Islam, and Allah? Or does it mean just disbelief in God, a single God? What does the word disbelief?
Muhammad's the special.
Whatever it means, it's referring to the people who do that, whatever disbelief is, from the people of the book.
Yes, so from the people of the book, the ones who disbelieve in Islam, that's what it means.
That's your interpretation. I didn't get into what it means to disbelieve. All I said is it's referring to people of the book, so we know who that group is, and then the subset, those who disbelieve. And there are other verses in the 5 says the worst living creatures are those who disbelieve and will not believe.
So what says twice. Wait, why? So so why are you going into the word disbelief? What does that mean, do you think?
Because first you have to establish what it says, which is disbelieve amongst the people of the book. And you want to jump immediately to Christians.
I agree. Yes, so people of the book.
1 second. The word kufr is disbelief, like Moshe said. Kufr is know the truth and to hide it. Kufr comes from kafara, know the truth.
I know. Kafaru, it says.
Yeah, kafaru. Exactly.
The actual Arabic word is kafaru.
The word kafaru means to hide the truth, to know the truth, and to cover it like a blanket.
Cover, yes. It's the same cognate as cover. Yes, I know.
Okay, these are the people who are worse than
So in modern times, if you take a group of people, like polytheists and call them the worst of beings, then people will look at you very strangely.
According to who? In modern times, according to who?
1 minute.
According to
amongst the people of the book, which includes Muslims, Christians,
Whoever
knows the truth, no matter what you call yourself, and covers the truth up like a blanket. These are the worst of people.
Nargis is
speaking the truth. No, and it says and the idolater and the polytheists. Okay, it doesn't say the people who are actually disbelieving.
Don't have a book.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. That if you call Hindus as the Nargis, are you agreeing that Hindus are the worst of people?
Yes, the ones that know the
Are you agreeing? Because Cairo certainly is.
Yes, the ones that know
Yes,
the
Cairo's.
The ones that know the truth and hide it and cover it up, they are
No. This is not what the word.
and shall walk.
No, Cairo. The text doesn't say that. So
The text doesn't say that.
I agree.
Nargis is also a big Nargis is also big. Nargis, stop it. Stop doing your stupid thing. Stop doing your stupid thing.
Polytheism is focused on what he's preaching, which is pure monotheism. Polytheism is a false position. It doesn't mean Nilo's not my friend or someone who holds to this amongst polytheists. It's a false position. He's not
No, you're just being an apologetic right now. Nargis, you're doing your thing. You're doing your silly thing. Nargis, we need an intervention for Nargis. Nargis, you're doing it again.
You need to watch a rom-com and go cry in a
fuck
corner.
up. If you're a pure monotheist, definitely monotheism is a false position. For a monotheist.
Yeah, are you the worst of being? Are Hindus the worst of people?
The ideology is the worst.
Please ask me, please.
No. This is the text is saying. No, the text is clearly talking about the persons, not the ideology.
Yeah, the person. What makes the person?
So Nargis, you believe in. Anyway, so what I am saying, so Nargis, the point of Nargis was trying to make earlier is that actually Muslims don't believe this or they don't do this. Okay, in practical life, they don't actually believe that polytheists are the worst of people.
context of this text, right? They're the worst of the creatures because these are the creatures that are condemned to hellfire forever. So if I were to ask most Muslims, are polytheists going to go to hell? I think most would say yes.
I think a lot of them would say
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, that you can't say it on an individual basis.
Exactly.
Right. But you can say it to a group, like polytheists are condemned to hell. But it's true that an individual polytheist might be saved for some other reason.
Yeah. So but you do agree that it is still.
Look, if your point is people don't go around.
You already showed you're a dickhead.
If your point is, I would agree with you that
wait.
How am I
It's not about going to hell. It's not about going to hell. It's about being.
And then he told you don't interrupt.
I'm trying to tell you when Cairo just interrupted me. So okay, you know what my point is. You know what my point is. You know what my point is when I started speaking.
Yeah, you keep saying people generally don't go around. People don't act in such a way that they believe this.
No, I'm saying that. No, that's. I'm saying that when you talk about the worst of people, all right, we don't. There was a time when some people said Jews were the worst of all people. Okay, but nowadays, it is very badly seen if you say that a group X, whatever that X might be, polytheist or non-believers or Japan values. Oh my God, why?
Which modern values?
Whose modern values of the modern values of.
So me, I agree with you that based on modern values, people don't go around saying, "Oh my God, Hindus are the worst, Jews are the worst, Christians are the worst, whatever." But Christianity does say Christians do believe that salvation is exclusive to those who believe in Christ, and Muslims believe that salvation is unique to those who believe in Islam. I'll just leave it at that.
I can tell you, based on the religious, based on the paradigm, that which is not itself is false. That which opposes it is false. Therefore, people.
Yeah, but we are talking about worst of humans.
Who are outside.
We don't care about falsity. See, we don't care about falsity.
The worst of humans here is a reference to those who are condemned to hell.
They're goys. They're other right.
Yes, that's what. So that's not unique to Islam. Can I speak to Nargis now? I'm trying to speak to Nargis now.
I'm saying this is what.
Nargis.
Why are you adding emotion to it? According to that
I'm not adding emotion.
I'm not agreeing.
You are the one who's getting hyped, man.
I'm saying if I believe the value of X is this, and
I believe one is true and the other is false, and that which is false is not of me. That's all it's saying. So
yes, no, it's saying more than that. It's saying more than that. It is saying that.
They are based on all.
Okay, so it's saying more than that. Okay, Nargis, can you let me speak now? It is saying more than that. It is saying that you are the worst, Nargis. That you, these group of people are the worst of all creatures.
Yeah, they are the worst.
They are the worst.
Of course.
They are the worst.
Nargis,
They are the worst.
That's the problem with that. Christians do the same thing.
They are the worst.
Of the people of the book, the only one that doesn't do that are the Jews.
Because you believe in falsehood, therefore people believe in falsehood.
Yeah, but that completely doesn't match with our modern values.
It's not.
That completely doesn't match.
Look at the values we assign on Clubhouse. These are modern values. Every day people are otherized and hated.
Yeah, exactly. That is what we don't do otherizing. Yes, that's why people who. No, that is wrong, Marcus. You know it.
And when I choose vanilla over chocolate, I'm otherizing chocolate.
No,
so look, I mean, I already acknowledged right from the beginning. Yes, people don't go around screaming at people like, "Oh, you're a Hindu or you're Hindi or whatever," and then get upset. No, of course not. But that doesn't mean that they don't believe that person is excluded from salvation.
So you know that I will disagree with you there. So
okay, which part?
Yes. So the part is that when I see many Muslims, even in this platform, interacting with non-Muslims, okay, disbelievers, polytheists, they actually don't interact in a way that they think that these are the worst of humans.
That's what I just said. So you're agreeing with me.
Wait. It's not that they are acting. They are genuine. They genuinely, I get that impression that they genuinely feel that these people are not the worst. Okay, the interaction has some genuineness in that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And historically, this has been seen also.
Okay.
So I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna show you the tafsir. Q-taf, the hell concept is not the issue. It seems like you're trying to be like, oh, well, this is a hell issue. And because anybody who doesn't believe, they go to hell. No, it's talking about that Allah has fashioned all people throughout history from the beginning of time.
What's your point?
Dude, Allah, before Allah created anything, he created, and then afterwards, 50,000 years later, he created the pen, and he says, hey, write down everything. And the pen writes down everything that's going to happen in history, right? And then all of a sudden, to write that down, he is saying, yo, you don't believe in what I sent down? Beforehand, you're the worst of fucking creatures. It's not about hell. No,
what's wrong with that?
No, it's not about hell.
What are you finding wrong in this argument? What are you finding wrong in this?
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm saying that.
Do you agree that one of your arguments? Okay. Was not one of your arguments about the verse being about hell? Was that one of your?
No. I agree with what you just said.
Okay. I could have sworn.
Yeah, because
before.
What's the problem?
Can I say something? Can you just? People, please just wait.
I don't know what
It seemed like one of your arguments was about like people disbelieving going to hell, right? And that they're the worst of creatures because they disbelieve and they're in hell. Eternal fashion of Allah, and that He fashioned these people to be disbelievers, and that in His eyes, and that in the Muslim community, their eyes should look at them as not being Muslim. They are.
What's your argument? Like I was saying, right? It clashes with modern values. That is my trouble. It is a trouble that Cairo considers Nargis at the same time. No, you are completely a disbeliever. You are like just as bad as Hitler, Nargis, according to Cairo.
Was one of your positions that
How much is he supposed to consider it? He's reading his text, he's reading it like that, right? Look at you Dr. Bhatt.
Dude,
I just want y'all to understand. Be generous to it and
if there was any, Nargis, please just wait a moment. If there was any religion,
What a beautiful religion. They just bring Sikhism in.
no, the point is actually relevant because Guru Nanak, right? He appears from the river after 3 days, and he says, "There's no Hindu, there's no Muslim," and he actually, in his speech in the Guru Sahib, he actually the religious text, he actually addresses Allah, right? If inside of the Guru Sahib, he says anybody
Again, what is your point?
Dude, just stop.
Yes, you are just speaking for a long time without actually getting a point.
Bro, just stop. I need to talk. I need to speak. Stop interrupting me, bro.
Okay, so are you saying otherizing doesn't go without one values? Because you don't say anything of like value.
What does that lead to why I'm speaking for a long time? But anyway, what I'm bringing up is if the Sikh religion, which does address Allah and addresses, it says that anybody who doesn't believe in this, but yet I address your gods, you're the worst of creatures. Wouldn't that be like Islamophobia? Wouldn't that be like, wouldn't that be Hindu phobia?
Nilo,
Just write it in the chat, dude. Why are you speaking it out?
No,
just write it in the chat. Talk to Cairo in the chat, dude.
So authorizing is a very common principle within the scriptures.
My apologies, what?
Within the scriptures you see it heavily
oh my God.
The Judaics, the Christian and Islamic.
I know.
Seems to be like a common thread that
I agree with you.
You can take it to its historicity, right?
Yeah,
Why people don't do it now? It's because it doesn't get it right. It doesn't go with the.
So you gotta put. Can you stop? Why? Can you stop speaking, dude? Now we heard you out, right? You didn't even make a point.
Because they've grown out of that, right? Because they've grown out of it, Nilo.
You made your point. We heard you. You said that if Sikhism did that.
Firstly, my conversation was Europe. If y'all interjected.
Let him get it out. He's not going to stop.
Just so you know, I was walking towards Europe.
How many minutes do you need before Nargis and... Okay, just answer this question. How many minutes of speech do you need before Nargis and I can continue our discussion?
Dedicated to you. Somebody start the timer. It seemed like what you were trying to say, essentially, is that the script that you were essentially saying, no, this is about Allah has created everything. And the people that he's created, he's already seen that. Go ahead. I'll relent the rest of my time for Euro to explain.
Yeah, so I started to address it, but there was a lot of interruptions. Like I said, I essentially agree with what was just said. I would just add a corollary that the other part about that they were fashioned this way by Allah is a separate point. But yeah, the text is referring to these people being the worst of people and that they will be condemned to hellfire. So I agree with that. I'm not suggesting that it's only... I'm not saying that they're not the worst of creatures. So they are the worst of creatures and they are condemned to hellfire.
All right, we can move on. That's all I want. It just seemed like Euro was presenting that the script was about all the people going to hellfire when it seems like Islam scholars are saying
I thought you were done.
Every person that is not a Islam.
Tricked you.
So that's why I like to stick with the wording of the text. So those who, amongst the people of the book, which includes Christians and Jews and Sabaeans, who are disbelievers, are the worst.
Sabaeans is not in Muslims right there.
Well, people of the book, people of the book include Sabaeans.
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I don't know why you are arguing about the second point.
Whoever people of the book are. But
Why? I don't know why you care about Sibians.
Nilo, are
You had your 2 minutes, dude. You had your 2 minutes. Did you not have your 2 minutes?
Why are you yelling, bro? Stop yelling. What's wrong with you, bro? Why are you yelling?
That's like
why? I'm trying to hear you. Why? I'm trying to hear why in Euro.
People often tell me that my mic is bad.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to hear why in Euro. Could you stop yelling and calm down, please?
Yeah. I thought that why you finished with the discussion, or why you continuing now? Okay.
No.
Didn't
Why
even say
are
that
you talking?
I'm done.
You just let them finish, bro. What's wrong with you?
All right. Why? Go ahead. How many more minutes are you going to take now? Why? You said you wanted 2 minutes. 2 minutes are done. Do you want more?
We went through my diatribe, my dialogue and everything, and I relented my time to Euro, and now we're holding a conversation. That's not a part of the 2 minutes. Do you understand?
I told you you had your 2 minutes, and then you will give it to Nargis and me, and you are now just continuing. I mean, like, seriously, why? That was very, very
Whatever.
dishonest of you.
Anytime you would like to talk about this, I wish that we could. But go ahead.
Yeah, we could talk another time.
No, we can talk it as you can do it now, as soon as Nargis and I finish. All right? So Nargis.
Yeah, well.
Now see. Yeah. So I agree that the text.
If you're coming here,
I know. I know that.
Okay.
No. So the thing is that it is true that a lot of these Abrahamic religions or there might be others.
Abrahamics, otherwise.
Yes, they say that if you are either with us or against us, right?
So, also, is this
and anybody who's not with us is going to burn in hell.
Based on historically, they're growing religions. They are becoming large states. These are becoming large states, right?
Let's be clear. This is not true. This is not true of Abrahamic religions. It's true of two of them. It's true to Christianity and Islam. It is not true to Judaism. Judaism has always. No, it's an important point. Guys, why can't I finish my sentences? My God. So it is not true of Judaism. Judaism does not claim exclusivity to salvation. They explicitly say, well, you guys can laugh, but it's true. They explicitly say that the world to come is also available to non-Jews.
Yeah,
they explicitly say that.
One second. Are those non-Jews polytheists?
You need to find
No. Non-Jews are not polytheists.
No, 1 second.
That guy is the common term.
There's non-Jews that...
Goy just means the nations. It's just people.
Goy means people?
It's not a bad thing.
Goyim is a non-Jew of a different nation. Because
non-Jew. They're still an authorizing, right?
No.
It's the people of the nations. Of us. Jews do not say you have to be a Jew to be with us. Jews do not say you have to be a Jew to be saved. They explicitly say salvation is open, be saved. They explicitly say salvation is open to everyone. It's not a minor point, it's a huge point. Exclusivity of salvation is the whole thing we've been talking about.
Okay, Euro, let me just say one point. Nilo, calm down. Euro, this is where I disagree with you.
Okay.
They don't. This is where I disagree with you.
Okay.
They don't say that yes, you have to be a Jew, don't become Jewish, but what do they say? They say non-Jews must still be monotheists. They must practice the Noahides. So if you are somebody that, you could be non-Jewish, don't become a Jew, but what do they say? If you are doing idolatry, you should be killed. Any form of idolatry, you should be wiped off the earth. You will be going to hell. This is what they believe.
Yeah, I understand your point. So you made one huge mistake. That's when you said you disagree with me. You're literally saying what I said. So you're not disagreeing with me. You're agreeing with me.
1 second. Salvation isn't for everyone. It's not.
I said it's open. It's open to everyone.
No, it's not.
And I specifically said,
Like people are apparently are not listening to everything I say because I specifically said
yelling over you.
I know. I specifically said that there are conditions.
Okay, fair enough.
So I didn't say just like
every religion has conditions to salvation.
No. There's a big difference. And I'll say it again. Christians and Muslims have exclusivity. You have to be one of them. You have to be a Christian to be saved, according to the Christians. Yeah, it's a condition. And the condition is you have to be. Okay, I don't understand why people don't understand English. Everybody has conditions, but the difference is very simple. Christians and Muslims say you have to be one of us. The Jews do not say you have to be one of us. They do say you have to be a monotheist, but you don't have to be one of us. That is a distinction, and it's an important distinction.
Okay, so the Jews believe that you don't have to do the 613 commandments.
No, it's not a question of doing the 613 commandments. But I don't know why you're making this complicated. Jews say you don't have to be a Jews. All my point is
before you disagree.
Might be agreeing with me, but all I'm saying. Because you brought in the 613, which is irrelevant.
Don't worry about the right.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Jews believe, hey, you don't have to become one of us, i.e., follow the Noahites. Do you agree with that?
Which is what I said from the beginning. I said that the first time.
1 second. And when I said every religion has conditions to salvation, you said no.
No, it's not what I said. You're not listening. I literally said, yes, they all have conditions. And the Muslim, which is what we were arguing about, Jews do not say that.
See, they say you have to be a monotheist.
Right, they don't say you have to be a Jew.
You have to be a monotheist.
Anyway, can Nargis and I continue? So now that has been covered.
Do you dare believe in Jesus to them?
Okay, so Euro.
So that's different. I don't understand.
Can Nargis and I continue? Euro, you had your side quest.
It's not a side quest. You made the false claim that all Abrahamic religions have this exclusivity, and I pointed out that Jews do not. It is a thing that applies to Christians and Muslims, not to Jews. What?
Okay, why I said it's a side quest is because...
My God, you keep interrupting Nargis. Can we say it again?
They exclude polytheism, therefore polytheism.
I didn't say that they don't exclude people. What I said is they don't have the exclusivity vows. Why do people keep bringing up irrelevant stuff? You want to start talking about the rain in Japan? What is going on?
So okay, wait, Nargis, now let me just speak. I just want to speak one thing in Europe. So why I was saying it's irrelevant is for one, there are like 15 million Jews in the world. It's not really important thing. Second thing is that distinction that Nargis was saying, that the distinction that, there is otherizing, that distinction is still satisfied because polytheist Jews will otherize or the Judaism, the way, it is will otherize polytheism. So it's a small distinction that doesn't make it, any difference.
All I said is your statement was wrong.
Yeah, I know, I got it. We don't have to make it anymore.
All Abraham.
We got it.
Well, all right. Then just move on.
No, I just wanted to. I was telling you why it's irrelevant.
What you want to do is you were wrong about a point, and now
I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong.
I
wasn't wrong. Okay, tell me what was I wrong about?
You have so much ego that you can't just say, "Look, I was wrong."
Tell me what was I wrong about? What was I wrong about?
You were wrong when you said that all Abrahamic religions had the same property of exclusivity to their own religion. It doesn't apply to Jews.
I didn't say that. That Nargis said that.
Okay, you didn't say it. I didn't say it. Then we can move on, right?
Okay, good. Yeah. I don't know why you have to jump like this. So anyway, so Nargis, the issue is that you're jumping on us, man. Nargis and I were trying to have a conversation. So Nargis, the issue is that, the way the structure or the origins of the religion might have something to do with it. There are some religions which are
pluralistic. They will say that everybody is going to the heaven in their own way, or everybody has their own path. So the point is that it is possible that this is more cultural, historical, cultural significance rather than actually taking it as a truth and false the way you are saying it. I don't think it is that clear cut as true and false.
You can't ever knock around the historicity, right? These are becoming bigger structures. Unity has to be maintained. Wars are coming in.
They cannot just say that we have to convert them or kill them, because traditional Islamic value says that you have to either convert the polytheists or kill them. But you can't do that. You can't kill.
They try.
Okay, wait, no, they did not. No, let me just finish. Why are you guys okay? So what they actually ended up doing was they included Hindus among the people of the book, the definition of people of the book. So the people of the book definition got changed. Yes. In India, they did get changed. They just had to pay the jizya. Okay.
Let me tell you, he knows everything about India now. He's read everything. So they look at it. Well, can I just have a conversation for 2 minutes with anyone? I didn't look at. So ideologically, right?
Why can I have? Okay, if you have something to say, just put it in the chat. Why?
Okay, when we're reading that verse, for example, right? First of all, we haven't read it. See how he intrudes when people. So you, I don't know if you put in the reference, because verses like that usually have historical reference to context. He's addressing a group of people. It could be prior to a war, right? It could just be ideological too, right?
I put the tafsirs, by the way.
Because I do remember, polytheists hardly existed on that peninsula. They were non-existent. So to say, to put them in one group, right, and say they're hell dwellers, in order to create the ummah, the unity, the numbers, would just be a natural course of action, right? Now, I think if they were a large number, he would have had to deal with them more. You see what I'm saying? There's also a diplomatic distance to that. But the one who's reading it now, if they read it without all of these referencings, right, and its deep understanding, and think of it as just an ideological difference, therefore the person is whether an animal is false. This is where it's messed up.
I just want to bring up.
Wait. Why? Can you not let Nargis have? So but the point is that you are not letting me to. You're not letting us finish our conversation. Very selfish. Very selfish, man. Very selfish.
Stop acting like a victim, man. Let why speak.
Why is fucking rubbish? Why is Islamophobic, bro?
I know, but sometimes we want to hear it. Now, 1 second, Needle is lying about Islam right now. We're letting.
No, I'm not lying about Islam.
I want to see what
you
you
literally just
lied.
That polytheists need to be converted or killed.
You lied.
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from? Where the hell are you getting that from?
That is coming from the Hadith. So it's not coming from the Quran, right?
Okay, then mention that, right?
Yeah. It's coming. That is a tradition. Yes.
Yeah, so what's the tradition?
Yeah, where's the
What is
tradition?
it?
What
You
is it?
convert, you pay the jizya, or we fight.
Absolutely, that's correct.
Yes.
That's Islam's position.
Yes.
That is.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
That is the position in Judaism. Yes.
No, I'm saying in Islam, this is the position. Okay.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking
Yes, it is.
about?
I'm talking about that's the position in Judaism. Yes.
How is that the position in Judaism?
Because in the Jewish, in the Torah, it says when you lay siege on a city, you offer them peace, and the scholars and the rabbi Maimonides says, what is the peace? They have to what? Accept the Noahide laws, or you fight them. Yes. And they must pay a tax.
Noahide laws is not Judaism, dude. And the idea of Noahide,
I never said it's Judaism.
No,
you hear my argument? I never said it was Judaism. I never said it was. Are you hearing my argument? That's why I'm.
Oh, okay.
I'll speak. Go ahead. Why?
So one thing that is different there is that Judaism was based off of they were just trying to build a kingdom at the time, a certain land mass that they would say, this is us, this is our people, as opposed to what is being brought up with Islam, which is the whole word, right? From the sons in the sun and the two west and the two east. right? That's like a global conversation, as opposed to Judaism saying, hey, the land of milk and honey, this is what it is, you know? So your argument isn't like valid at that conversation level, because Jews inside of the Bible were specifically fighting for a landmass that was what they deemed their landmass. Whether I agree with that or not.
Yes, exclusively theirs. Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
I have
1 second, Neil. We just
I have put it in the chat. You asked me.
What's wrong?
You asked me. I know, Cairo, you want to speak, but you asked me for a.
No, I'm not asking. Okay, don't worry.
You asked me for a.
Don't worry, put it in the
asked me for convert or die. Yeah, but
If you
me to convert or die. No, I got no. I'm speaking. I got it.
Every day at 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. all trains will be stopped for homeless moms and the
It's not even why, it's just Neil.
We were speaking and then Ryan distracted and we have to
It's okay,
speak.
we all agreed after that.
I don't think that's the case at all. Why's been quiet most of the time.
Yeah, it's this guy.
He interjected after a long time. Well, okay, then go on. Interpretation. But I think that the reality is that me and
every 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. all trains will be stopped for homeless moms
and other people want to talk, and I don't think that's reasonable.
But now, yes, what I was saying, I wasn't saying that Noahites is Judaism. Maybe you misunderstood me, Euro. I was saying in Judaism, in the religion, in Judaism, they have laws in the Torah. The siege on the city. When this happened, is they accept the people have to end their beliefs. They have to change whatever they believe. They believe in paganism and Christianity. To say if you believe in multiple gods, you must end that. Follow the Noahide laws. Pay the tax, and then you will be left alone. If not, you don't do that. Then you fight. You kill everybody. You take the women and the kids as war. Yeah, there are conditions that the people must accept. That's what I was saying. This is Judaism. I wasn't saying that the Noahide law is Judaism.
I agreed with you on your point when you made that the first time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The only distinction that I would make, and it's maybe not that important, is the add-on parts that when you reference specifically the Noahide laws and whatnot, because as you pointed out, that's a Maimonides interpretation. But if we look at the plain text, it does say that you have to offer peace terms before you go to war. And yeah, so those peace terms.
But he just described what the peace terms are. Like a lot of rabbis, they agree with him, and they describe, hey, what are these peace terms?
Well, the main part that I agree with is that there's an agreement that is a type of
similar. This time we offer them
yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you that they're similar, and that in both cases you're talking about tribute and submission. Yeah.
You're also talking about Maimonides. He's like what, 12th century ACE?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that's much later. Yeah.
Who is seen as the second oldest, one of the biggest rabbis. I'm not bringing up no random rabbi.
Since we are all speaking now, I wanted to tell Cairo.
Everybody's speaking. That's a counterpoint.
Okay, so Cairo, by the way, you said I was lying. So read the Quranic verse. I don't even care what you said. It clearly says convert or die. Okay. So, so there is Islamic jurisprudence. So convert or die. So just concede the point.
Nilo, do you have a victimhood case?
So
no, it has got nothing to do with victimhood. I have to speak for truthful.
Okay.
I have to speak for truth.
So
why are you?
Let me know when the next
I have a question.
Okay.
So what's your reference to this converter die?
I put it in the chat, man. It's a Quranic verse.
A Quranic verse, okay.
I mean, it used to be the case, but later when they actually came across huge numbers of polytheists, like in India, they wouldn't do that. It's simply not possible.
My wife!
So I read the Quranic verse, so you really have to be careful of the context here. The verse says, kill the polytheist who violated their treaties.
But that's not in the actual Arabic, right? That's the reason there's parentheses. Like, it's not parentheses.
Let me read it for you. Can you read the Arabic, please?
Yeah.
Here, I'll read it.
Let him to know it, right?
No.
And can you read? No, let him because he's
Yeah, I know, but while he's searching for
likes
that.
Andrews. He likes every room he makes up.
So, Nilo over here put in Surah 9:5. That's what Toba. Yeah, correct. All right. Let me just double check. Yeah, 9:5. Okay. So let me start reading from 4. As for the polytheists who have honored every term of their treaty with you and have not supported an enemy against you, honor your treaty with them until the end of its term. Surely Allah loves those who are mindful of Him. So,
Can you give me the historic reference to that?
Mr. Victimhood is saying the policy of the people that honor the treaty. Yes, you don't fight them. Yes, because we have a treaty with them, and yes, we hold to that. So it's not just go around and kill anybody. Do this or you die.
Yes.
So in other words,
that's not true.
Wait.
So
Can I put my defense now, Euro?
So in other words, Euro was correct. Okay.
No. Okay, so wait. Let me make my defense again. Can I make my defense?
Yeah, you made it.
Kill the polytheists who have violated their treaty.
Yes.
Wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. But if they repent, perform prayers, and pay homage, and set them free. Indeed, Allah is all forgiving and most merciful.
Okay, so can I now reply to Cairo or like why are you speaking again? Why can you not? I mean, first of all, I made the point to Cairo. Okay, fine, say it.
So, firstly, it doesn't say that in the Arabic about the ones who violated the treaties. Actually, if you read the 10 verses, right, the first 10 verses, what does it say? It says that your treaties, your oath, are to Allah, and that He has negated these verses. Not verses. He has negated these treaties.
1 second. Do you know the verse right before 5? That's what it's in context about.
Dude, that's what I'm bringing up, right? Context.
Right.
So when somebody just brings up a verse, and then also, Neil actually fell into this trap.
Victim. That's what you're talking about. Okay.
No, he fell into the trap. He gave the link. Inside of the link, it actually uses words that are not inside of the Quran. The Quran doesn't mention that they violated the treaties. These are scholars that are saying, hey, this is the reason for it.
Yeah, because everything has an historic context. Everything has an historic context.
Let me finish.
Yeah, what's the verse before it?
What I'm bringing up is that if you read between Surah 9:1 and Surah 9:10, you'll see that Allah even says that all treaties between the believers and the disbelievers are null and void. It doesn't matter because your oath is towards Allah. Just read.
And what does Allah tell us?
Just read Surah 9.
Yes, no problem. I read it. So now, why? 1 second. I'm about to speak. Yes. What does Allah tell us when you said, hey, all the truth doesn't matter. It's to Allah. Yes. And what does Allah tell us? Obey the treaties. That's why in the verse right before 5, can I speak without being? I let you speak. Right? I'm pretty sure I let you speak. I might be wrong, but I thought I did.
But he didn't say that.
1 second. I thought I let you speak. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. So, in the verse right before that, it tells us how to deal with the people who have honored their treaties. How should we deal with them?
Anyway,
1 second, Neil.
Oh, I thought you were done.
At some point, you and I have to address this first.
The 9-4 is speaking about like the people that you have the treaties with and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah, how should we deal with them?
That's not addressing what I brought up.
No, you're saying.
That's not addressing what I brought up.
No, you're saying. What do you? Oh my God.
Yes. The reason why I am now speaking is because I made the original point about convert or die. Then you guys said about something about treaties. The part of the treaties or die. Then you guys said about something about treaties. The part of the treaties when there is no treaty, then you have to convert or kill them. The more important point is the more important point is no. Yeah, the more important point.
No, but wait, once again, you gonna prove what you said or no? You can say no.
I'm just saying. No, this is logical. It's not possible. It's not always possible to come to a 3D. Okay. No, now why are you interrupting? No. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know why. Can I just finish? Okay, all of you, can I just finish? All right.
Let's read it.
Good. No, being a country, all right. When now it's under Islamic rule. That is specifically the case I used. Like in India, it was the rule was of the Islamic Sultanate. Okay. Now there is no question of treaties with the polytheists because the polytheists are actually under your rule. All right. So there is no the question of treaties doesn't even come across because they are just people who are really in your subjugation. All right. So that's where you have to convert them. All right. That is the Islamic jurisprudence on this. Now, if you can show that how an Islamic ruler is supposed to treat his polytheist subjects, if you have any other ruling, you show me because this is the one that they would actually use for this. Okay, so that's why the treaty thing is irrelevant. The treaty thing is only relevant for certain times when the Arabs had or the early Muslims had treaties with certain polytheistic tribes in Arabia. And okay, let's
show us your evidence. No treaty is convert and kill them. Okay,
this is the problem that you have, me. You started out the first time with an assertion. They have to be converted 9-5. Then we read 9-5, and it turns out that applies only to people who didn't follow a treaty. Then you respond. Ira was quite correct. Is like if you're going to make a claim like that. What is your source?
Yes, so I'm telling you, right? So first of all, why is that? Okay, wait. He asked me the question. He asked me the question.
Look at this. He doesn't answer.
So why? I know your point is. We'll address it after, but Nee has a problem here because he's making an assertion without any.
First of all,
no, bro. You're absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
No, bro. You're absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you consider Nargis why all of us divorced.
And now when
you consider Nargis why all of us divorced.
And now when somebody put you said
what's your support?
Yeah, so the support is I put another link. Okay, to read the Wiki Islam link on forced conversion. Okay, so there is a policy of forced conversion in Islam. All right, this is what the term. So there is a policy of forced conversion in Islam. All right. This is what the term convert or die actually means. And convert or die is just a you can say mocking way of saying it.
And you put
and
the
why?
link in the chat.
Yes, I put the link in the chat. So the thing is that like Vi actually said that particular verse 9-5, it does not actually mention about violating treaties. Some people translate it as violating treaties. Others don't say anything. All right. And there is generally a policy, there used to be at least, for the polytheists that there would be a convert or die, or forced conversion policy.
I think you're talking about Surah 256.
I mean, there's a whole link I put.
Yeah.
You can read the entire thing.
This would be good for your point. It's Surah 2:256. It's going to prove everything you just said.
Let's focus on these verses. Let's not go to other verses.
Yeah, so Nee, what you did is you didn't provide support. You gave a link to an article that discusses this long thing. What we simply asked for is what you did with 9-5, which is provide a verse in the Quran or a hadith or something that makes your point.
I
You did.
I
Give
did.
a link to an article.
Yes, just read the whole article. That is
No,
what is
no.
doing what I am saying.
That's not the same thing.
Yes, it is.
It's not the same thing. I'm sorry.
You know, if somebody else has already written
Dude,
about it,
it's like me saying, okay, I can't summarize where the support is. Instead, read this book. Yeah, no.
I will tell you what
it's not fair.
The whole article actually starts with this verse. Okay, it explains why. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll read you the book. Okay,
Just give us a verse in the Quran or a hadith that says that you have to convert people or they get killed. It's as simple as that.
This is that verse, dude. This is that verse that is used.
Which verse?
The 9:5.
Yeah, except 9:5 applies to those who didn't follow a treaty.
Okay, so can you see that in the Arabic? Can you show me that where in the Arabic does it say follows the treaty?
It's in 9:4.
Okay. No, what is 9? Yeah, but that does not talk about polytheism. Okay, it does not. That 9:4 doesn't talk about polytheism. Yes, 9:4 doesn't talk about polytheism.
9:7 of the Quran. How can there?
I assume you guys have never really heard just how absolutely R-worded out people can be, but